Curious.
Tell you more about it.
Okay. Good evening and welcome to the May 1st, 2025 meeting of the Athens-Clarke County Planning Commission. For those of you viewing the meeting remotely, you will find the meeting agenda on the Planning Department website at accgov.com/planning. For those of you attending here in person, on the table by the door, you will find a sign-in sheet and copies of tonight's agenda. For each agenda item, we will begin with a report from ACC planning staff, and that will be followed by a presentation by the applicant, not to exceed 10 minutes. We will then hear from members of the public. 3 minutes are allowed for any member of the public who wishes to address the commission. When addressing the Planning Commission, please provide your name, your address, and the nature of your interest in the project, and direct your comments to the Planning Commission and not to the applicants. The audience is instructed to refrain from applauding or jeering the speakers. Exhibits may be displayed by the applicants or by members of the public at the podium. Written correspondence received by noon yesterday has been forwarded to the Planning Commission and is public record. Any additional written materials to be placed into the record must be read aloud during public comment within your 3 minutes. For all speakers, please pay attention to the timing device near the podium. The device will display a yellow warning light when you have 30 seconds left and then a red light when your time is up. After the public comment period, the applicant or their representative may request a 2-minute response. And after that, the applicant will take their seat in the audience. At that point, the public portion for the agenda item is closed, and the Planning Commission will proceed to discuss the item. We will receive no additional public comment or applicant comments unless requested by a commissioner. And finally, please note that the microphones in this room are sensitive and that the meeting is being broadcast live on YouTube. Please turn off or silence your cell phones. Get off with the general business section of our agenda. Item 1 is introduction of staff reports and all other documents submitted to the Planning Commission at this meeting into the official record. Is there a motion?
I move to accept documents. Second.
Motion by Kristen, second by Sarah Beresford. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Is approval of the April 3rd, 2025 Planning Commission meeting minutes. Motion by Sarah and second by Kristen. Any discussion of the minutes? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Item 3 is May Courts review and public comment. Bruce, do we have any May Courts items?
We don't have any May Courts business, but we will note that the planner 1, the assistant transportation planner position has been filled by Molly Dupree. And she started 2 weeks ago, I believe. We're excited. That's we're at full pool on our MPO staff now. So looking to expand our role to look at things beyond just the maintenance of our interaction with GDOT, but maybe to look beyond and do some other work that we haven't had a chance to do.
Great. Is there any member of the public by chance who is here to comment on May Courts? All right. That brings us to the old business section of our agenda. But first, as chair, I'm going to make one small change to our agenda. I gather that there's a number of people in the audience here to comment on the short-term rental item, which appears as item 5 in the new business section of our agenda. And so we're going to move that up to the top before old business and begin with the short-term rental discussion. And then we will move in to the old business and new business sections of our agenda. So starting with that item, the short-term rental text amendment, we'll begin with the staff report.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Sorry. We have a announcement from Commissioner Beresford.
Then I'll need to recuse myself from this discussion.
We live? Work. That on? There we go. Okay, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to present. My name is Bruce Lonnie. I'm Planning Director for Athens-Clarke County. This is an item that came before the Planning Commission at the April meeting, and it was held. It was held in part to bring you back some data, which we're going to bring you tonight, but we did want to make a presentation just about the entire substance of the text amendments that are before you. These proposals are amendments to our short-term rental regulations that were adopted in February of last year by the Mayor and Commission. And these current amendments are really doing three things. First, we're revisiting our definition of parcel. This change would include all tax parcels, and that is significant. We'll talk about that in a minute, because our practice has been a parcel is the division of land. This would go further and say a parcel is inclusive of condominium ownership. So a condominium would then also be considered a parcel, which is consistent with the fact that it has just issued a tax parcel number. The second thing that this set of amendments will do is to extend the sunset period for the legal non-conforming short-term rentals from the 24 months to 60 months. The change from 2 years to 5 years also comes with an additional code section that we're shorthand calling a relief valve. This would be a methodology that would be administered by staff that would allow for an owner that contends that their ability to recoup their investment would take longer than 5 years to go through a process to provide evidence to support that. And if it turns out, using this methodology, that it produces a longer period of time than 5 years for them to get their investment returned, then they would be allowed, using that system, to have additional time beyond the 5 years. And then the third thing it does is we had some procedure requirements in the current code that was adopted last year that were very unwieldy. Found that they needed some clarification. And so there is a section that talks about how STR uses are to be notified to surrounding property owners. So regarding that relief valve provision, sorry. We'll get to that in just a second. So what you asked for in April was, there was a question raised regarding how to calculate the rate of appreciation. This was step number 5 in the relief valve provision. We'll talk about that. You also asked for consideration for how to revoke an approved STR use based on code violations, essentially. And we'll talk about that. And then the third was getting a handle on the data associated with this. How many of these do we have? Where are they? What type of short-term rentals do we have? So we have some information along those lines. Come on. Good. Thank you. All right, so regarding the rate of appreciation, there is this is the only text amendment from what you saw in April. This is the only change to the text that you saw in April, I should say. The language here was amended to clarify how we would look at rate of appreciation for properties. The original language was somewhat open-ended. It allowed for staff to come up with a procedure. The gist of the discussion was to try to narrow this down and give it a little more substance and form and predictability. So what we've suggested here is that rate of appreciation data or information would be first looked at specific to the parcel, not looking at the neighborhood or the area or some geographic space yet to be defined, but to start with the parcel and to the extent practicable, and this is everything in blue is changed from what was in your packet. It previously said may, that has been changed to shall to the extent practicable be used to determine the rate of appreciation. So what we're talking about there in practice, we'll be using tax assessor's data. If it's good enough to produce your tax bill, it should be good enough for us to understand the rate of appreciation for your property. And that's a one-to-one relationship, we feel like. Now, are there instances where an older property where perhaps there hasn't been a lot of sales data in the vicinity to produce comps for them to revisit, that could happen. And so if we have that sort of situation, we can move to another level of analysis that says, if reliable information specific to the subject parcel is not available, rate of appreciation can be determined from the properties in the immediate area or neighborhood for the parcel. So that lets staff go to that area consideration. And that may involve working with somebody who's seeking for this relief to prepare an appraisal. It may go to that step, and this leaves us with a procedural opportunity to do that. So that's a significant clarification from what you saw in April. Okay, second point, revocation of an approved STR. This was maybe the bad apple provision, I think, as they were referred to in the April meeting. So in looking at this, we took a careful view of what this does and doesn't mean. I think we understood the spirit of what was being asked for. The challenge for us is legally, it introduces a mechanism that we don't presently have in the code. And it would be awkward and perhaps atypical enough to a point that it would have legal challenge for us to single out a certain kind of property use and say, you can be shut down for failure to comply. So the way it works today is if you have a permit to operate a certain way, you are expected to follow those operational considerations. If you deviate from that, there's code enforcement to take care of it. Issue a warning. If you don't meet the warning, then we move to citation. That goes before the judge. The judge makes a determination. But the way our code is set up, at no point are you told you can no longer have your blank, your use. You're just expected to come back into compliance. So there are other communities that do look at this sort of thing and they do it holistically. We don't have that in our code, and this would be, again, kind of odd for us to just pick one use out of the use table and associate them with this kind of penalty. The other thing that we think, and we were looking through this, is just making sure everybody understands how we handle code enforcement today. So any kind of code violation already has staff, already has procedures, already has a methodology for dealing with those things. And that's what the second bullet talks about. With a short-term rental, we have the ability today, just like any other kind of housing, to look at parking violations, noise violations, solid waste issues, trespassing, not having a permit at all. All of those things we can do enforcement for today with the current rules that are on the books. We also have a full-time code enforcement person already on staff and have had for a year now, working on short-term rentals, exclusively short-term rentals. And that position is busy, I'll say that. The fourth bullet, there was the issue raised about having licenses, issuance of licenses, because that would be something that could be revoked for failure to perform. And that licensing can be equated with registration. And we have state statute that challenges that. And we actually had comment made at the April meeting pointing that out, that could leave us on the hook for a legal challenge for having something that walks and talks like a registration process. So the code that we have, the ordinance that we have, both on the books today and as amended, doesn't head in the direction of registration. There are communities that do that. And if they have opted to go that direction and have sort of elected to take on whatever challenge may come, then that's a decision that those communities have made. That is not a part of what we proposed. All right, the third thing you asked for, data. So I provided a table to all of you, a lot of numbers on the screen, but there's a few things I want to point out. There's really three columns of data here. The total number of short-term rentals we have operating, from what we know working with our software provider that does a scan of the internet to look for any short-term rental that's operating in Athens-Clarke County. The number that we have, and that scan was from a couple weeks ago, so 1,482. I will point out that that number is not being run at a time when we have a home football game. That number is not being run at a time when we have graduation. It is kind of an off-peak number. So we're working on trying to get a peak number. But perhaps this is maybe a fair way to represent it. We're not taking the highest. We're taking an average day. 1,482 represents 100% of our short-term rentals that are operating. Of those that are operating, we have 711 that have been recognized as legal non-conforming. That means they operated during the time that we had the moratorium. That also means they don't have permits. They're paying their taxes, they're supposed to, but they don't have any kind of permit. That's what makes them non-conforming. And then the third column are permitted short-term rentals, the ones that have gone through the process. They've used our code. So these are ones that have been issued permits since February 6th of last year. Prior to February 6th, we didn't have any ordinance to issue a permit. So we're a little over a year of being in practice using this ordinance, and we have 107. So if you look at the percentages underneath the legal non-conforming and the permitted, 48% of the total operating short-term rentals are legal non-conforming. Permitted short-term rentals represent 7.2% of the total operating short-term rentals. So just order of magnitude, I'm hoping that answers the question. Let's zero in on some data though. So if you look at the single family zones, RS5, 8, 15, and 25, for the total operating, they represent 71% of our short-term rentals. Now, when I say total operating, I'm just going to remind you again, that's everybody who's legal non-conforming, has a permit, or wasn't legal non-conforming, but was captured by the software. 71% of 1482 are single family in single family property. As you go across, you see that percentage escalates, but it's remarkably consistent. 72% of our legal non-conforming, single family. 84% of the ones we've issued permits to, single family. What does that mean? They've been issued home occupation permits. They're not commercial short-term rentals. They are not ones that have come through special use. It's a staff level permit, and those are owner occupied properties operating as short-term rentals. That's a key distinction. Commercial short-term rental does not require it to be owner occupied. Single family requires it to be owner occupied if you're going to have a short-term rental. So that's single family. Look at multifamily. So overall, 15% are in our multifamily zones. Bear in mind, multifamily requires you to have a special use. If you were going to come through and get a permit today, you have to get special use approval. Then you get your operating permit. So you see the number go down as you move across. Total's 15%. On our legal non-conforming list, we have 13.7% for multifamily. But for the folks that have made it through and have permitted short-term rentals, it's only 7.5%. And that number is actually 8. So what does this mean? So we want to focus on the RM because that's where this change in definition about property begins to take on some shape and meaning with our numbers. So right now we have 222 RM zone properties. 97 of those are legal non-conforming, meaning they don't have a permit and they're subject to that 24-month or 60-month timeout. If they don't come and get a permit, they would end at the end of that legal non-conforming period, that sunset period. So under the current ordinance, one accommodation per parcel means the total number of STRs possible in RM zones is 6,300 and change. So that's one per parcel as interpreted as a division of land or one tract of land. It doesn't take into account condo ownership. And that's still 6,300 parcels that could have a short-term rental. It's a big number. Even if we assumed half of those over the life of our short-term rental ordinance came into place, we're talking over 3,000 short-term rentals in our marketplace, just in the RM alone. So the proposed text amendment broadens the definition of parcel to include every form of condo ownership. And if that's adopted, what does that do to the numbers? It adds today, it would add an additional 3,546 RM zoned condo parcels. That's how many condo parcels we have today that are zoned RM. So with the text amendment, that opens the door for those condo owners to make application. Each of those RM requests would be a special use request. So along with that, we have some commercially zoned condo parcels, almost 1,400. They would be eligible, but they're permitted by right. You don't have to get a special use. So that new definition results in an increase of opportunity of 4,940 additional property owners upon adoption to apply for permits to convert housing into commercial short-term rentals. Commercial short-term rentals by definition don't require owner occupancy. So we just want to make sure that's clear. Taking that one step further, and this This is how we are implementing the ordinance today, but this is worth revisiting as we're talking about these text amendments. When we have special use criteria to look at short-term rentals, we have to think about how that criteria reads. If we take that criteria and use the wording that was a part of the adoption last February, the purpose statements, there were purpose statements in there that talked about the effect on our housing market by short-term rental proliferation. So one reading of our special use criteria with that in mind would say, it's really hard to find a way to approve a short-term rental if we're trying to measure the impact on our local housing market for commercial short-term rental, non-owner occupied. Flip side of that is if we don't use those purpose statements as part of our thinking of the special use criteria, it's really hard to find a way to say no to a commercial short-term rental using the standards as written. So with all of that in mind, staff we're taking this opportunity to ask the question, should additional special use criteria specific to short-term rentals, commercial short-term rentals, be developed to address this procedural issue that we have of applying special use criteria? Because right now what we've got is very broad and it is meant to be all-inclusive of a variety of things that count as special uses. I'll remind you that we do have unique special use criteria for the airport because properties affected by the operation of the airport have a unique set of issues to deal with. They only exist around the airport. So there is a precedent of sort for us writing code to have special criteria for certain special uses. That may be a way to navigate this procedural issue that staff's running into of how do we suss out when is a commercial short-term rental okay and when is it not okay? Because right now it's very difficult to know the answer without all in on yes or all in on no. That's the end of the staff presentation. We did have a number of items in the text amendment itself that if we wanted to talk about with the changes definition, but that's an overview of what you have in front of you.
At this time, we will open it up to public comment. Is there any member of the public here who can speak on this text amendment? Let me step up.
My name is Sid Badash. I live at 775 Riverbend Parkway in Athens. When I was a young man, I remember my boss gave me a problem and I came up with a solution. I presented to him and he came to me and said, young man, that was a long time ago. He said, sometimes the best solution is a low-tech solution rather than a high-tech one. And the reason I'm saying this is because this whole idea of SDR has become way too complicated. This gentleman was talking about 9, 15, 28, 9, 15. I'm sorry, I don't understand this stuff. All I can tell you is somebody has come and bought the house next door to me, and every weekend there's a party going on. And you made a reference about it. Parking is a problem. Trash is a problem. Calling the police is a problem. These are all the consequences of this simple thing that has been made complicated. And then I noticed the relief. The term relief means what? Means somebody made a mistake and we're trying to provide a relief mechanism. I'm sorry, if somebody starts a business, is it up to me to pay for it? Or is it, my understanding is if you go open up a hamburger shop and it doesn't sell, you close it. Do you go and ask the public to come, force them to buy the hamburgers? Do you understand what I'm talking about? It's almost like on a weekly basis, cars are coming in. That same house was owned by an old lady. Her name was Muriel. I knew her by her first name. She knew me by my first name. She couldn't walk very well. She would pull up her car in front of the house, and I would notice that she was having trouble carrying her groceries up there. I would run up there and say, Muriel, can I help you? Christmas time, the phone would ring. Sid, I've got a package of cookies, Christmas cookies for you and your wife. Muriel is not there anymore. Nobody lives in that house. Every weekend, every other day, somebody new comes in. I don't know them by name. I can't go knock on the door and say, can I have a bowl of sugar? That concept is gone. The whole neighbor, the concept of neighbor
I'm
is
sorry, Mr.
dead,
Dash.
as far as I'm concerned. I'm sorry, I'm getting excited. But I have to.
I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you. Thank you. Is there any other member of the public here wishing to speak on this text amendment?
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Joey Tucker, 138 Valleywood Drive. Is Athens changing? Yes, Athens is changing. Why are we here? Parking, noise, trash. There's ordinances for that. We heard that from the staff report. Fire those people because they're obviously not doing their job. If we're here because of that, and you're trying to take away someone's right as a private property owner to do this and to allow a short-term rental, then this is all wrong. We should be protecting those who live in Athens who are paying property taxes. If we have issues with parking, noise, let's enforce that. Are there bad apples? Of course they're bad apples. We heard that a million times last month. But for every bad apple, there's probably 20, 30, 40, 50 good apples. You know, it's 30% of the hotel motel tax. I told you that last month. Where are you going to make up that money? Where's the mayor and commissioner going to make that money? We talked about affordable housing. Government cannot set market rate for affordable housing. If you want more housing, we need to build more housing. You cannot tell a private property owner that they need to sell their house at a certain rate to make it affordable, or to put rent at a certain rate to make it affordable. If you're going to do that, sign this paper right now to say that you would do that when you sell your house, that you'll reduce that value, that you won't take market rate. I'm asking you tonight to remove the sunsetting and to allow those that are there to be grandfathered in. I'm asking you to allow the ones that are currently there to be grandfathered in and remove the sunsetting clause. I also would like you to take a look at the notifying within 300 feet. I think that could bring back liability to the city, because what you're doing is you're notifying if the house is not rented, you've notified people around that house in that area, and you're causing liability that could be to that property. So I'm asking you to look at that. But the most important thing is I'm asking you to remove the sunsetting clause and to allow the short-term rental. There's a concert happening tonight at the Athens Arena. 8,500 people will be there. We don't have enough rooms for those people. We don't have enough room. We don't even need to talk about football game. We could sit here and go down to talk about medical travel. When families come in, they need a safe place to stay if they're at the cancer center. Hotels just doesn't do it. And if you take away the 700 or 800, whatever his stat was up there, you need to put those in to make them be grandfathered in to allow more accommodations for people coming into Athens, because we already don't have enough rooms, and we know our neighboring counties will continue to build and to allow more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Is there any other member of the public here wishing to speak on this text amendment?
Good evening, guys. I'm Nathan Zonke. I live at 330 Ansley Drive, which is on the east side. And I live in one of those traditional rental neighborhoods. You drive up and down the street, there's long grass, there's things in the yard, there's cars parked in the yard. I've got 2 short-term rentals on that road. You know what they don't do? They don't do that, because they keep care of their property. They know the reviews matter, and they serve a purpose in this community. They really do. to Joey's point, 30% is a lot of money coming from the hotel tax. And I know these guys pay their taxes. They go through the VRBO, Airbnb, they're collected, they're given to you guys. And to the next point is, don't make a family come here and stay at a cold hotel room where they're eating breakfast and they know they're going to put their mom down. Their mom's going to pass away next week. And they're going to hospice or they're at the hotel and they're crying at breakfast and they have to go up to the elevator where they could stay at a single house in a nice neighborhood and not be charged a lot of money. Because that's what's going to happen. You're going to shut these down. The hotel rooms will go up and people will stop coming here, either for healthcare that they desperately need or back to the point that he made about the new arena and everything else. So I know UJ puts a big place in here. We don't even have to touch on that. There's other places and people that need these things and need the short-term rentals.
Thank you, Mr. Zonko. Is there any other member of the public here wishing to speak on this? And let me just say to anyone else who wishes to speak, feel free to line up at the podium to speak in turn.
Thank you. My name is Linda Carroll Porterfield. I live at 1020 Chestnut Glen, Athens, Georgia. I spoke last time and I appreciate your time. Last time I mentioned an event that I had attended where some relatives leased a short-term rental, so I won't go over that again. But our committee at the board has talked about a couple of things. And one I want to bring to your attention, and that is who we're supposed to notify. We've talked about the fact that you want some notification. Is it the property owner or is it the tenant who's leasing within the 300 feet? The other thing is define exactly what the county's concern is with a short-term rental on a property that is not your homestead. That was another point that had been brought up. And also, the market is currently flooded with long-term rentals. And there's no guarantee that if somebody takes their property off of a short-term rental, that it is going to be a long-term rental or that it is going to go into affordable housing. The chances are that it's absolutely not going to go into affordable housing. So I do appreciate the gentleman who spoke, who is having some issues with noise or trash or whatever. I do hope that he is notifying the police or code enforcement because nobody wants that next door to them. We certainly appreciate the fact that he wants to live in a nice, safe, quiet neighborhood. So our point is not to have the bad apples, but it is to provide short-term rental for people who do want to come to events or for medical procedures or family get-togethers. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Good evening. Again, I just want to start off by saying thank you all for what you do. I know it's a thankless job and I appreciate what you do. My name is Charlie Upchurch. I live at 145 Tillman Lane. I'm also in real estate, been in real estate for going on 40 years. I hate to admit that, but 40 years. My big thing is private property rights. When people buy houses, they want to be able to do with the houses like they can. They don't want them to be told that, you know, hey, look, you bought this house for one reason, but now we're not going to let you do it for that reason. I go back to, and I shared this with y'all last time, and I'll share it again for those that weren't here, but Athens-Clarke County decided they were going to put in no more than 2 unrelated per household. And that was for the exact same reason that we're here right now, talking about people, you know, not doing right. But that's something that Clarke County doesn't enforce really. Unless there's a huge problem, then they might try to start counting cars and doing the things that they do. But as a rule, the no more than 2 unrelated is a law that we enacted that is not, they don't do anything with it pretty much. Mr. Lonnie also shared that right now they have a code enforcement officer that they've hired for this specific reason. If you put in things that address the problems that you have and then you enforce them, then you've taken care of the problems. If you find people consistently, if the police officer goes out there one time and because of noise, give them a warning. If they go out there again, it's $500. They go out there a third time, it's $1,000. And after a while, that owner's going to start paying attention. Clarke County's going to be making money. I'm all right with that. But you can't throw out the baby with the bathwater. I mean, you know, just because, or the knee-jerk reaction, just because a few people are having a bad experience, which, and I regret that for them, there are mechanisms that are in place right now that will take care of that. We need to be using those mechanisms instead of making like he said, it is a complicated process that we're talking about here. But my thing is I wish you would do away with the sunset clause. And we also need to talk about I'm glad you're changing the parcel ID numbers to whereas it'll go by the unit as opposed to as the property. That's good. I'm glad you're doing that. And then if somebody's got a short-term rental and they've got it on the internet and it's a 3-bedroom house and they're saying, we can sleep 15, that's wrong. But we can address that. We can set up some rules and watch that and then change it. But this is a common sense thing, but we are really, really doing the knee-jerk reaction thing that Clarke County is sometimes known for. I think this can be addressed, but I hate to see you start taking property rights away from individuals in Athens-Clarke County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Upchurch.
Hey, my name's Alina Maryland. I am a local real estate broker and I own a short-term rental property management company. 2 things that I wanted to address. 253 West Park Drive.
Thank you.
2 things that I wanted to address is the sunset clause and property rights for owners. In the previous meeting last month, I don't remember the exact verbiage, but it was mentioned that it was assumed that if you got rid of the short-term rentals, they would immediately just transfer over to long-term rentals. However, that's not guaranteed. The current ordinance that's in place doesn't allow for short-term rentals in single-family districts, mostly like home type structures, to be able to rent their homes out as a short-term rental. And because, as a personal experience, as a homeowner, I've also considered selling my home. And if I were to sell my home, I've considered selling my home in the last year. And if I were to go sell my home, I probably wouldn't make, I didn't have enough equity in my home to sell it, so I can't sell it. But I've also considered renting it long-term, and I don't have enough. If I were to put it on the market, I would be in a deficit of $1,000 a month just because on the long-term rental market, I wouldn't make enough money. So again, transitioning your home from a short-term rental to long-term doesn't necessarily guarantee you the income that a homeowner needs, and neither does the formula that the county has put in place to possibly use. Most of my clientele that has transitioned from long-term to short-term, mostly because they financially couldn't make as much on the long-term route, given the example that I just gave. And also, given that there's under 1,500 short-term rentals in Athens, I believe that short-term rentals is not what's causing the housing shortage or affordability issue. It's the high interest rates and cost of living, and enforcing the sunset clause and limiting homeowners' property rights isn't going to fix either of those problems. If you cannot control the amount that homeowners are able to sell their home for or how much they're able to rent it for, then you shouldn't technically have the right to control what they do with their property. So I ask you to consider removing the sunset clause and restrictions in regards to property owner rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maryland. Is there any other member of the public here wishing to speak on this text amendment? And again, y'all can line up.
Good evening, how y'all doing? Ken Newhouse, 100 Woodstone Drive, number 18. Don't currently live there. I love Georgia. I have ever since Herschel Walker ran that Rock Forest back in the day. My son graduated, went to University of Georgia. That's why we bought that condo. Spent my life doing service. First part of my life, I spent in the Marine Corps. I spent the last 24 years in law enforcement, to protect the rights of people and what they want to do and the freedoms that we have. We plan to retire here in 4 years. Hopefully, if we can still do it. I think it's good that you're contemplating this, pushing that sunset clause back 5 years, but I think you should eliminate it altogether. We move here, and who's to say that we don't want to go to Italy for 2 months or go to Hawaii for 6 months, and then we can't short term it, 4, 5, 6 years down the road. I mean, we worked our whole lives to get to this point, and now we're hitting this wall. It's like, where these things are coming from. I hear the complaints that you're talking about with the noise, the trash, the parking. In my patrol days back in the day, community members, it's talking about data. He'd like to throw the data up. First, he said, we don't know how many there are. No offense, because I don't know anything about the data, but just going by what you say, we don't know how many we have. We got to get a handle on it. Yet there's a bunch of numbers. Do we even know where these hotspots are? I guess if 75% of them are in the single thing, maybe that's where the hotspots are. But in my experience, when the community comes forward and says, hey, this is an issue, we partner with the resources we have, the local police. You hired somebody, that's great. And then we address those issues. We resolve those issues in that. And if they can't be, then they get terminated. To me, that would be a better resolve than trying to reinvent the wheel or put some blanket policy out over the entire county or the entire county that's going to impact everybody. So that's how I came down. I flew down. I lived right outside Annapolis. Hopefully 4 years from now, when I get to retire, I'll be permanent resident. But in the interim, it's a way for me to support both those mortgages until I can get down here. So hopefully, you guys will consider removing that sunset clause and moving forward, working with our partners in the community to enforce the stuff that's already there. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Newhouse.
Hi, my name is Kathy Klaus, 148 North Poplar Street in Athens. Like Mr. Newhouse, we love Athens. We have invested in multiple businesses here, and one of them is a short-term rental. So we highly rely on high reviews, and we've hired cleaning services, yard services, tree services, anything you can think of to make sure that it's safe and clean on the property. Yet 3 doors down, we have residents that have a permanent beer pong table in their front yard, play all hours of the night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, doesn't matter. And I'm shocked that my guests have not complained about residents. I feel like it should be the other way around because we have middle-aged guests that come in, want to visit with their college students, and they don't want to do that in a hotel. In the house, they have the ability to provide home-cooked meals, visit with their families, and get some sleep while they're in Athens and enjoying it. And they can't do that when they have loud neighbors on the street. And they just want to use the house as the house was intended. I know you guys keep calling it a business, but it really is being used as a home was intended. People are living there, sleeping there, eating there. And I understand you're calling it a business, but if you change it from a short-term rental to a long-term rental, that's still a business. So I'm not really sure why that complaint keeps coming up. Recently, we had some guests came in to stay in the house, and they had players on the baseball team playing each other, and it allowed for the grandparents and the siblings to come and visit while the 2 siblings of the baseball players are playing, and it allowed for the multi-generation to visit and spend quality family time together that was, wouldn't have been provided in a hotel. Sorry, I'm nervous. That's my voice is shaky. I haven't spoken from both. And I know that I was in the last meeting, I attended the last meeting, and Mr. Lord brought up some very good points of having a bad apple near his neighborhood where they had buses and 20 cars and all that kind of stuff. But as folks have already said here before, that can be addressed. We already have the tools in place to address that. And I don't feel like we should be penalized for the bad apples. You guys are really smart. I've sat in these meetings, I've listened to you. I feel like this is a problem y'all can figure out and not penalize people who invest in Athens. As a form of retirement. Because like Mr. Newhouse, I do want to retire as well. Sure, I don't have anything else to say. I think there are some members that also have businesses in their home. Does that mean I'm done? Or I haven't?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all for your time.
Hey, how are you doing? My name is Jeff Ledford. I represent Realtors, and my address is 6065 Barfield Road. Thank you. You've heard a lot of different opinions here tonight. You've heard a lot of concerns that I don't want to go back over. The private property concerns, with the whole thing. I want to address some of the highlights that where I tend to work is in looking at how we can address the why. What is the problem? If the problem is disturbances in the neighborhoods, first gentleman that spoke, I understand that. We can assist in finding ways to address that. How? What are some of the problems that I've heard this evening? Some of those, one of the first ones, I think, Director Lonnie had addressed, there is a state law, Title 36, 74, 30B, prohibits the registration of rental property. And I know you want to avoid having the registration of rental property, but I think you do already. The fact that you collect the addresses of any of these properties, when I pulled up after saying that, I looked at the permit. It asked for the resident, or it asked for the street address of the property to which the permit is being applied for. That is maintaining a rental registry. And I want to caution you with that because there are better ways to do this. The other thing that I heard tonight that's a caution I want to throw out to you is that you have the relief valve. And while I appreciate the fact that you want to have some relief, because it is a taking, you also have where staff is going to be assisting in that valuation. You need to be aware that Title 4339A 24 deals with the exemptions to having to register as an appraiser. And the appraisal statutes in Georgia require that you must be registered if you're doing property valuation unless you meet certain exemptions. The exemption that applies to local government does not apply when it's used for a taking. It specifically says for eminent domain or for takings. So I would caution to look at that before you implement anything along those lines. The fact that you also are having a formula to address the valuation loss would feed right into the case that's being brought if you did have a taking. So if you did say you're legal to do this, when you purchase the property, you were legal to do it, and you're permitting it to happen now, but then you're going to set a time frame of 2 years, 5 years, 20 years, whatever. All of a sudden now you're saying we are going to take this part of your bundle of rights away. And you've set a formula, you've set a mechanism, and I think you've just written the equation for how that lawsuit could come. So in cautioning you in a lot of these areas, we're happy to work with you to address the why. And we want to help offer some of that assistance where we can. And then on a personal note, I have a lot of kids. I have family that lives in Athens. I spend a lot of time in Athens at conferences, at all kinds of things. There's going to be a disparate impact on families visiting. So it's not just a loss of the tax dollars. Thank you.
Hey, how you doing tonight? Scott Ryder, 201 Briarcliff Lane. My question coming back to the staff, when you put those numbers up there, out of that 1,400, how many of those, and from what I've seen in the past, were owned by corporations? Has that been looked at? Or how many of these are owned by individuals like myself that only has 2, but they may have 10 or more units? I think that's something y'all need to look into to see if this is something that corporations are making this an issue. Like the one individual said, maybe that's owned by a corporation that's in Alabama. They don't care about the people that they rent it to. Like I would like to. We had to turn ours into long term. So that's something I think y'all need to answer is what kind of corporation involvement is behind this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greider.
Hello, my name is Cindy Mercer. I live at 245 Westley Drive. I oppose the short-term rental ordinance for multiple reasons that have been suggested. I would strongly suggest that in the bad apples, let's be very strict in stopping the activities that are in place. My house also is in an area in 5 Points that has a lot of rentals. My yard is always very neat. The rental yards are not required to be neat. My house could not go to a long-term rental and recoup economic value. If this continues, I think you should honestly tell the community how you are going to replace the excess of $1 million in hotel motel taxes just for the registered ones. I would suggest how you plan to accommodate visitors to this area who would have no housing because we know the hotels cannot support it. And 3, I would ask you to say how you're going to replace the economic input of visitors to this area. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Mercer. Is there any other member of the public here wishing to speak on this text?
Chase Lawrence. I live at 100 Cloverhurst Circle here in Athens, and I'm actually here to speak on two agenda items that are later down the list, but I want to let everyone speaking towards the single family implications have their turn. I was hoping that you could just focus both staff and commission on a nuance in the methodology for the RM zone that we may not have looked at yet. When we convert to individual parcels and we apply this in condominium developments, and I'll just take like one case study on Barnett Shoals. There are multiple condominium developments on Barnett Shoals, the Woodlands, the Summit, Brookwood Mill, that would encompass 1,000 units. When we go to individual parcels, you're going to allow 1,000 registrations, but right next door where I might own 100 apartments or 150 apartments spread over 2 or 3 developments, you're allowing 1 because I have 1 parcel. And I think in the spirit of the ordinance, it was to provide more housing stock for people seeking housing in the market, but we're not seeing that in RM zones. For the first time in my career of 20 years, we're actually seeing occupancy reducing. So this is a new wave of market realities that are hitting from the time we started looking at STRs and what to be done about them and today. And we're seeing rental rates back up, we're seeing concessions offered, and we're seeing pre-lease velocity slow year over year. So in multifamily zones, we're not seeing the demand that was apparently the catalyst for all of this regulation. So if it's there, I'd love to work with them because we need to fill a lot of beds between now and August. And I'm not alone. I've spoken with just about every major operator in the market, and we have access to real-time data on all of them. So we can pull it at any time. And so I would just say if this moves forward, and I don't know that it will, this is significant resistance that I would be very mindful of. And it seems to need a lot more work. But if it does move forward, when specific to the RM zone, I would like you to just look at it, moving it to a percentage of the project rather than a single unit. That would improve the methodology and allow a lifeline for property owners to fill up rather than for units to sit vacant. And then what I also don't want to see is I don't want to see all those property owners go and appeal their property taxes this year when they are vacant, because you're not seeing it yet. But for the first time since 2008, we're going to have a huge vacancy this August. And it's specific to 1 and 2 bedroom units. And that's going to be a market reality that you may not be watching right now, but it's going to happen this August. So in the RM zones, I would just ask that you look at a percentage versus a single unit. And I think that'll fix your methodology. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Is there any other member of the public here wishing to speak on this text amendment? All right. That concludes the public comment portion, and we will bring it back behind the rail. Who wants to start us off?
I have some questions. I have some questions for staff actually to start out with.
That's okay.
First, I was wondering, just kind of a little bit of a, thought experiment. If I opened up a restaurant in my house or a lawyer's office in my house, or I bought a house in my neighborhood and, turned it into a mechanic shop or something like that, what would the process look like once the county found out about this?
So we do home occupations for, assuming it's your house and its own single family like your house is.
Mhm.
You could do an office, you could do some basic service level things. As long as the repair service that you're taking care of is wholly contained inside your house and not in an accessory building, and not more than 25% of your home, we would do a home occupation permit for you to operate. Home occupation requires that the owner live at that address or a long-term tenant to be at that address.
So let's say it was 100% used as a business, as a restaurant or a lawyer's office. What would that procedure look like when you found out about it?
That'd be a code violation.
And then what would that process, where would that go?
So there would be a visit in the morning, some finding. We always try education first. If you didn't know the regulation, we take an opportunity to tell you what the regulation is. We tell you the path forward. If you could reduce that occupancy to meet the 25% and live on site, then we'd find a way to work with you if that was an allowable use of the property to do the home occupation. If that doesn't happen, then the next step would be citation and going through the court system.
And would the ultimate goal be to shut down that business?
To bring them into compliance is the ultimate goal.
So there is no compliance for something that's 100% commercial use. Okay,
In a single family zone.
in a single family zone, yeah. So what commercial, so there's no commercial uses that are allowed to be 100% of the house in a residential zone?
Correct.
So why is this allowed? If these are short-term rentals that are be called commercial short-term rentals that are interested in recouping economic value and are run as a business, why are these given special dispensation when any other class of commercial operation would not be?
So the occupancy is residential in character. People are spending the night, they're making meals, they might sit on the patio, they're doing things that you would do in the home that you would stay in, whether you owned it or rented it, or were there for a minute or there for a year. So what this ordinance does is it sets in place some measuring metrics for how to say yes and in what locations to say yes for that kind of occupancy. So the ordinance allows it as a home occupation on one path for our single family residential. And it allows it as a commercial short-term rental with procedural realities for the other options in other zones.
How is that different from a hotel?
Well, follow your line of logic. Much like a single family home is not a business, but if somebody wants to do a beauty salon or have daycare out of their home, there is a path forward to do that with certain limitations. That's exactly the model that was used with the ordinance that was drafted and adopted last February. It's a yes, but. Yes, you can, but you need to do it this way. And if you exceed those limitations, then you either need to get back within it or you need to cease operating. And that would be the true statement for a beauty salon or a daycare.
And what about a hotel? Because there's people sleeping there and spending the night, just like in short-term rentals. So would that be allowed?
Hotel has its own definition, bed and breakfast has its own definition, short-term rental has its own definition. So part of our charge as staff is to get enough information to know where to slot the use by the facts of how they're operating.
Now, doesn't the fact that these pay a hotel tax kind of show that these are more analogous to a hotel rather than a long-term rental who would pay no hotel tax? Isn't that kind of admission that this is more like a hotel than a long-term rental?
I would say the connection between taxation and use isn't something that's in Title IX, not to give an overly legalistic answer to that. But the way things are taxed is separate from the way things are zoned and regulated.
Okay, and what about moving away from like the commercial use? Because I don't see these any different than a hotel, really. These seem very obviously like commercial uses, and they seem like kind of the beginning. There is no other commercial use that seems comparable to this. This seems like a very unique commercial use in a neighborhood. And, a lot of them are good. And, we heard from a couple of the bad apples, like, the first guy that spoke was in my neighborhood, the infamous one that sleeps 35 people. And so I was wondering, since we're not adding any sort of relief for the neighbors in this, what does the current kind of code violation path look like for a repeat offender under the way it is now?
I can speak to that. Sure. So attorney's office representative works with code enforcement, but much like what I was describing earlier, once the violation is known or reported, it can either be observed by staff or reported. That starts a process of creating a record and creating a case. So then that officer goes out, visits the property, gathers evidence. The ability to gather that evidence factors into the timeline for how quickly we can get things rolling. But let's say all the facts are presented that we need to be able to understand that there's a violation. That first point of contact is education, and there's a time period, a time certain in which to come into compliance that's given to them. That's recorded. That's part of the case. So failure to meet that deadline means that you take the next step to a citation. Citation involves a court date. Court date involves presentation of evidence, ruling against the violation as it compares to ordinance requirements and code. And then
What's the
and I would say the judge has a variety of things at their disposal to find remedies, but the typical remedy for these types of things would be bring it into compliance, pay a fine. There's a period of time in which you have to do this. Failure to do so produces more issues with the court system. So you've leveled up. You're no longer with that code enforcement officer. You're now dealing with courts.
So what's kind of the maximum penalties that somebody would face?
I think the maximum penalty for ordinance violations, all like across the board,
Uh-huh.
$1,000 fine,
Uh-huh.
up to 6 months, a combination of everything. That's totally in the purview of the municipal court judge.
And can you now clarify on that point, it's the city's code enforcement office, not the police department that would enforce this sort of thing. And unlike the police, they don't work 24 hours a day, right? Like they don't go out for a noise complaint at 11 o'clock at night, do they?
Have they? Yes. Their normal practice is typical business hours. It's usually 7 to 4. Sometimes it shifts 9 to 6, but they'll, yeah.
Okay. I have, if I may interject on the code enforcement point, it seems to me that the issue with bad apples is a very real one and a serious one that I think the ordinance in its current form and the proposed amendments don't address enough. And I want to talk about that a little bit. I did a little bit of research, and I understand that the city of Atlanta requires short-term rental operators to obtain a license every 12 months. They can renew it every 12 months from the city. And that any licensee who accumulates 3 citations in a 12-month period will have their license revoked for a period of 12 months and not be allowed to apply for renewal period of 12 months. And I wonder why we don't adopt that practice, because I hear, that as a general matter, like in terms of the economic impact and the inadequacy of our hotel base to accommodate surges of people coming to Athens at certain times. I see the point that short-term rentals are necessary, but I also, we've heard from, in the multiple times we've discussed the ordinance, we've heard from a bunch of people who are unfortunate enough to live near a bad apple, to live near a short-term rental operator with 35 people or loud parties or things like that. And so I do feel like we need to kind of go back to the drawing board on that point specifically. And I wonder if Bruce and Austin, to the extent that the attorney's office has views on this, could just advise us of why you hesitate to this point, why you've hesitated to go that route.
So I will say nothing in Title IX, which is all of the code that regulates zoning and development standards, doesn't have a fine structure built into any of that section of that ordinance. So that's another aspect that is atypical for how we administer zoning code. We don't have code that also has an escalating rate of fines associated with anything in Title IX. For us to suddenly introduce that for one particular piece on the table, I think is a little slippery. And we would probably have to go through a bigger exercise of looking at our code more holistically to be able to do that and look at every use. So that's my immediate response. A lot of this research was done with outside counsel and comparative analysis to other Georgia communities, comparative analysis in response to some of the challenges that we're hearing to what was adopted in February. And honestly, the original design intent of the ordinance, which is still intact, is the thinking that our code enforcement staff and processes are still adequate. We've always said from day one that having a dedicated code enforcement officer to short-term rentals is going to come with annual reporting and checking performance. Are we able to do this? And if we're not, there would be a revisiting of how we're actually upholding this code. So one staff person funded with this program in mind was our starting point, but it wasn't necessarily our end.
On the subject of license, enforcement, there's all kinds of business licenses that police enforce, right? Like
liquor license?
Yeah, exactly. Alcohol sales. And to my understanding, the way Atlanta does it is if somebody's operating illegally an unlicensed short-term rental, planning code enforcement staff deals with that because you can deal with that between 9 and 5. If somebody is operating a licensed short-term rental and violating the law because they're allowing loud parties or occupancy in excess of 2 per bedroom or whatever, that's a, police code enforcement issue. And so I would think that we have the capacity to do that, whether it ends up in the planning code or in some other section of the code. We're not unaccustomed to letting the police enforce our laws here in Athens.
And I think I'm going to say this correctly, where licensure can bleed into registration, that's where we have some state statute that puts a hard edge on at least the way this was crafted in understanding what is registration and what is not. Licensure is not part of this for that very reason. So there are all kinds of licenses that exist in other parts of our code. And yes, they do come with that enforcement mechanism for revoking that license, but that is by design not a part of this proposal.
Yeah, and I guess that's just to stick with this point a little longer. I heard some of the realtors say, you cannot have a rental registration under Georgia law. And I pulled up the statute and it says that in no event may a local government require the registration of residential rental property. And what we're talking about here is an accommodation that pays hotel and motel tax. It's not, it's defined as 30 days, rented for 30 days or less. It's not residential. And indeed that's, in its very nature is that people are operating a commercial operation. And in fact, the Georgia Code later in a different place defines residential rental agreement to mean a contract or lease for the rental or use of real property as a dwelling, which is not what we're talking about. This is not a dwelling, this is an accommodation. And so it seems to me that the notion, and Mr. Marsh, our outside counsel sitting over there, but it sounds like you're saying that the county's been advised that state law forbids rental registration. And so therefore we can't register short-term rentals, although of course we can license hotels, we can license other forms of accommodation. And so it strikes me that that's just a nonsense argument to me as a lawyer who is not particularly well-versed in this, but is capable of reading the statute. So I wonder if, I don't know if Mr. Marsh has, and I'll see you raising your hand, but
Mitchell, not Marsh.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mitchell, thank you. I don't know if that's something that you came prepared to speak to, but
I wasn't involved in this.
And just to add on that, how is it different from a hotel registration? Because it seems like a hotel registration.
Quite involved in the crafting of the ordinance here, so I don't know the law department's views and why they reached the conclusions that they did. I have defended, and I think can defend successfully, the fact that the way it is currently drafted does not run afoul of the registration statute for those reasons. I have not looked at Atlanta's ordinance, and I don't know whether there's been any challenges to Atlanta's ordinance since it was put into place. So you asked the question, but so I wasn't involved in that, and I'm not prepared to speak to it, other than the fact that I will say that I don't think the current ordinance violates the registration statute.
so you feel very comfortable the current ordinance does not violate it, but you're not prepared to say that requiring licensure of STRs would violate it.
Before I'm going to opine on that, I'm going to spend some more time.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to know if these other communities have had legal challenges. No, not a question for you just specifically, but just adding what you said before we switch gears, it does seem like, because I saw that like Raven County has a similar licensing agreement down on Lake Sinclair, and it's the same thing where if you get too many penalties, you get your license revoked, which I think is a real penalty for these bad apples, whereas just a maximum of $1,000 fine. I mean, that's like one night. That's not going to be much of a deterrent. And I feel that these code violations need to have a deterrent and need to have teeth. And there are no teeth currently. That was Kristen.
So I had the same thing. I was like, if we're paying a hotel motel tax, this is not a
residential,
right? But where I'm going though is like, I kind of wonder if, and I don't have a good analogy for this, but I mean, I feel like we're talking about a land use. Is it okay to have a short-term rental in a residential zoned part of the county? And I kind of feel like that's not really the problem that we need to solve. It seems to me the problem is in enforcement of the use of the property. Because I'll be honest, I enjoy staying in short-term rentals when I go to communities. I like to experience a community. I like to stay in the neighborhood. I like to talk to the neighbors. I just think it's a cool way to experience a town. And I'm not necessarily against short-term rentals in any zone across Athens-Clarke County. I think the problem becomes when you have too many of these. And there's, I mean, we hear the same sort of things with, student rentals, whatever. I've always been surrounded by students too, and they've been great too. So like, I don't think there's necessarily an issue with having these rentals in all sorts of parts of the county. To me, though, it comes down to enforcement. And then we have this discussion in this forum where we are not, it isn't beyond our purview. So I feel like it's not really, we're trying to solve a problem with tools that we can't use to solve the problem. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but I'm not sure that we can't use, I mean, we're addressing the question of whether and to what extent and with what limitations short-term rentals should be legal in Clarke County. And so the discussion of enforcement is necessarily tied in with all of that. So I think that in our capacity as a body that recommends ordinance changes to the mayor and commission, I think it's well within our purview to recommend a toothier enforcement mechanism than what we have had to date, because it seems pretty clear from the public comments that the audience today hasn't heard because they were submitted to us in writing, but we received them by email. And the first speaker and some other people we've heard at other meetings, it's clear that our current enforcement mechanism just doesn't have the teeth to grapple with the bad apples. And so I think it's within our purview to recommendations on that.
Yeah. I mean,
Sorry, go ahead.
oh, and just the final thought is simply that I think we need a mechanism that is more on the enforcement side. This whole rental registry, like, scared of their own shadow. I'm sorry, this is not, I'm so tired of like, we're jumping through these hoops because we're
Scared.
knowing that Atlanta has what they have. I'm jealous. Because, it's, yes, I just, the issue is enforcement. And clearly what we have right now is not working.
Mr. Chair, if I may, please. The Atlanta ordinance has been brought up a couple of times, so I think one thing that I wanted the body to be aware of is our office has spoken with the law department. Their ordinance was adopted prior to ours, Athens-Clarke County was. I wasn't involved in the writing of that ordinance. It sounds like Atlanta does use a licensing scheme. To our knowledge, that ordinance has never been enforced.
But I know that like Raven County has one down on Lake Sinclair, right? They have to have the same, they have a license.
Can't speak to it. They're actually.
Yeah.
They're always on the books, but.
Yeah,
in terms of-
yeah.
You mean if it has not been enforced, meaning that unlicensed operators are permitted to operate, or that people have not had their licenses revoked? When you say you're not sure whether.
Have they not even had licenses issued?
I'm saying that ordinance has not been administered. So it exists on the books, but it's not.
Do they have like
Practice and stuff.
are people getting licenses? Like has Atlanta issued licenses to people, do you know?
Not to my knowledge, because
Okay.
it's not being enforced.
Okay,
Or applied.
that's interesting. Yeah, well, I kind of keep coming back to this idea of licensing, and I understand the hesitation. There'll probably need to be a larger code rewrite of some sort, but it seems to be like the licensing would be the best way. Then you could get rid of the sunset clause, because the only advantage I see to the sunset clause is that it is the teeth that helps protect the neighbors. And if we had a different way to protect the neighbors, we could perhaps I think all these good apples would probably be fine with getting a license that if they don't get any strikes, they just renew it every 12 months, just like their business license, If I had one, I would be fine with that. And I would much prefer that to the risk of having to sunset my property after a couple of years. But then if you have, the bad apples could then be punished and they could lose their license. And that would really go a long ways to satisfy the upset neighbors like we heard from today. So it seems to be that just this hesitation on the county's part to write some new codes seems to be kind of getting in the way of actually coming up with the best solution to the problem that would satisfy, I think, everybody's. I don't have a problem with short-term rentals. I only have a problem with the bad ones. So, we just need to find that way to get rid of the bad ones, to have some teeth for the enforcement on the good ones and to make sure they stay good. And then we could just keep everybody happy. I think what we're trying to do now is almost a little too timid and not really addressing and making either side happy. And Jen, and then Jared.
I agree with everything certainly that you're saying, Mike, and it seems to me that we've got to have some way to be able to track who these people are and have some recourse for the bad apples to be removed. But everything we're talking about is only addressing one issue we'll get to later tonight, and that is the housing supply, how this is affecting. So this is in regard to the ones that are non-conforming in here, but within the context of the new ones that will keep coming for applications, this conversation is really only addressing half of the concern.
I think, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if the goal tonight is to approve new language or not, I don't know that we have what we need to be able to move forward.
And going on what you said, I think it would be interesting that a licensing type avenue would open up to new ones, because right now we're only talking about kind of grandfathering in the ones that already exist. We're not talking about the possibility of adding any new ones. But I guess, if
The ordinance, I gotta stop you.
Oh, no, that's okay. I probably misunderstood something.
That's inaccurate.
Okay, so you can apply.
The ordinance does two things.
Okay.
It recognizes those that were operating prior to any standards, and it allows them to keep that property right within the terms of the sunset period. And then it provides a process for new ones to be able to receive permits and to operate.
But that's just a special use process, right?
No.
Okay.
By right, you can operate in a single-family residential with short-term rental as a home occupation. So when I was showing you the numbers, that was the point I was trying to make.
You mean as the
Aspects not of the numbers that are operating with permit are in our single-family zones, and they're doing it by right. And this ordinance allows that to occur.
And I think that's true. But that's the home occupancy ones. Like if I lived in the property and I rented out my basement.
Short-term rental.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that a licensing avenue could open it up to these 100% commercial properties that we're talking about, And that would, maybe in some areas, it might not be good in every neighborhood, but if it was like, because right now, we're never gonna have a new, commercial STR in a residential area. The way it is now. We're gonna sunset the old ones.
For a second.
Okay, sorry.
You jumped in out of turn.
Oh, sorry. No, I know I got distracted.
Yeah, I mean,
Sorry, Carrie.
you're good, man. Going back to the analogy of, if you have a hotel chain and you have a couple, hotels in that chain that are operating poorly, you don't shut down the hotel chain. You talk to the owners of the poorly run hotels and figure out how to make it better by having teeth to enforce, issues other than $1,000 fine and 6 months in jail, talking about, shutting down and not allowing them to operate. I think that makes sense. Everything, all those things make sense to me. I think that we can't penalize these past owners that did everything right per the county and then now are being forced to abandon that as an option. And maybe they transition to a long-term rental, 12-month rental. But again, maybe that doesn't, as a couple of people here talked about tonight, maybe that economically doesn't work for them. Especially when you talk about management fees, things like that, you're adding in, more cost to them as well. So I think one of the big issues here is not penalizing the people that did things right, even after the county changed. But then allowing those safeguards to say, hey, if you're not running it right, can't do it anymore, based on bad behavior. Not based on we did things right. To me, that's part of the crux of the issue. So that's just my 2 cents on it. So in other words, I think the sunsetting is a bad idea. I think we should allow them to operate in the right way, legally. And if they screw up and if they cause an issue and they create code violations, then shut them down.
So the right way would be to come get a permit.
Correct.
Okay.
So
that's what the sunset period does, is it says you don't have to change a thing for right now 24 months. You don't have to change a thing.
Right.
You've got 24 months to come get your permit. And once you get your permit, you come off that legal non-conforming list and you're considered conforming. And you can carry on and you don't have the shadow of a legal non-conforming clock ticking. That's exactly what the sunset clause is meant to do. And this text amendment, although it is complicated, this text amendment goes one step further and says, all right, if somebody, for all the right reasons and totally legally, purchased a property for the purpose of using it as a short-term rental, and if 2 years, or in this case now we're talking about 5 years, if 5 years is not enough time to reasonably recoup your investment, we've now got something in the ordinance that provides an opportunity for that property owner to demonstrate how far off that 5-year period is to recoup their reasonable investment. And that comes through. You don't have to come back before a body like this. You don't have to go to the mayor and commission. It's all done with staff. That cranks out a number. That number's more than 60 months. You get the benefit of that extra time to make the money that you had done in your pro forma for that investment.
Right.
And so this goes that one extra step beyond, hey, we're buying you some time to come see us and get your permit. So this is meant to be generous. This is not meant to be punitive. But the creation of any set of expectations, I guess if you don't follow them, is punitive. And that seems to be the tone of the discussion is, what are we going to do about the ones that don't follow our expectations? And I think what staff's trying to put out there is, we have processes, we have staff, we have resources to do that today. And we're committed to making adjustments to those things based on performance. We're 1 year in. And we've said from very beginning, if something doesn't work, we're going to come back to it. We're going to revisit it. We're going to recalibrate to make sure that quality of life issues are being addressed. So I just want to bring us back to center on what we're actually talking about.
Yeah, and I was actually gonna say, there's three things that are directly in front of us right now, which are the adjustments to the sunset provision, the change of the method in step 5 that you put on the screen, and then the use of tax parcel. So I think, maybe we should talk about those, see which of those are, something that if at all, that we're prepared to make a recommendation to the mayor and commission on. To me, the additional matter of the demonstrated inadequacy of business hours code enforcement to deal with late night noise complaints and the problematic at Apple's is another thing that, we may want to make a recommendation on as well. But maybe we should talk about, the three things that staff has put in front of us now, rather than just should we regulate short-term rentals and that sort of stuff, which that ship has sailed in the sense that the mayor and commission passed this ordinance a couple of years ago.
I guess a question for you, Bruce, though, where you were just saying about this with the sunset provision, 5 years to permit. If I had a house in a single family neighborhood though, and I apply for that permit, am I gonna get a permit?
Do you live there?
No.
Okay, then no.
So that's.
But you have 5 years to make an adjustment and make a decision. Am I going to change my business model? Am I going to change how I go? Will I live there and make that my residence?
Yeah.
The steps to do that, or will I play out that period and use the relief valve to make my money back and then move on?
No, I get what you're saying. I just, and I also have not a lot of sympathy for I have to use my property as a short-term rental, otherwise I don't make back my money. I'm sorry, that's your math, not mine. But I do think to Carrie's point, we did buy the house when it was legal, and now we're basically, and yes, we're extending it to 5 years, which is nice.
Or was it legal? That's my argument. Were these always out of compliance? Were they always commercial? And maybe they just slipped in? Because I would argue that this 100% commercial use was never allowed. Sorry, that was just my.
I know, yeah, so we're getting off topic a bit, but I guess I did want to mention that though, because I think it is, to me, I do want to be clear that yes, we're extending that window to 5 years, but it doesn't mean that everybody gets a permit. It just means that some people will get a permit and some people just have 5 years to wrap it up.
72% won't, right? I mean, based on the numbers.
No. So we didn't split it out, and we could.
The 711, I mean.
But of the 711, how many of those are in a single family residential and they live there. There's a percentage, there's a high percentage that do that. How many of those don't live there? Well, those will be the ones that are affected by the wording of the ordinance today. And, you know, that percentage is real, but there's a significant amount that is the, and they will come forward at some point, they'll get their permit, or they'll stop out of it. It's their choice. Either way, it's fine.
And I don't think those are necessarily always the bad apples, are the ones that
Like,
have.
Jen had her hand up, so I'm gonna recognize her.
I just have a quick question for clarity's sake. It's not within our purview. We cannot get rid of the sunset clause tonight. That's not something we could table the conversation, but our duty is to work on this language as it's presented in front of us.
Correct. The text amendment that's in front of you includes the portions that we presented. So what you're discussing is a change from 2 years
To 5 years.
to 5 years. You're talking about the relief valve, you know, and you could get into the intricacies of the relief valve like we did in April, and we brought back new wording to address what we heard. And then there was that notification aspect that's changing. Everything else is already on the books.
We can't say we don't agree with the sunsetting and they should be allowed to operate regardless. We can't say that.
What, if you don't agree with going to 5 years, that you could say that. The 24 months is already on the books.
Okay. So the sunsetting in one form, so that percentage that we're talking about in single family zones that are considered now legally non-conforming and don't live in their house. Or, you know, are not living on the property and they're using it as a short-term rental. There's nothing that can be done for them as far as being able to operate past 2 or 5 years.
Right now, they are on a 24-month clock.
Yep.
To make a decision on what they're gonna do.
There's nothing we can do about that.
Can't roll that back.
Alex, I think I saw your hand up.
Yeah, and I'll try to keep it to our 3 points as best as possible. And what the rental market is dropping. There are not as many people buying. These are not going to turn into long-term rentals because there are rentals for rent signs, for lease signs all over town right now. 24 months, we wouldn't have ever thought that. No one would believe it. And now there's a lot of rentals going on out there that are unoccupied. I didn't vote for any of this the first time, partially because I knew it was going to create a mess. It did create a mess. It created more messes than we even understood. And so the biggest part of the mess is the sunset. And that was thrown in at the end of the meeting by one of our people on our committee, on our commission. And I thought that was going to pretty much eliminate this. I thought the mayor and commission would have to strike it all down because of the sunset not being wise. They went ahead and pushed it through. And now we're dealing with a lot of things. The relief valve is more complications than we are seeing and needing, and that's being added to this. Now we've got to throw in a lot of math. While I appreciate that we're going from 2 years, to 5 years, it's still not taking care of the problem that's going to come back around, and it's going to bring more to us. And I'm not going to talk about code enforcement, but we're not enforcing anything. And now we got more to not enforce and more to read about not enforcing. So I cannot vote in favor of this because it still has a sunset in it. And until it doesn't have it, I cannot go along.
So
Kristen.
here's the thing though. And I feel really weird saying this based on everything I've already said, but by doing nothing, we put a shorter time limit on the sunset clause.
Right.
So by voting for what is in front of us tonight, we give our staff a couple more years to figure out a better plan than what we have on the books. And I know it sounds really weird, but like, I'll just say I'm totally in favor of number 1 and number 3. And, you know, when I start thinking of it this way, like, we're just basically giving some more time to get this right. This is, I'll just say with all of that, and I know, bear with me, I know this sounds so weird, I feel so weird doing this, but like, I'm gonna, vote to accept. Do we accept or approve?
Do you mean make a motion?
I'm gonna make a motion to,
Recommend approval?
recommend approval for the proposed text amendment changes. And I guess that's all I need to say with that context that I said previously.
Do you mean all three of staff's?
All three of staff, and with the added comments for our mayor and commission, that they direct staff in multiple departments to figure out a better solution than what is going to be on this. Theoretically, if this happens.
Better solution on enforcement?
On enforcement,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, so that's a motion. Before I haven't heard a second yet, but let me just make a comment real quick. If somebody wants to second it, that's fine, but we haven't really discussed the parcel definition issue. And so I would suggest that maybe we take a couple of minutes before we have to vote on something and just talk about that, because I did hear a couple of points made from the audience concerning, you know, the change to parcel definition from parcel of land to tax parcel is intended to make it so that in a condominium community of 100 units, if there's one short-term rental, that doesn't prevent a second or third or 10th person from also registering lawfully a short-term rental on that property. I think that's a change that, as I see it, is intended to accomplish what the original ordinance was trying to do, but just didn't quite accomplish. So that seems like a no-brainer to me, but I also am sympathetic to, I think it was Mr. Lawrence's point that we might consider a percentage limit. And to, you know, so that we don't have a condo community of 50 units that all become short-term rentals now under this change. And so I just wanted to tee that question up and see if anyone wants to.
It becomes an insurance issue at that point.
Let's get a second. Let's get a second. We're getting into discussion and away from motion. So let's see if we get a second.
Okay. Does someone want to second Kristen's motion?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, motion to approve.
Because it's the best, because I think it's the best tool that we have at the moment, as you said, to extend that life for these homeowners, for these short-term operators. And again, hopefully come up with some other things in the next 5 years.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. So now discussion of that motion. I saw Jen and Mike and then Alex in that order.
Is there anything that we can do, to Mr. Lawrence's point, now that would allow for apartments to be able to open up and be a part of this process? Because that's a no-brainer, that if there's a bunch of vacancies in an apartment complex, we want to be able to use those for short-term rentals while those vacancies are there. But to your point too, we don't want a whole condo complex going short-term rental. So I don't know whether that complicates point 3, but is that even anything that we can discuss?
Let me direct that to staff. It strikes me that that's something staff hasn't had a chance to consider. And so it would probably be better to deal with that in an orderly fashion with them bringing something to us in a future month if
So
they decide that makes
the
sense.
very last bullet that's on the screen, that's been left on the screen, gets to that question. Commercial short-term rentals in multifamily developments right now, and with this text amendment, would need to seek a special use approval to be able to become a commercial short-term rental. So right now, what we're asking with this question that's on the screen is, do we have sufficient special use criteria to be able to adequately assess that request? One of the things that could be a criteria is, to your point, percentage. And if we expand the definition as proposed, that percentage could then also be applied down the line to some way to manage that number of short-term rental units in the market, inside a development, be able to revisit the wording again. So thank you. because we were kind of anticipating that question with what we were trying to say in the analysis of the data. But that would be a directive to, as part of it, the way the motion is worded now, you could request that that issue be researched and brought back.
I make a friendly amendment to my own motion.
Well, maybe after we hear other people
Yes,
speak.
absolutely, yeah.
Sure. So if I understood your comment correctly, Bruce, it's that, to Mr. Lawrence's point, the owner of a multifamily parcel with vacant units could currently seek a special use permit to allow the use of just one of those units as a short-term rental under
Even with this text amendment.
Yes.
If it's not, if that project has not gone to a condominium format of ownership, and it's one tract owned by one property owner, then one unit can request a special use as a commercial short-term rental.
Got it. Okay. And I guess I'll just say one thing. I mean, to Jen's comment that it was a no-brainer to allow that. I could imagine tenant advocates making an argument to the contrary, that a higher vacancy rate prevents rent increases, and that the market, has responded to our shortage of housing by building a lot. And we're now seeing the effects of that, where rents are coming down a little bit or staying level at least. And, and so it may not be a no-brainer to everyone. And in any case, I think it merits further discussion within staff to consider whether to.
And I think that gets back to the number of units that would be forever taken off the market too.
So I think I had Mike and then Alex.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say that I think approving this would be a mistake, just kind of for the same reasons you think it would be a good thing, is that, we'd be settling for something that I don't think any of us like, or maybe staff. And I think that by approving it, it would really kind of take the pressure off of solving this problem, it kind of gives this longer time period and, and it gives kind of the owners of these commercial SDRs a little bit of relief that they might be looking for, whereas like keeping this 2-year pressure on kind of gives everybody more of a sense of urgency for coming up with a better solution. And it'll keep this maybe coming back to us month after month, just approving it now, like, unless we say like, I want to see a new text amendment next month that addresses these enforcement issues. I don't see the need to approve something that we don't like just for the sake of like moving it along, because I think moving it along is the wrong thing to do. I think keeping this discussion going and coming to, an agreement that everybody likes would be much more beneficial. So that's why I'm against approving it. Alex.
Yes, for staff. So we cannot change, because I thought we've done a fair amount of text amendments now, and I thought we've asked that, could we change this? And then y'all go change it and then you bring it back. Has that not been the case?
So when we have we have another text amendment on the agenda tonight. And so the language that's in front of you for that text amendment are sections that are changing out of an ordinance. So what's in front of you is discussion of the sections that are changing. It doesn't open the door for you to go to the section that precedes it or the section that comes after. So I'd like to change that too.
Right.
What's in front of you is what you're working with. And if the wording of what's in front of you needs revision or further study or needs to be manipulated in a different way to respond to what you're discussing, that's fair game. But to revisit the existence of the sunset
other things
is out of bounds.
But we can change the wording to, we can change 5 years. Or we could ask.
The duration is what's changing. So yes, the
Right.
duration.
So we could take that number and turn it to 100.
Right. You would not be able to change it below 2 because 2 is what's law.
Right. So we actually can, because your point, Kristen's great, and I've already kind of had it, and you said it, and it puts you in puts us in an odd spot. Where we could do more harm to the system in a sense and create more complications because of the narrow 2 years, which is there right now. We go with 5, or we can, and the mayor and commission, we're just recommending for them. They're going to do what they're going to do, and they can change it on the spot. But I think if they hear us, if we like the idea that 5 years is still a complication, and we request or ask by vote that staff, the wording, change 5 to 10, 20, 100, whatever, then y'all would, and if we voted, if I'm kind of following along here, and we vote for that, then it comes back to y'all to do that, then back to us, then mayor and commissioner, or straight to mayor and commissioner? Yeah, so that, I was kind of thinking that was the case because I remember how it went. But we can actually affect it, but only these points. We can't go way over here into that paragraph and that page over there. Okay, so we could actually change that here right now as our recommendation to the mayor and commission.
So we have a pending motion to accept the staff recommended text amendment. If that motion should fail, I would think that a motion to do what you said for a different term would certainly be in order. But I think because we have a motion pending now, we should discuss that.
Pull my second back to talk about that.
Well, yeah, could I add regarding that? The reason I would not support that is because I do want there to be some sort of a time limit. I do want to have a little bit of pressure on making sure that your point is well received, right? Like, I don't want to sound like we're kicking the can down the road. I do legit want to solve this problem. I worry about if we make it 100 years, then no, now we just don't have to worry about it for 95 years. And we haven't solved the problem of the enforcement and how that actually happens.
The problem will remain. Like the lady in Glenwood that complained about that's kind of what got everything thrown into the fan over a year ago. Turns out she admitted it wasn't the renters, it was the construction of the house. And so that was like, I don't understand how that got so much attention, but I think the problem with the bad apple down here, I mean, we got a bad apple problem that does have to get solved. And I don't think by extending to 10, 20, something reasonable, going to stop the need for enforcement. Like, I don't think everybody's gonna go, well, now we don't have to enforce all the loud, crazy people that come in, all 4 of them,
I understand. I don't think that by passing this ordinance onto the mayor and commission, we're gonna solve the problem. I think that given the tools that we have, I think that we're not equipped right now to solve this problem with the tools that we have. So we just have to like kind of get something on the books to fix the sunset clause. And then we need to come back. And this is why with the motion, I wanted to include the comment about directing staff to address the enforcement issue through multiple departments, not just the planning department, like whatever is necessary to get this thing wrapped up. And to that point, I don't want to complicate things. So if this is a problem, but I did want to add to, this will require a second, so I understand. I did want to add to Jen's point, because yes, I do think that the issue of the parcel with the rental property is an issue. And I would also down the road, I would like some guidance on how we decide whether this is appropriate use in a residential or in this mixed density. Like, some of the things that are on the agenda, I don't know how we're supposed to determine if this is a good use in this area, So I think it would be good to direct staff to have to work up some sort of like ideas for guidelines for not just in rental property or like in rental complexes, but across in neighborhoods, period.
Do you mean some short-term rental specific additional criteria for special use permit applications?
Yes.
Understood. Thank you. Mike.
Yeah, I also, I would be in favor of getting rid of the sunset clause if we had some other sort of mechanism in there to deal with these bad apples. And my hesitation is to just expand this is not really, like you said, not really solving the problem. And why would we just keep passing text amendments that we don't really like, we might only get let's take our shot at the mayor and commission and pass something we really like instead of sending them something that none of us like. And then, a couple months later, we're going to give you another thing. And a couple months later, another thing. Let's just solve it now and not approve bad solutions that we don't like. Let's, work to get the solutions that we do like. Cause I would be on board with the 100-year sunset clause if there was the license in there somewhere. And I think that this opportunity now is one where we could maybe come to some consensus with the commercial STR owners and, be like, do you like this? Do we like this? At least get a lot of people on board. before we just start passing things that we don't like. And it seems like now with this ticking 2-year clock would be a great opportunity to kind of build a plan that everybody likes instead of just giving the mayor and commission lots of things we don't like. Alex.
I do think like 15 years I would vote for. I would consider 10. And one of the reasons is that's an automatic relief valve that doesn't involve math except 10 or 15. We can drop the relief valve. A 15-year loan is common, so that plays that out. It plays out most everything. 5 years or keeping the 2. I think the complaints on the bad apples are what's going to drive this. I think we're policing and we're not police. So we've got people who have invested and have done this. Just about all of them. I mean, a lot of people say, well, we can't have the short-term rentals. And I'm like, oh, do you have a neighbor? Do you know somebody that's having? No, I just hear it's terrible. So we've got fear going and a lot of fears out there. So back to the thing, I think there is automatic relief that we legally do not have to bother the county with as much, because even at 5, there's going to be issues. It's going to be messy. And it's going to be much less messy. I think you can see through the dirty water to the bottom. It's going to be a little clearer. 15, I think, is very good. I think 100 years nobody would vote for that because it sounds ridiculous. But I would be willing to stay with a sunset, knowing that we can ask to change that number. Still has to be approved by the mayor and commission. They're going to do what they are going to do regardless of this. But if we can show them another reasonable number that comes in and relieves them of some lawsuits and of some entanglement that we still don't know, which was the number one reason I didn't vote for the whole thing. Not to get off course, I promise, but I just saw I saw the web. I saw that it was just like, this is going to be a massive mess, and it is becoming that. And look at all the people here spending their night over their mess. It's not even their mess, it's a mess. So I would still say I would vote for no less than 10. Yeah, I would vote for 10 or 15 as something that would I think would be reasonable.
And to clarify, do you mean to say a 10-year grandfathering clause or sunset clause without any math safety valve, just 10 years flat, that's
Get
it?
rid of that complication that is going to kick us.
That's not the motion though. So let's.
Well, I'm sorry.
Go back.
Yeah.
Well, I'm discussing the motion and saying, so.
But it would be, I think, an in order friendly amendment or something if the motioner wanted to
No.
go that route.
Stick 'em
But-
with what we-
okay, so we have a pending motion to approve the staff recommendations as presented to us. And Bruce, can you, do you feel like you have a handle on the last part of the motion, the directive? And could you read that back to us, how that would go?
So and I think the way you restated it after Kristen's last comment, I think is what I took down was directing staff to investigate additional criteria for evaluating special use requests for commercial short-term rentals.
Okay, and was there not also in the initial motion something about licensing, recommending to the mayor and commission that they direct staff to develop a proposal for licensing of short-term rentals?
No, it was enforcement. It wasn't.
Well,
licensing.
I mean, yeah, I didn't specifically say licensing. It was another route that involved enforcement rather than sunset clause.
Okay, so to develop I just want to be sure that everybody knows what they're being asked to vote on. So to develop to recommend to the mayor and commission that they direct staff to develop an improved system of enforcement.
That could include licensing.
Potentially including licensing akin to Atlanta's ordinance.
Open to other ideas.
Yeah.
I have a question. Is there any sort of like mechanism for getting like a group together of like these, you know, the good apples and then like us and like trying to come up with a solution outside of this meeting and then using that input to maybe create an ordinance that we wouldn't get sued over? you know, because everybody's happy and there's been public input, you know? I don't know.
Is there a way to develop an ordinance that couldn't get sued over?
I mean, just if we like looped people in and had a discussion, I don't know, just a thought.
There was a-
It's like we have a lot to talk about.
Well, we have a pending motion. I'll just say there was a very lengthy process that led to the development of the STR ordinance. Okay, so we have a pending motion. Are we ready to vote on that motion?
What is the motion?
Can I ask for the motion to be read in its entirety?
I can restate what I want.
Yeah, I want to.
Better if Bruce reads what he has.
I've been writing it down, if that's all right.
Whatever you want, yeah.
So the motion moved by Krista Morales, seconded by Casey McLaughlin. Recommend approval of the text amendments as proposed with directives to staff to do the following. Develop improved system of enforcement that can include consideration of licensing. Develop additional special use criteria specific to short-term rental uses.
Scary, by the way.
What did I call you?
Casey.
Casey. Of course you're Carrie. Sorry about that.
Yes.
Okay,
That is, I do have a question about that. It's not about all this, it's about that.
Yeah.
So isn't the first part of that motion outside these three items that we're being given?
First part of the motion
Yeah,
to approve?
yeah, like reread again.
The motion is, it's got two things. One is approve what's been submitted. The other is directing staff to do some homework. It's not changing the text. It's saying you've got a study assignment, staff,
Oh, it's
and you're gonna
just-
bring something back to us. It's not changing the ordinance. It's keeping the discussion going.
Okay, just making sure.
Yep.
Got you.
Can we keep that ball rolling without approving something we don't like?
we have a pending motion. We can vote on it. You can vote however you want.
Just a quick clarification. And Bruce, and does that motion also include as part of the special, looking at the special use criteria, a percentage of potential parcels?
Certainly, we will take this discussion into account, and that was mentioned, so
Okay.
when we come back, but it will not be part of the text amendment. It will be
Right.
part of our ongoing discussion.
Right, correct.
Are we ready to vote on that? Stephen, do you call the roll?
Motion to approve. Morales,
Yes.
Weiss,
Yes.
McLaughlin,
Yes.
Pass.
No.
Sams,
No,
Lord,
No.
Chair motions. Chair votes yes.
Motion passes 4-3. Motion passed 4-3. We will take a 5-minute break and then pick up the top of our agenda.
Let's try.
Can't believe I got to break this. All right, so
That's fair.
I'm not married to anyone necessarily. All right, we are back on the record and moving on to the old business section of our agenda, item 1, 581 South Harris Street. And I think Jen has a.
I'd like to recuse myself from this discussion as I represent these clients.
2 hours. We'll begin with the staff.
Evening, everyone. Name's Stephen Jaques. I'm here to present the staff report on the Harris Street case. Request is for a special use in a commercial general zone, CG. Project would involve demolishing the existing commercial restaurant, which is vacant, and replacing it with a 29-space surface parking lot. Please note that the special use permit is only for the parking lot, not the demolition. So the demolition can happen independently of the approval of the special use. There's also been a variance that has been added to remove the parking buffer requirement that we have in the code. This has been added since you saw it last. We tabled it so they could add the variance and other things. Here's an aerial of the site. We have the commercial building here. We have Baxter Street running along the top. We have the freshman dorms, Brumby, right here on the right. And then the old red and black building is up here. Just to help orient you, the Raising Cane's is off to your left. You can see there's a number of parking lots in the area. Future land use is Main Street business. That would not change. And the zoning is commercial general, as is the rest of this block with an exception for the UGA parking lot. This is the building. It goes from essentially property line to property line. And then this is the parking lot in the rear. This is the proposal for the surface parking lot, 29 spaces. Pretty simple. The buffer would be applied on the northern or the top and bottom property lines here. And once you apply that buffer, it becomes very difficult to build much of any parking because the lot is very narrow. However, just down the street, we have a 1,097 space parking deck being built by UGA that is scheduled to open later this year. And if you look just to your left there, you can see still more parking, including an existing deck. So there's a whole lot of parking in the area. And here's an aerial. We've highlighted in red all the areas in this view that are devoted to parking, including a parking deck here, a new 1,100 space deck here. So there's a lot of room to question whether the most productive use of this land is 29 more parking spaces. This is an in-town location. Staff has judged that this is incompatible with our 2023 comprehensive plan. Project does not incentivize alternative transport. It is automobile oriented exclusively. It is tearing down a building rather than infilling on a in-town location. And surface parking lots generally don't contribute to the appeal of corridors, so this is not promoting that. It is compatible with our future land use map and our zoning map because those would not be changing. However, it is incompatible with our Main Street business future land use character, which expects Main Street style buildings along multimodal corridors, and we would be removing a building that can be compared to those Main Street style buildings here. Like I said, UGA is adding 1,100 spaces, so as there is room to question whether there is a need for additional parking out here or if parking is the best and most productive use of the land. Moving to that variance, the lot is too narrow to build to code. And in staff's estimation, based on as outlined in your report, the variance criteria have not been met, and neither have the special use criteria. In summation, staff saying that in-town lots and all of our plans and codes favor that in-town lots should be used to house people and businesses rather than housing for cars. So we're recommending denial on the special use permit. We're also recommending denial on the variance. There are 5 criteria. I'll run through them briefly. They are outlined in more detail in your report. Is there an extraordinary exceptional condition pertaining to the lot? In this case, no, there is not. There are many similar lots around. Would the strict application of the code create an unnecessary hardship? Again, no. There are many opportunities for this property to be developed or redeveloped without a variance. It is zoned commercial general, which gives a very wide variety of commercial and even some residential uses that could be done on this property. Is it the result of the applicant's actions? No, the applicant is seeking this change. They chose to design the parking lot in a way that requires the variance. Are the benefits of granting the variance greater than the negative impacts of the development? Again, staff assesses that the answer here is no. This would allow more surface parking along a valuable corridor that should be built up. In-town locations, we're trying to put people close to their destinations, trying to give people access to more transportation choices, particularly those that don't require a car for every trip. Does it represent the minimum relief? Again, staff assesses that the answer to that is no. The applicant is creating the hardships. Many projects can occur here without a variance. So the access issue on this site is really a private issue. It is something that is the applicant should have resolved upon purchase of the property, and we don't see a reason to grant project. That concludes the staff.
Thank you, Stephen. At this time, we will hear from the applicant.
All right, good evening, everybody. I'm Patrick Perry, 355 Deer Trigger Landing. I'm here on behalf of the applicants here with us tonight to discuss the special use for 581 South Harry Street. Why are we here today? The applicants would like to demolish the existing building, which is 53 years old. There is an aerial of it from 73, the year after it was built.
Sorry, Patrick, give me 1 second. Doesn't like finishing from spectrum.
Okay, so we'd like to, there's currently a 53-year-old building blocks access to 11 existing park space in the rear. There's 3 existing in front. So it's to be noted, we're not adding 29 parking spaces. We're actually only requesting to add 16 new spaces. Not a huge number. The applicants initially approached the planning department to inquire about demolition permit for the existing building so they could use the existing parking that they're not access to. Well, the only way to legally use the parking by demolishing the building would require a special use. We went over last week, we can't just demolish the building and park on the parking because that would not be the primary use any longer. So we were here last month with plan to use existing parking spaces and provide 16 new spaces after the buildings were demolished. We're back again this month to formally request the variance from section 928B2 to eliminate the planned parking buffer from the northern and southern end of the property. We don't hate trees, it's just the fact it's not feasible to construct a 2-way driveway perpendicular to the street on site due to the narrow width of the property. If you can see there, the green is the buffer. A 10-foot planted buffer takes up almost a third of the usable site of the property. Based on the width right now, if you took 10 feet off either side, you could get a 24-foot standard drive aisle and a single row of 16-foot parking spaces. The standard parking is 18 feet, so we can't have parking this way if we can't get the variance. That's a huge hardship. This parking existed long before the buffer requirements were ever an issue. It would be grandfathered non-conforming use if the building was not being demolished. You can see pictures, it's been used continuously. what are the hardships? As I talked about, on-site parking must be parking to the street, which without a variance, which would result in an awful layout for the site and a reduction of parking. Showing up top right here would be the logical layout, having a driveway coming back. But you can't do this because there's a retaining wall right there and your site triangle would block your view. So your next option would have a driveway coming down the side right there, a skewed building, and I think you get 4 parking spaces back there. And it should be noted, while you can't have parking spaces right there per code, we can have a two-way driveway right there in the property line with no buffer. So there's the buffer there would not be, we don't want to put a parking lot next to the property, but on such a spot like this, it's really difficult not to develop it without that. What's another hardship? Well, we weren't going to bring this up because this is for redevelopment, but this property is so old, from 73, the old water and sewer service mains run through another parcel. They're not compliant with current standards, and public utilities would require any new development to have new water and sewer mains extended to the site. South Harris Street currently has a 30-foot substandard right-of-way, so there's not room to extend any utilities through the right-of-way outside the street, so they have to extend them up the street. And we're talking about easily $100,000, if not $250,000, just to extend a public water and sewer to the site for development. I mean, that's a huge hardship. Residential would be awesome on the site, but there's not feasible to do residential with ground level parking because the commercial general codes require 50% of the ground floor to be commercial space. So something like this would be a cool layout, parking up top. Built residential up top, parking down low, but it's not feasible given the size of the site and the need for 50% commercial general to be floor. So we need a variance to do that. It's also interesting to note, but this is considered a parking structure, and we could have these parking spaces right up on the property line. And as long as this is above it, it doesn't require a planted buffer. So so those cars are still there. As the policy analysis per the planning staff report, compatibility comprehensive plan, infill and redevelopment should be prioritized over greenfield expansion. We could go build a commercial parking spot in an EI greenfield site, but we want to redevelop this existing site that's vacant. Compatibility with the future land use map. There's no changes to that since this is within the proposed zoning action is already compatible with the map. And the underlying zoning district would stay the same. There's no change is required to the zoning map. The allowable development intensity would not change. So we're not asking for much. Similar to bulk and scale, coverage will be reduced from existing conditions, and it'll be similar to all the existing adjacent surface parking that was on the previous slide. Right now, creation of a parking lot will allow people to have an access point to walk and bike to local businesses in the University of Georgia. 16 added spaces will not have a notable effect on traffic. I went down there after our meeting last week to check it out again during the daytime. And I went to the chicken restaurant up there. There was cars backing up into Baxter Street. I couldn't eat there. I actually pulled into those 2 ADA spaces on the site to go to the local restaurant to eat there. This would help that potentially. Surface parking currently dominates the block, and this will be compatible with the existing conditions. Impervious surfaces will reduce with this plan. There's 2 small crepe myrtles in front, but we're going to be adding sufficient tree canopy for the standard where none exist. There's no current stormwater management, and we're providing stormwater management pursuant requirements. So we're improving the property over current conditions. Generation of noise, light, and glare. 16 more cars is going to be minimal generation of that. Nothing proposed is limiting any development of adjacent properties. In contrary, the proposed development may eliminate a vacant aging building, which could spur additional development interest. 16 added parking spaces will not result in noticeable impact to future transportation corridors. And currently, the immediate area is vehicle dominated currently, and they won't result in a change to that. In conclusion, special use will allow redevelopment of a vacant property. No actions by the applicants result in unique conditions of the property. And the applicants here are local small business owners going through all the proper steps so that we can have a legally permitted parking lot and serve the community. We don't want to be bad apples like some people are. And granting the special use for the small commercial parking lot will not limit future development for other uses, will not prohibit development, and it seems to meet all the standards for approval of special permit. If not allowing this, it's telling the applicants, well, sorry, you can't use your building, so tear it down, extend the public water and sewer to the site, and put a building there with less parking, which it may not lease. They have a need right now. They They have people who will lease parking spaces from them. The current building is up for lease right now. There's no interest in it because there's not parking. So in conclusion, we respectfully ask that you guys consider this request and look at it from a site-specific property owner standpoint versus the whole overlying Clarke County. This is a really small property, so this would be a huge relief for these property owners, and it would not be a huge detriment to the county. It would actually probably be a benefit. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Is there any member of the public here wishing to speak in support of this application?
Again, Nathan Sonke, 330 Ansley Drive. It's funny, I sat in that corner and didn't say a word last time, and I'm up here twice. I've thought about this guy for the last month driving around. I live on the east side, but I work and exercise in 5 Points. And if anybody knows 5 Points, the one thing we don't have enough of is parking in all circumstances. My employees don't have enough parking. I don't have enough parking. And if you, like he said, if you come down Baxter during lunchtime, dinner time, there's not enough parking at Cane's. They just use Baxter both ways. I don't see any other use for this property as a business owner. I wouldn't lease those two drawings if you have 4 spots up there. You're not on the main road, so you're not going to get any walk-in traffic. No one's going to, there's a reason nothing works back there. There's no reason. I mean, Locos didn't work back there. The steakhouse didn't work back there. I think there was a chicken wing place back there. Nobody knows about it. And now the gentleman next to him put that fence up and just said, thanks, but no thanks. I mean, I don't know what else he can do with that property. And 5 Points needs more parking. And I just wanted to say that I really have thought about this guy for an entire month. When I've gone up and down Baxter, and it's painful to watch. Everybody talks about how Athens is not pro-business. And this is evidence to that 100%. I thank you guys because I do know this is a long night and a thankless job. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Son. Is there any other member of the public wishing to speak? Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. So I see downtown has.
Can you just?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Identifying yourself.
Rakesh Gusai, I'm owner of 581 Harry Street. So downtown has a lot of parking, like people come to downtown, they park, they walk around, downtown has parking. And as my friend here, he mentioned like Baxter Street, 5 Points don't have a public parking at all. Raising Cane is backed up all the way to Millage. 531, South Harris, I think they have a new booting company right now in compliance. Like as soon as people park next door and go to Raising Cane, they have to pay $50 for booting charges. As Mr. Stevens said, showed all the red on the map, that UGA is making 1,000 parking here and 1,000 parking there. But all these kids are kicked out on game days because they are sold for game days parking already pre-booked from day one. These kids, they need parking. The families, they need parking. 8,500 people or 90,000 people who come to the stadium, they do need parking here and there. Short-term rental was going on. I mean, I don't know. It's like a lot of people coming in town and they're trying to have a short-term rental. And as you suggested, you like short-term rentals better than staying at the hotels. So let's say if you're living in the East Point and you want to go to Raising Cane or you want to go to 5 Points and you want to explore the beauty of Athens on Millage, the unique houses and walk with your family or something, you need a place to park. Nobody has to come and tell you hey, you can't park here, you can't walk for a half an hour here or there, It's just we're trying to make things very helpful. I think that property is not doing anything for us. It's deteriorating, it's getting into crumbles day by day. We can't keep up with the property. We want to do a clean slate of the property, we want to pimp it a little bit nice, make it more appealing to the community. We are paying taxes on the property, yes, right now, but we are not generating any income to that. And which is very hurtful. How we got into that property, how we obtained that property, how we didn't, I mean, that was some hiccups we overlooked and, we learned our lessons. Maybe in future, like we will do a more homework, but I want to thank you all for taking this time to listening up and, like the thankless job you have or, you guys do a great job. So thank you for having us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Desai. Is there any other member of the public here wishing to speak in support of this application?
Chance Edwards, 511 East Spring Street. I've been working with Mr. Rakesh and his family for about a year now. They contacted me and wanted to know what we could do to utilize the property. So we did a feasibility study on what we could do with the existing building, the existing parking. Really came up with a bunch of dead ends. The best solution, and even like Patrick showed, even if we tore off part of the building to put a driveway in there, it just wasn't going to work. It wasn't feasible. The building was too old. And so we passed around the parking lot idea and, we knew it was a long shot, but, last month, you guys seemed to be on board with it. And then we had to apply for the variance. And so the one thing about the variance that's, that I want to bring to your attention is the parking lot to the south of their property. The parking lot is all the way up to the property line. So it would be the same thing for them. You would have a parking lot to a parking lot. So I don't, to me, that seems like that's really a non-issue. And then the other side, if you remember on the north, there was that retaining wall that would have to probably be rebuilt. And then the parking lot would go all the way up to that retaining wall. So you're not really affecting a buffer. Typically in the residential world, you're trying not to build right on top of the property line. So buildings or structures are not so close to one another. So in this instance, if you look at both of the property lines, how is it really going to affect each of the properties if you go right up to the property line with a parking lot? In my opinion, it doesn't, because you're at parking lot to parking lot and parking lot to a retaining wall on the north side of it. So I would just ask that you guys approve this parking lot and approve the variance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Is there any other member of the public here wishing to speak in support of this application? And is there anyone here wishing to speak in opposition? All right. Let's start us off. Kristen.
All right. I'm gonna have trouble saying this, so bear with me. This is gonna sound weird. I actually don't have a problem with the variance because like the parking lot right next door is right up to the edge. I think it would be unfair to require the property owner in this case to have a buffer. Well, clearly the neighbor does not. But that said, I'm still not on board with this being a parking lot. I'm sympathetic with the situation, but I think Stephen summed it up really well in the staff report that like we're just kind of here based on just a series of unfortunate events. And I don't know if that's enough to grant the special use permit. So that's kind of where I'm at. So.
Mike.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with that, but I think that the special circumstance in this is the building itself, and it's just in the way. It's not properly positioned. And while I'm not super excited about the idea of a parking lot, I really see that if we don't let them do something with it, then it's just going to stay a vacant building that nobody wants to rent, and that doesn't do anybody any good either. So I think this is a special circumstance and one of the very few where I am on board with a parking lot, mostly just because it's surrounded by other parking lots. And I guess a parking lot in use is better than an empty lot that gets used for nothing. So I think that that's our alternative. It's either nothing if it stays what it is now, or it's parking lot. And I like a parking lot a little bit better than I like doing nothing with it. So I would be in favor of it. And I think as, you know, having been on the hearings board for a long time, saw variances all the time, I do think that I would grant this variance if, I think it meets the 5 criteria for the variance too, for a lot of the reasons you said. That's all.
I'll just jump in and say, you know, actually, I have a question for staff first, and then we heard a special use permit application for a surface parking lot last month in the commercial downtown zone on Hancock. And when is that scheduled to be acted on by the mayor and commission? I'm curious if that has been addressed yet.
That would be going forward for the June.
Okay.
In May. No,
Next
they'll vote on
week.
it next Tuesday. Yeah, next Tuesday.
Next week. Okay. The reason I ask is just you know, I can see both sides on this, this one. I think the staff recommendation is consistent with our policies. We do not favor surface parking lots in commercial areas. It's not a great use in a commercial general zone. At the same time, I think there are special circumstances with respect to this parcel with an oddly placed building, the apparent lack of availability of sewer and water if it were to be redeveloped, and other special circumstances with respect to this parcel that are not the applicant's fault. And so I could see a pretty good argument for both finding the special use permit criteria satisfied and finding the variance criteria satisfied in this instance. And I think it would be, like Mike said, the rare occasion when I could be persuaded that this would be an appropriate use for something like this. It's an oddly shaped parcel and it has some other special circumstances. And on top of that, I'll just note something for the benefit of the public and of the applicant, which is that this body makes recommendations. We don't make decisions. We make recommendations to the mayor and commission. This body unanimously recommended denial of a special use permit for a surface parking lot on a different parcel in a commercial downtown area last month. We'll see how that goes. If the mayor and commission were to grant that, then that would suggest that they see things differently than this body did last time, you know, and so whatever the result of tonight's discussion and vote on this particular project, I would just remind the applicant, as I sometimes do, that this body is not making a decision. It would be up to the mayor and commission. You know, every special use permit is specific to the parcel, and it doesn't necessarily create a precedent, but I just think that the applicant, you know, if this body votes to recommend denial tonight, I would tell the applicant, take it up with, you know, the elected officials. That's who actually makes the decision. And if this body votes to recommend approval, then the same thing goes, right? This is just a recommendation. But my bottom line on this is that parking is generally not a great use, but it strikes me as pretty reasonable to think that the special circumstances with respect to this parcel justify an exception to that policy, at least in my mind.
I think based on the fact that it doesn't seem that there's any other use aside from it sitting there, as he said, deteriorating. You know, I kind of echo what y'all said. I think I'd rather have something there than just an abandoned dying site.
I generally agree, Matt, with what you were saying. I think the staff report is fundamentally correct, and in principle, I agree with pretty much every point they're making. I do think this is a weird circumstance. The thing that concerns me is, as someone who spends part of lots of my days doing due diligence on properties, you didn't do your due diligence. And my concern here is that, you know, if you did not see that the public utilities were serving this property in the process of buying it, and then come and basically say, we can't develop it because there's no utilities serving it, that's not the city's problem and not really a very good justification for asking for sort of crying foul, like we can't develop this property. That argument that kind of falls flat. for me, and I worry about, I mean, I think I generally agree with what you guys are saying. I just want to make that point that there might be circumstances where somebody could make an argument that they were surprised by utilities not serving the site, or the sewer map was incorrect or something. But I think you really have to kind of recognize that this is not a problem the city created. It's a problem that happened in the process of buying the property. I'm still inclined to prefer a surface lot over a vacant building. But in this case, but I hope that that would not be a long-term way this property be used.
So kind of like one way that I get around kind of the issue of due diligence is that, you know, if the owner had owned this property for 15 years, that agreement still would have timed out at the same time. And we'd still have a property now that exists with no parking, whether it had a new or an old owner. And this is an opportunity to fix that situation, which needs to be fixed somehow. So that's my thought on that. That's how I work around it.
Yeah, Ellen.
So here's a question on the variance. The as-is variance is normal, routine. Can the variance be altered? Maybe not this one, but if, let's say, denied and it went back, can, like we have a choice of decent looking parking lot or a very ugly parking lot. So, because you either got variance that puts in plants and the buffer, and you've got no variance and it's just flat and ugly.
Other way around.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you're following me. You already know my brain well enough by now. So, is there a way to, for an applicant, put it this way, not us, because we don't design, but for an applicant to say, okay, can I do a variance? Can I have an in between? I think that maybe makes sense, where I'm doing something, but it's not the 10-foot buffer and it's not this, but it's something that provides what they need, but doesn't do the 100%.
So the challenge that the designer and the owner are up against is the lot width is exactly the dimension that it takes for a double loaded parking lot. So there is no reduction in the buffer to allow some degree of buffer to have a double loaded parking lot. So to answer your question, the in-between is it's not a double loaded parking. It's a single loaded. So you have a drive aisle that comes in and it only serves spaces against one property line or the other. That would be the only way to maximize the run of spaces and still have a buffer. And even then, the function of that parking lot is compromised. So,
in this case, no.
The in-between doesn't maximize the number of spaces.
Yeah.
That's the best way I could put it.
No, that's what I need to hear.
Like you're asking, like, could we say, I mean, I think it's resolved, but like, can we sort of modify the variance?
Right.
Like half as much.
Even if it had to go back, modify it, not us.
Yeah.
So the answer is no, it wouldn't help.
Correct. If there's any amount of buffer, they're losing a run of parking.
Just a comment on the variance criteria here. I think one edge of the property line is against the, dumpsters and air conditioners behind a gas station and a barbecue joint. So the idea that we need to buffer that, it's not why we have buffers. And so I think in this case, a beautiful planted buffer there wouldn't serve anyone. And so again, I think unique conditions of this particular site make the variance, to me, feel pretty appropriate.
Yeah, and I would totally agree with that too, because usually when I would look at variances, especially these types of buffers that are kind of aesthetic choices, there is like that aesthetic doesn't currently exist there. There are no buffers there currently. So by granting this variance, we're not like taking away an aesthetic that already exists. We're basically just kind of maintaining the aesthetic that's already there minus the building. So that's kind of how I work around not being, opposed to this. Doesn't really change the status quo at the moment.
Any more discussion, or does someone want to make a motion?
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve both parts of the request, special use permit and the variance.
I'll second. Motion by Sarah and second by Mike to approve the special use permit and approve the variance, and that's a single vote.
Yes.
Okay.
Ready?
Motion to approve, Morales,
Yeah.
Beresford,
Yes.
Laughlin,
Yes.
Pass,
Yes.
Sams,
Yes.
Lord. Yes. Motion passes. 5-1.
Can I ask a quick technical question, just out of curiosity? Does it actually pass the variance, or are we recommending to the planning commission to pass the variance?
The variance is
I
associated.
mean, are we recommending to the planning commission? Because, at the hearings board, like, we actually approved it. Is this like, did we approve it or did we recommend it?
It's a recommendation.
Okay, so the mayor and commission still issues the actual approves the actual variance?
They're the finish line.
Okay, I was just curious. Thanks for,
All right, that brings us to item 2 under old business, which is 610, et cetera, Newton Bridge Road.
All righty. Here, present staff report for the Newton Bridge, first of two Newton Bridge cases.
thank you.
The applicant is requesting a rezone from I to RM1, that is from industrial to mixed density residential 1. And this also requires a change to our future land use map, so they've requested to change it from employment center and rural to mixed density residential. The applicant has included a plan for 350 single-family units. 184 of them are attached, i.e. townhomes, and 166 are detached. They're mostly alley-served lots with garages that are accessed from the rear, which gives the opportunity for the front doors to create a really engagement with the street and provide all that, beauty and social interactions. The applicant has proposed a couple of conditions. One of them would be to limit the project to fee simple residences and single-family use, i.e. no multifamily, as well as binding some of the elements of the proposed plan. This is an aerial of the site. You can see it is largely wooded. There are two large utility easements that go through the property. You have Newton Bridge Road that's coming up on the left. And then you have some residential areas on the left side of Newton Bridge. You have Holland Sports Complex at the top left. And then if you were to go farther down the bottom, you'd come into the Power Partners and the General Time project. You can see fairly large piece of property, 120 acres. Future land use currently is split between rural and employment center. On the right would be the proposal for mixed density residential. Staff notes that traditional neighborhood would also accommodate that request, and we already have traditional neighborhood on the left side of Newton Bridge, so that would be perhaps a more compatible future land use. Nonetheless, the mixed density residential has been deemed to be compatible. Rezone on the left from I, industrial zoning, to RM1 on the right. You can see we already have some RM1 across Newton Bridge to the left. So this would be compatible with our zoning map. And then this is the site plan. The areas in red stick out immediately. Those are your utility easements. Can't build there. The green is also wetlands and you can't build there either. So the development potential for this site is a little bit reduced from the raw acreage. We have townhomes in the front at Newton Bridge, and then we have the single family lots deeper into the property. And you can generally see, if you zoom in, that those are almost all alley loaded. You're gonna park in the back, and that's how you're gonna access via a vehicle. Here's a 3D image of the property. You can see there's a couple of large cleared areas, mostly with those easements, and then trees. Our staff report, we've analyzed the project to be partially compatible with the 2023 comprehensive plan. It does add housing to our supply, particularly fee simple, or at least the opportunity for owner occupied housing. It doesn't preclude it from being a completely build to rent project, but by having each house on their own lot, there is an opportunity for them to be sold individually. Staff deems that to be a more pressing need than large multifamily complexes, which could also be built on here. There's a significant opportunity here for connectivity. There are plans for a greenway on the back of the property. There are construction plans in various stages for multi-use paths along the nearby Vincent Drive, along Newton Bridge. This property is located in a spot that, if it does the infrastructure right, can create a lot of connectivity. However, it's partially compatible because we would expect to see a little bit more housing type variety on a project of 120 acres, more than just the two that we're getting. And we also are looking for greenway and multi-use paths. The traffic study that the applicant has submitted recommends a roundabout at Vincent Drive and Newton Bridge, which would help calm traffic, improve access there, improve safety, improve access to the park. So we've added some conditions to build out these greenways and multi-use paths, to build the roundabout, because that's going to help go a long way towards making this more compatible with the comprehensive plan. It is already compatible with the future land use map and zoning map. It does need some corrections to comply with the code. That's why we're recommending to make the plan non-binding, because it will need some alterations. We are recommending future land use approval, and then we are recommending approval with conditions on the zoning. You might ask, why are we shifting from industrial development here? And we brought this forward previously when we just talked about the future land use. This area is no longer attractive for industrial development for multiple reasons, some of them environmental. Even though the property is zoned for industry is not interested. So what else might we put on these properties? We think that residential uses are probably more appropriate, especially with the nearby park already having residential development in the area and the ongoing general time redevelopment. This is a good opportunity for some more housing. We would note that it will use more of the available sewer capacity than anticipated with the industrial uses that could be built here by right. When Public Utilities last updated this sewer line, they did it with the idea that the zoning allows industry, and so that's how they projected demand. There is capacity out here, but it would get eaten up faster by residential than the industrial. Then here are the conditions for the zoning, again, mostly related to connectivity, and they're also outlined in your staff report. We do concur with the applicant's request to do a fee simple single family restriction on the use there, because we do think that those sort of owner occupied opportunities are more in demand than, or more needed in our housing market than just plain multifamily. And then the other three conditions are related to transportation. And that concludes the staff report.
Thank you, Stephen. Next, we will hear from the applicant.
Thank you, staff, for helping us put this plan together, and thank you all for being here. I know it's getting kind of late, so I won't take up a lot of time, but Jerry Wood, 330 Millage Heights. So we are 100% looking to do fee simple, single family, attached and detached. On this property, we feel like that's where the biggest need is in the community. We are bent on trying to make it as affordable as possible. We are fine with the staff recommendations for conditions. The multi-use trail would be a benefit not only to the development, but to the community and the connectivity along Newton Bridge and connecting it to the Greenway. Although the roundabout is going to be a fairly large expense for the development, we feel like we can make it work, and it will be a benefit not only to the development, but to the whole traffic pattern in the park and just connecting everything. With that being said, the property does lose a lot of the percentages of it, floodplain and the big power line easement right of ways. But so we're using what we can of it to try to put as much affordable housing as we can. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Is there any other member of any member of the public here wishing to speak in support of this application? Is there any member of the public here wishing to speak in opposition? All right. Let's kick it off.
I have a question maybe for staff, because I know that there's like a TAD on Newton Bridge Road, right? And I was wondering if this is included in that section and how that might interact with this development, like what kind of benefits or things that it could add or take away from how that interaction
I believe
happens.
this is within the boundaries of the TAD.
Okay,
The way the TAD functions is any change in tax value above the baseline of when the TAD was put in place, that incremental additional tax that's collected is set aside for use in the TAD to achieve the goals that were outlined with the TAD report and the plan.
okay. So then with a development like this in say it's constructed in 5 years and then you start seeing that there would be an increase in the tax revenue for that area, right? So then that adds value, that allows things to happen in that area that might not otherwise be funded. Is that what that means?
It provides tax revenue to be specifically used in this area for purposes that have been stated.
For the
So-
TAD.
Right, and so the Newton Bridge TAD has a series of stated goals. A lot of them are focused on the right of way at Newton Bridge and in providing additional improvements there for pedestrian activity, for safety for the motorists. It's one of those roadways that's changing right now, and so the TAD funding is a way to achieve some of those changes and pay for them.
Alex.
Am I missing the multi-use path? What it is and where it is specifically?
Not sure that
Even in general.
on a site plan, there's a handful of things that are in the conditions that are not represented on the site plan, and a lot of that is the reason why staff's recommending not binding this plan. Stephen, you may be able to provide context on.
Or even like, what do you vision as? Because there's a lot of other bits and pieces going on in Clarke County that this might help or might not help. I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Vision is.
The point. Where the point is right here, that would be where the roundabout would go. That's Vincent and Newton Bridge. One of the conditions would have the sidewalk that would be required to be constructed along this frontage. The public sidewalk would be instead built as a multi-use path, which would tie into the sidewalk / multi-use path that's being built along Vincent and would eventually, as more properties are developed between here and General Time, which already has the multi-use path, that would provide the next increment, and eventually you fill in that gap and you have a multi-use path that goes potentially all the way from Barber out to the park. There's also the greenway would come up along the creek in the back. And one of the conditions is to put a connection through here along one of the roadways, upgrade one of those sidewalks into a multi-use path. And then you have a direct connection from the greenway through the project to the park and beyond. And we think that would be of great benefit to the residents here and also the other folks who live along the corridor. Does that answer your question? None of that's represented on the plan, so that's why that's in conditions.
Okay, can I ask another question along that line? So can we, like, we already have the sidewalk deal, the sidewalk ordinance, and now we're looking at asking for a more expensive sidewalk, what's required. That, I'm trying to get my hands around how we're requiring that when we don't require it. I think it's a great idea, but I'm seeing a potential trend here where now we said sidewalk is the ordinance. Now we're asking for 11 or whatever, or you're not going to get your plan. Is that happening here, or, I mean, it's up to us. I understand we can vote. Like, did we follow what I'm saying? Or are we?
We don't, we're not trying to, trying not to use a word that's value-lated here, but we have a series of plans in this community for greenways and for sidewalks and for transportation improvements. And so part of what we do when we bring these items to you, and we hear from our partner development review departments, is we take their knowledge of all these other goals and objectives and things that have been adopted by the mayor and commission. One of those is improvements along Newton Bridge, including multi-use path over time. So as Stephen noted, that's already in place on general time. So when they came in and asked for the ability to do something different than what the property was zoned, that was part of the discussion. Then was, yes, they got approved, and that includes this. So there's a community benefit that comes with the approval of doing what you're asking for. And I think that's the discussion here, and it's in bounds. It's not an exaction. It's not us trying to do a quid pro quo or something like that. This is a new development. This development produces pedestrian traffic. This development's also on an identified roadway that already has a plan that's anticipating a multi-use path. So this is our opportunity to have that discussion with their rezone request to put that amenity into the development. Does that help?
Yeah, and I think it's a good idea. I think it actually will enhance the property. I'm just throwing the question, I'm just questioning, are we saying yes, but we're gonna hammer you with this? That scares me in the future. It doesn't scare me for this property, so I won't go any longer on it. But it scares me. I don't know that I enjoy that kind of.
The presence of those other plans gives us a foothold to have that conversation. If we didn't have a Greenway Network plan, if we didn't have Athens in Motion, if we didn't have these other efforts, the TAD and its stated goals, then we would be just kind of throwing something up and seeing if it sticks. And hey, by the way, you want a rezone? Well, we would like, I don't know, and we come up with a list. So that's not what this is. This is something that's already been talked about. It's already on the books.
Greenway was already coming through there. Okay, so that does help.
I'll just add one comment on that too, that sometimes somebody puts in a commercial development or a residential development that generates a great deal of additional traffic, and suddenly the engineers say we need a traffic light at an intersection because of the development. And here you're looking at hundreds of additional housing units with people with bicycles and rollerblades and who go running. And so putting in a path partially for their use, it's demand generated by the proposed rezoning. And so I'm totally untroubled by it. In this case, and
in this case, I'm good. I just, there's a feeling, and just what little hair I have left kind of sticking a little bit when I read it.
Sure. And what I'd add to that is, in this case, this is a lot of acreage, and our applicant is asking for we like talk to death some of these developments that are much smaller because we're just, troubled by maybe lack of housing variety, or we can even in some cases get a little bit into architectural elevations. And so sort of the way I look at it is we have an applicant who is, getting a greenway connection is awesome. Getting a multi-use path up Newton is awesome. Getting a roundabout is awesome. I do have a question about that. And so I think in some ways, I don't really see it necessarily as horse trading, but at the same time, I feel that it's a fair, like what Bruce said, the requests are supported by community plans. And I feel like it's a pretty fair trade-off. Question I had about roundabout is, do we know for sure, this might be for staff or I'm not sure who, but do we have enough right-of-way on the northwest and southwest corners of that intersection?
Got staff and transportation, public works that might be able to answer your question.
Yeah. Would you like to answer that?
And I'm gonna have to-
Are we asking them to do something that's actually possible?
Yeah, it should be possible. So
Okay.
Kyle Dalton, land development engineer. It should be possible. There are some tight fits in some places, but that intersection is already extra wide because it has a lot of extra turn lanes that it wouldn't need if it's a roundabout. So it should be able to fit just fine. It will be on the smaller side. But given how wide Newton Bridge Road is, how much right of way we have there. It shouldn't be.
Okay, great. And can you also answer some question?
No.
No, okay.
Someone else.
That's why you stuck around.
I know, right?
I gotta give you a reason to stay.
Matt Adamson, Public Utilities.
Great. I'm not really worried about sewer. I guess I have a larger question about sewer for it after this project. Sort of how does this impact future, there's other folks that want to develop housing, and I think we're gonna see big changes in the Newton Bridge corridor. And so what happens once, this one kind of gets it closer to capacity? So what happens after that?
Yeah, so we've actually seen that on like the Jennings Mill corridor where there's been a lot of rezones and we did not anticipate for those rezones. And so in this case, when we built the sewer line out there, the design was based around the zoning. Zone 2 residential or something that's a higher use, and it has the potential to have that sort of domino effect. It would essentially shorten the useful life of the sewer improvements that were put out there.
Okay, so
Just faster.
okay, and when you're trying to improve capacity down the road, that's a larger diameter main.
That's
And,
right.
oh, okay. Okay,
All right.
thanks.
Yep.
I think that was.
I have one question for staff and then myself, Jen. The staff report has 4 conditions and one of them was this, the applicant on page 4 had identified 2 conditions and the second of those wound up in the staff report. But the first of those didn't, and I wanted to ask staff what y'all think about that one. The applicant's first condition was, we offer this layout as a non-binding site plan, but with the condition, we maintain the general conformance of the proposed layout and road alignments with the flexibility to make some adjustments in capping the total bedroom count. Did that not seem important to y'all, or is that something that you would want to have in there as a condition as well? Like I understood what you said, like there are some code compliance issues, so it can't be binding. And they said they wanted it to be non-binding, but would it be binding to the extent of generally conforming to the road layout and the general layout? Is that something that we don't want to do, or?
The road layout does not conform to our block standards, so the road layout is gonna have to move to comply with code, which is why you wouldn't want to bind it. And if you're binding the single family, or yeah, if you're binding yourself to these kind of lots, you don't necessarily need to cap your density. So yeah, code compliance issues, that's why we wouldn't want to make this binding.
Okay. Good enough for me.
And did you all have a conversation about why, when the applicant first came in for their like pre-application conference, did you talk about the traditional neighborhood option? And was there a reason that wasn't pursued, or I realized that was more of an.
That one maybe to Mark, if you remember.
I only got why it did not stay traditional neighborhood.
Well, I think one of the comments that you made was that staff notes that traditional neighborhood future land use would also accommodate the requested zone. And so did that come up in an early conversation with you all? And do you know why the applicant decided to continue?
Yeah, I think I remember from that discussion was more about the allowance where attached single family would end up going.
Okay.
I guess there is some allowance in traditional neighborhoods still to go to the RM route.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit more about flexibility at that point. That's
Okay,
what I recall from that conversation.
great.
Right, sorry, Jen, you were next.
So I just wanted to clarify, there are only 2 designs for this, so it's going, do we have any idea of like a lookbook or anything what these look like?
I think because it's non-binding, we have nothing.
Okay.
It's a rezone, so you don't.
So we don't have to, we don't have any idea what they're gonna look like.
They could do 5 housing types or one.
But we classify types a little, like townhouses are a type, single family is a type.
Okay, so that was the 2 types.
That's the
wasn't-
2 types, but the code is gonna require you to vary
So there will be
the
very
architecture and
Within
things
each
like
type.
that.
within that. Okay, that's what I was looking for clarity on.
Can I ask the applicant to just address the question of the land use designation? If traditional neighborhood would suit your needs now that you have your site plan? Understanding it's going to change. You have it pretty well far along.
If I remember correctly in our pre-meeting, traditional neighborhood would have had 100-foot buffer along Newton Bridge Road
Yeah, it was more about the attached. Yeah, yeah.
for the attached.
Correct.
Right.
You have to push it in.
Yeah, it would have pushed everything in, so we were already losing a lot of land with the easements and the floodplain and all. So that's one of the main reasons we went to.
Yeah, we talked about the possibility of, the applicant offering up a condition or seeking a variance on that or something like that. And then we found an alternative solution here if we went this route with it.
So
That would be zoning. Neighborhoods,
even if it's RM1, they can't build townhomes within 100 feet of a property line in a traditional neighborhood.
Yeah, you can in RM.
In RM. So we're mixing future land use and zoning here a little bit. The RM1 zoning allows for this design.
Okay.
So there's that. So, and I know it was mentioned in the staff report, it was kind of an offhand comment that this other future land use category might have been able to accomplish this same goal. But I think the applicant landed on this one after discussion. So the academic discussion, I think, is fine. I think that's good to understand future land use and what does what. But we wouldn't be able to change that here. What they've requested, it's either yes or no. You wouldn't be able to offer up a different future land use category.
Oh, is that true? Like, we could not make and pass a motion to change the future land use designation to traditional neighborhood?
Right. You're gonna rule on their request. So similarly, you couldn't say, well, we think you should have RS5 and not RM1. It's either yes RM1 or no RM1.
Does the approval with conditions not allow us to, say approved on the condition that?
Not the designation. That's not a condition aspect.
Okay.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
You are.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve with staff's recommended conditions.
It's on the future land use.
On the future land use, yeah. And the conditions aren't on the future land use, correct? They apply to the rezone? Yeah, so I'll make a motion that we approve the future land use request.
All right, motion to approve the change in future land use by Sarah, seconded by Kristen.
All right. Morales?
Yes.
Please?
Yes.
Beresford?
Yes.
McLaughlin?
Yes.
Pass? Sams?
Yes.
Lord?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And I'll follow that up with, I'll make a motion that we approve with staff conditions. I did want to ask about the 2 proposed conditions by the applicant. Are those, I'm making a motion to approve, are those included, or do we have to specifically accept those?
If you're approved as presented in the staff report, it doesn't include the wording of that first condition, as Matt was noting in the discussion. And Stephen's answer was why we didn't have that as a recommended condition, because we've got street layout that we really shouldn't be binding to. We've got.
Oh, I see. Okay, got it. And that applies to what you're talking about applies to the first of the two proposed conditions by the applicant.
That's right.
And so,
And the second one is incorporated in the staff report as condition number one.
got it.
That's right.
Okay.
One
So-
question, one last question on that, germane to what I think.
Finish your motion.
I think I did. Yeah, I think.
What's that?
I think he was asking if I finished my motion. I think.
Oh, I don't think,
Or have I?
I was just gonna ask the same a follow-up clarifying question about this, for the motion. Density limit of 1150 bedrooms versus 1924, which would be allowed under the straight rezone. That was an applicant proposed condition that the staff report didn't adopt. And is that one also not part of, I just wanted Sarah to be clear on whether that is or is not part of this thing.
Yeah, it is not. I think I'm comfortable with the bedroom count allowed under RM1 zoning. I think if I'm understanding that correctly, that the applicant had proposed to cap the bedroom count, and I think I don't care about that. I think because we kind of decided not to address the other part of that. So I think I would like the applicant to have flexibility within the limits of the zoning. So I think I just recommend that we move that we make I don't even know how to word this anymore.
Approve with staff conditions.
Still have a long ways to go. Yeah, approve the staff conditions.
I'll second it.
Motion to approve with the conditions stated in the staff report by Sarah, seconded by Kristen.
Roz,
Yes.
Elise,
Yes.
Beresford,
Yes.
McLaughlin,
Yes.
Pass,
Yes.
Sam's,
Yes.
Ford.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
To the new business section of our agenda. Item one is 130 Newton Bridge Road, and I think Jen has an announcement.
I'd like to recuse myself from this discussion as I represent the neighboring property.
One day you'll get somebody else to present staff reports. It's my last one for the night. All right, 100 and 130 Newton Bridge Road. The applicant is requesting to amend an employment office plan development. We don't have a ton of EOPDs, but this is one of them. The request involves demolishing the existing manufacturing facility out there and replacing it with 200,000 square feet of commercial office flex space, 69 townhomes, and 531 parking spaces. Staff notes that this is 82 more than what's required by code. The subject area here is 19.5 acres, but it is part of the larger 35 acre general time plan development. So they're just modifying a piece of it. They're also modifying the uses. Quote from the applicant's report. The uses would be professional office, service businesses, small scale warehousing and industry, fabrication, retail showrooms, makers, and more. This will come up in a minute when we compare it with the current uses. Applicant is also doing some waivers here. Of note, they are carrying forward some of the waivers that were already approved as part of the existing PD, which includes the conserved tree canopy waiver, some amendments to the use chart allowances, a waiver on the block size. However, they are asking to modify one of the waivers to increase the residential allowance in employment office zoning from 35% to 55% of the site. They are also removing the allowance in the existing PD for 100,000 square feet of retail and 65,000 square feet of restaurant or bar use, as well as the theater use. And those were all specifically allowed by the previous PD. This is an aerial of the site. We have Newton Bridge Road coming up on your left. If you're at the bottom center here, this is where it hits Barber and Chase Street, that intersection. We have Terrapin Brewery up here on the top left. We have largely industrial uses and utility uses and a U around the property, consistent with the history of this area. To the top, we have the rest of the general time plan development. That white space there is a building that is split between office and warehouse. And then the area where you see all that red scar, that is where the multifamily is now built. The area in question is the area highlighted in the red and black checks there, including the existing manufacturing facility and all the yard around it, essentially. Future land use out here is employment center. That would not change. Zoning is employment office plan development. All of the purple is the general time PD, the full 35 acres. And as you can see, we have a lot of industrial zoning around here, consistent with the use and the history of this area. So let's talk about what's existing out there. The existing plan, the general time plan development, is a 35-acre plan approved in 2021 to create a quote unique and eclectic live, work, play community on an industrial brownfield. Previously constructed phases include 69,000 square feet that is devoted to the Terrapin Brewery warehouse and 45,000 square feet of office, which is filled by Wayfair, as well as 200 multifamily units. Those have all been built and are all open to the public and the users, and everybody's moved in there. The existing plan also calls for adaptive reuse of the existing factory, 181,000 square feet of which ends up being about 181,000 square feet of commercial office flex space, mostly in that existing factory, a little bit in one of the other new buildings, a 150-room hotel, and a quote series of inviting outdoor gathering spaces, which on your plan and in the application report are spelled out as a courtyard, a plaza, a lawn with a stage, and terrace seating for an outdoor event venue of about 3,000 people. The existing plan also modified the allowable uses. Employment office is not normally where we would put commercial and residential development. And so they have modified the use chart to make way for, quote, distinctive restaurants, studios, maker spaces, and homegrown innovative businesses. You may notice that that's a little bit different than the current proposal. It's more favoring those kind of creative third spaces, interesting, innovative businesses. The current uses are much broader and less specific. Here's the existing PD. You compare. These areas have been built at the top already. This is the manufacturing facility. It would be split up into 4 buildings with an interior courtyard and walkways through there and a drive. And then you would have your venue, your outdoor gathering place on the bottom left, and then the hotel over here. We zoom in. This is the outdoor venue. See the terraced seating idea there on the bottom. That's the anchor point. That's going to draw people in. That's going to be the landmark. In the current plan, there's considerable attention devoted to design details like furnishings and plantings. This is a rendering from the approved plan of what the entrance might look like. One of the entrances. This is the courtyard rendering. It's another angle of the courtyard. And this is what the building would ultimately look like from an exterior standpoint. If it looks familiar to you, that's because it bears a lot of similarities to Wire Park out in Watkinsville, which is a very successful, popular, adaptive reuse of a large manufacturing facility. That view right there is of the courtyard that's out there that would be very similar to the one that's proposed or that's currently approved here. All of that would go away under the proposed plan. we end up with is the commercial office flex space in a couple of large buildings towards the rear of the property when you're on Newton Bridge. And then we get townhomes. They did not specify if these would be fee simple, one home on one lot, or all going to be grouped together and essentially be multifamily. We got the townhomes there. And then we have 90,000 square feet of unmarked asphalt between these two buildings. That is really specified at this point. And then this is the elevations of what the flex space would look like. And these are the townhomes. In our analysis, we've deemed the project to be incompatible with the 2023 comprehensive plan, removing most of the green space and all of the central gathering spaces really eliminates most of the quote play from this live, work, play environment. Removal of the unique architectural design and landscape elements diminishes its opportunity to serve as that unique destination place with a sense of place and a sense of character that it was sold and currently approved for. It's also proposed to essentially be pods. You would have your residential on one side and your flex space on the other, rather than being an integrated dynamic mix of compatible uses, which is what the plan is currently approved for. We would also note that the bay sizes, as specified by the applicant in their report, vary from 2,500 square feet up to 32,000. Those are probably going to be too big for creative, innovative, homegrown businesses, those startups, to get into those spaces because they're just going to be too big and too expensive. You need really small spaces if you're just getting started. It is compatible with the future land use map and the zoning map because those aren't needing to change. However, we've specified that it will need corrections or additional waivers to comply with the ordinance. Comment on the flex space usage. We deem that the current proposal is less compatible with the residential that's included in this proposal because the uses are broader, they're less specific than the existing plan. Generally a fewer third spaces, those places that are not work, that are not home, that you go to socialize and hang out, and more of a design that favors trucking and warehousing. That 90,000 square feet, even if it's intended for a variety of uses, is really designed in a way that favors trucks and not hanging out there. We would recommend that the applicant come back with limits on square footage or the ratio of space available to each use, a maximum bay size, a minimum bay count, reserving micro spaces for startups or some combination of all of the above to create that dynamic mix of businesses that it's currently approved for. We think that the proposed plan would diminish its ability to function as a business district or as a town center, as the ongoing future land use update and the growth concept plan is calling for. It loses, by taking away those gathering spaces and those central features, it loses its ability to be a destination. It becomes a place where you either live or you go because you're going to a specific business rather than just the gathering space for the community. And ultimately, if Newton Bridge is going to change its character and embrace more development, more residential development, this would be an ideal opportunity to create a gathering place for that part of town. And then finally, the applicant really just has not provided sufficient justification in staff's estimation to deviate from the approved plan. We always evaluate PDs, not just on the concept, but have they justified deviating from the code or deviating from approved plans. So even if the existing factory is no longer viable, needs demolition, that doesn't prevent them from coming back and building the existing plan from scratch.
Can you say that last sentence one more time?
Even if the existing factory needs demolition and is no longer viable as a adaptive reuse, that doesn't prevent the applicant from coming back and building the existing plan from scratch with new buildings. This is being received for comments only, and that concludes the staff report. We do have a side-by-side comparison of the existing PD plan and the proposed PD plan for your reference throughout the rest of the discussion.
Thank you, Stephen. Next, we'll hear from the applicant.
Mark, can you bring up the presentation? I'm going to try to cycle through, see if it works. Perfect. Thank you. Good evening. I'm Ed Lane with SPG Planners and Engineers at 1725 Electric Avenue, speaking on behalf of the General Time Project. Many of you are familiar with this project. It has been before this commission twice before on two different application cycles, one of which was ultimately approved and Stephen just shared with you all. And of course, here we are again, a third time to request an amendment to the previously approved plan. And we want to discuss why we believe that's necessary. Much has been invested on this site to date, but it has been a real challenge to be able to continue with progress for the owner. They have tried, as I'll discuss more in a little bit, but they also feel an obligation to the current people that live and work here to keep the momentum going to fully redevelop the site. And so that's what brings us here. So in order to do that, we believe the PD must be amended, but we are eager to hear staff's feedback, as we heard, as well as your feedback on how can we get a game plan that is viable in order to have a path to completely redevelop General Time. Quickly, just to bring you up to speed from 2018 when they purchased it to today, there's been a lot invested here, a lot contributed to the TAD. Homes built, 400 people work here every day. And so a lot of improvement has been done already. For those of you who are strong towns advocates, this slide is for you. The value per acre here, you can see is a huge increase. And I know value per acre is not everything, and it can be misleading, especially if decoupled from infrastructure costs. But in this case, General Time is the perfect case of an existing depressed, underutilized parcel that gets a huge redevelopment infusion with little ongoing debt obligations to the city for new infrastructure. Here you can just see the portion that has been developed, which represents about 45% of the total land area. So keeping that in mind with the TAD contributions as well as the value per acre, there's still a lot more investment to be made here. There is also just superimposed the existing plan as currently approved. As you can see, it at that time it was really envisioned at a much grander scale. The green portion there is really, if you compare it to Wire Park that was mentioned, is about 2.5 times the size yard of events. And then the commercial area there was also just grander in scale. You know, I think it was tossed around as like Ponce City Market, light, you know, for Athens. And there just has not been a market to get this going. And to illustrate that, the development team has had over 10 unsuccessful prospective development partners that have taken a very close look at this project and had to walk away. We ourselves have done 8 major kind of redesign concepts to see if it could attract prospective development partners, and we're not able to do that with the exception of the one presented here tonight. And they also hired a consultant to do an assessment for them, and that is where the recommendation for a demolition of the existing structure came because of its deteriorating condition. So the plan, still offers, it mainly offers more flexibility to let the market decide, let local tenants and businesses make this be the cool space that we still envision it to be. And of course, the major change is the addition of the townhomes in those residences. But these still kind of has the potential for Athens to make it that unique eclectic space once envisioned. It's just a rendering. This is one of the focal points near the intersection of Dairy Pack in Newtonbridge Road that we envision some interest there. That's a rendering of that location. This is a rendering of kind of the central green with the townhomes facing out on that green. And here is the amended plan that Stephen showed before, that I want to just talk about some of the elements here that, while vague and lacking the detail, still have a lot of the potential of the original. All of these areas kind of highlighted here right now are areas that have public interest, can have art, sculptures, room to play and be activated in various different ways. And I'll zoom in on just one of those, the central green. As the comparison to Wire Park was made, on your right, you have the central green at Wire Park, on your left, General Time. You can see acreage-wise, very similar, even dimension-wise similar, the arrangement with townhomes looking out on the green, some of the commercial parking adjacent to it with bisecting drives. There's a lot of similarities if we zoom in just on this one location. Now, if you've been to Wire Park and it's fully realized and has all of that activity, it seems really cool. Whereas this, we just have lines drawn on the plan, and it is, granted very vague to allow that flexibility, but all of that potential is there. And I bring that up because, in the staff report, it was noted that this amendment does not meet hardly any of the 2023 comp plan policies. I think it met the infill one. But as I read these out, I feel like this plan still meets that. Infill and redevelopment, nodal development with transportation access, jobs, workforce, and housing, incorporates opportunities for the arts and green space, creates publicly accessible gathering spaces, contributes appealing gateways and improved corridors, and attracts local businesses and industry. So I don't understand it. Now, it's a big departure from the other plan just in scale, but I don't see how it doesn't still meet all of those. And so I think some of it may be in the level of specificity maybe that has been provided. But with that, we always have an internal debate with PDs of, like, if we show a ton of detail, it's great because it paints you a very clear vision, but then it opens us up to having to come back to constantly revise the PD or ask for administrative review that is very time consuming and expensive. But if we leave it too vague, understandably, y'all feel like, well, there's a worst case scenario of this project that is not good and one you would not like, but there's another flexible option that it would turn out some version of Wire Park. And so that would be very helpful feedback for us, is to understand kind of the contours of that for you all. What are the critical elements that General Time must have, versus where can we have some flexibility just to get comfort with the development partners to make a large continued investment on this parcel that they believe can succeed. And so with that, I'll conclude, and I really would appreciate y'all. I'll be scribbling my notes over there, and of course, I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Lang. Is there any member of the public here wishing to speak in support of this? Or to speak in opposition? All right. Alex.
So usually I speak toward the end, like to listen to everybody's comments. The current plan, original plan, fits into the area and the vision of Newtonbridge Road, what it's coming to. It reflects that it was industry. I see that bringing people into town to go see it. I see people from town going out there to visit. And it shows history, and this is where my reservation is gonna come out a little bit. General Time was an actual business here. When I was a kid, it functioned, it worked, it was a thing, just like the Bottle Works was the Coca-Cola bottling company and so on. So it was reflected. This new plan doesn't reflect, I didn't see anything that reflects anything there. I think the new plan, as I saw it, would be detrimental to the Newton Bridge area versus the original plan that brings people in that are not just the people living there. So, and I could speak to y'all as well. I mean, y'all are wanting to hear the comments. So I think it's more of a tragic turn into something you could build on any piece of land that gave them that much space. I sympathize with the building deteriorating, but I've seen miracles done on buildings that are deteriorating and burned down partially too. That part can be rendered one way or the other. But even, I think as Stephen said, even if it had to be completely torn down, it could still be built in the same fashion that was at least the original plan. So that may sound kind of harsh, and I try not to be harsh, but I think you're actually not only changing that property, you're changing Newton Bridge, and that would be a bad thing to do.
Wholeheartedly agree. Thank you, Alex. That's, can I get Mr. Lane up? Actually, I have a question. When this project originally came to us, my understanding was it was the developer for Pond City Market that was involved with this. Is that correct, or am I not remembering?
No, these are the original developers.
Oh, okay. So, well, then.
Good evening, Ricardo de Rojas with the Art Companies, along with Nutting Development.
Hi. Yeah, so were you all part of the original plan when this?
Yes, ma'am. We purchased the property in 2018 as a brownfield, and the first thing we did was environmental remediation.
So I guess maybe I had that stuck in my head because I remember the rendering. In fact, there was some discussion about how in the rendering, the sign would not be allowed under our sign ordinance.
That's right.
Like, no, we're cool with the sign, because it had that, it echoed that Pond City Market feel.
Right. There was no sign ordinance, and we didn't have the right to put any signage.
Yeah, I think we were willing to overlook that, to be honest, because we thought it was so cool. So in the evaluation of the current building status, and I'm gonna ask this after recently touring Rivet House, and if you haven't been to Rivet House, you should go, because it was basically what looked like a bombed out shelter or a bombed out building that used to be a factory. Hot storage. What about the evaluation of the building makes this building untenable for future development?
May I answer that, Mr. Chairman?
Of course.
So I would like also to respond to your question, also speak to Mr. Sam's comments. The building itself is, the roof is unusable. The purpose, the original acquisition strategy, which we have not in development, was to be adaptive reuse, 100% adaptive reuse. And we've proven that concept on the northern building and in northern parcels with bringing Wayfair on board, completing the terrapin construction, reworking the entire northern parcel to make sure we have additional flexibility for traffic and adding the multifamily. During that time, as we were building phase one and after complete environmental remediation, during that entire time, we were looking for strategies and market feedback on the commercial, the retail, the office. This is 6 years ago, no takers. The rents were not matching the expense of trying to execute on the plan that we had on the southern parcel. We tried, we continue to try. We tried to the last month or 2 months ago. None of the partners that we brought to the table were willing to accept that. So we realized we had a square footage issue, a layout issue, and a market issue. So how do we solve that problem? Let's optimize. Let's still keep the essence of the redevelopment for the southern parcel, which we believe, and that's why I respectfully disagree, Mr. Sams. This still is a node. This still is a point to arrive. We just made it more efficient and we listened to the market. We have interested individuals that would, along with us, redevelop and bring 200,000 square feet of flex space. Not just retail, not just office, it's whatever the market decides would be able to be accommodated there, keeping the essence of what we had the original. I respect the fact that this was a historical public building factory. And that's why we try to keep the architecture as close as possible to that. And we can work with the planning department, try and emphasize that on architectural features. It's just that the current layout doesn't work. We're also restricted by the fact that there was a $2 million environmental remediation, which we did out of our own pocket, and it restricts the residential to certain areas. That's why you see that is fitting on one side, and we have to use the industrial flex space specifically where it sits, because that's the only area that we actually can build for that use.
Yeah, so the brownfield section is in the lower right.
Yes, ma'am, to the middle right, which is also very similar to what we had originally. Now the hospitality, I mentioned from the original note takers there, hospitality was always the fifth phase of the development. We had original conversations, but they were not gonna come only after we're completed. And hospitality today in this area, note takers. So we decided to, with the success we have with the multifamily and with the need that we saw in Athens, there's interest for townhome, which we put in the plan, and the key focus really is the flex. The flex then feeds into the retail, and I think we did a great job, and Ed and his team did a great job of trying to make sure it's separate but together at the same time. They work together. So
Thank you.
yeah.
So we're gonna talk, so.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. So my general comments, I'm just gonna say, by removing the general time building, this is no longer a destination. And the original development, I live maybe a mile and a half from here, and I would 100% ride there with my kid on our bikes and hang out. I understand the need to, like, say, cut down on the green space, and I would support a plan that maybe shrinks that amphitheater space, that brings residential out into some of that parking area. But I have a real problem with just getting rid of the building, because that is the cool thing that you see when you come down Newton Bridge Road. I mean, I come through this corridor a good bit, and it is what makes it worth driving down Newton Bridge Road at this point. And by removing that building, you are shooting yourself in the foot, I promise you. And I get, like, I mean, this is going to be warehouse space, and I don't know who's going to want to live next to warehouse space. And I think that there needs to be a greater effort to think about people coming to this space as a destination and enjoying the things that are here, and not just, here's where we work, here's where we live. This is just what the market will demand. I think we need to be, easy for me to say, I'm not spending millions of dollars on it, but that's just my 2 cents.
I agree with a lot of what Alex and Kristen said. I'm not opposed to amending the PD as a concept. And if keeping the building is impossible, so be it. I mean, I agree with Alex, there's a loss of history. I agree with Kristen, there's a loss of what makes it interesting. But, if the building can't be retained, then the building can't be retained, and we have limited control over that, I guess I'll say. But I'm more concerned about losing the gathering space function and the public space function, the retail, restaurant, bar, outdoor theater. It's dropping one of the most attractive features of the original PD, losing those inviting outdoor public gathering spaces. feels like a very significant departure from the spirit of the PD. And I'm more worried about departing from the spirit of the PD and the vibe and the public gathering space. And it's a picture of the townhome with all the kids playing soccer on the grass in front of it. That feels like a private green space for the people who live in those townhomes. It doesn't feel like something that anybody's going to get on a bike with their kid to go out there and use as a public amenity. And so it feels like a very significant change and not an adequate replacement for the amphitheater, the public gathering space, the Wire Park vibe. I mean, geez, if Watkinsville can support Wire Park, Athens sure as heck can. And so the loss of restaurant, retail, bar, theater feels to me like, bait and switch is a loaded term. I don't mean to imply in any way like an intention to bait and then switch, but it feels like a dramatic departure from the nature of what has been approved and a loss of a significant public benefit. And losing the destination aspect of it and replacing it with just people who live there and get in their car to drive to work. People who work there live where they live and they drive there to work, but there's not really any public component. That all feels lost to me. And so, yeah, those are my comments on what I see. I mean, at the end of the day, like there's always going to be demand for, a bunch of townhomes in Athens because we need housing and stuff. And so I can understand why the developer would be interested in going that route, but the dramatic change, those warehouses feel like they're very likely to wind up as, business for, HVAC installers and basically just light industrial space as opposed to anything public facing. At least that's the look from the architecture and the layout and so on. It doesn't feel public facing in any way anymore. And that's the biggest concern that I have about these changes. Sarah.
I generally, I agree to some extent that I can see needing to amend based on market factors. But this is such a hard departure and I was here for this and we loved this. And it did a really great job. Those original designs were great. They really honored that history and yeah, it was great. And so I've been sitting here trying to think of, rather than just repeating what everyone else said, trying to think of specific suggestions. And as much as we really want housing in Athens and need housing, this site is to me, this is sort of a little bit more special. It's 69 units being proposed there. I think it's more of a special site and we're not so desperate that we're not so desperate for housing that we want to give up what the potential this site holds. And, if it is really the case that the building has to be demolished, there would still maybe be a way to build something that honors that old building a little bit more, the Athens-Clarke's history. So I could totally see accepting some amendment to the PD. I sort of understand that I don't know if it's COVID or trends or what, but we don't really talk about maker spaces anymore. That didn't ever really resonate for me. And so for sure, I'm very open to kind of changing the way those uses, those office/retail uses could be reimagined. I could even maybe understand how there might not be developer who wants to come in and build out the theater that was proposed. Yeah, I think whoever said this is not the way, this new vision of this is not really for the public. And that was the spirit of it, is it was gonna become this public, it was sort of Wire Park idea before Wire Park executed, I believe. And so I apologize for not having really great us not being able to come up with concrete suggestions is probably the point, right? You guys have struggled with that and I understand that. But I think that what I hear this group saying is just this desire to honor the history of the site in some way. And this doesn't do it. Yeah, I don't know where to go with that.
All right, any other comments? Okay.
Well, I'll add one more thing. Maybe, and I don't want to say something and then like say I hate it later on, but I'm just gonna throw it out there. When this was originally proposed, there was that idea of cutting that building into quadrants. We were like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Like we were open to it. And I'm just gonna maybe throw it out there that maybe you keep the left side and maybe the right side becomes a little more like modern or whatever, but at least that way you still have the visibility of the older structure along the main road, and then whatever happens behind it happens behind it. I don't know if that's even feasible, but I'm just gonna throw it out there as like an option to kind of have sort of the best of both worlds. Maybe you still have the cool older space, which I guarantee you is community goodwill. People are gonna wanna have their businesses there. It's gonna be a cool space. I promise you. And then maybe still just develop the other part, how maybe somebody else wants it to be.
I mean, just one more. I kind of want to bring a little more positive in it, in the end, because I appreciate the risk the developers took when they did this and the vision of it. And I do hate to see the vision go away. Athens is more of a town, build it, they come, and it's probably hard to build it when they haven't. You're totally speculating if you don't have the commitment. I understand that part of real estate. That's gonna be the struggle, but that struggle was there 20 years ago and 30 years ago. I used to make the joke, if you can't park in front of where you're going, an Athenian will not go in there. It is just, I don't have the statistics on it, but I know I'm right because I've seen it. I've been here 60 years minus the 12 I lived in Atlanta. And people are waiting. And when they see it, I believe you're going to get a better response. But egg chicken deal, the money to build something that no one's coming to yet is extremely difficult. So I get that. Kristen had kind of a thought. It's not like it's all or nothing. Maybe if there were a little bit of a change, but I do think I'll still stay with, and this is a suggestion or my view. It's not as, I kind of wanted you to hear my earlier tone to see how serious I was about it, but it is that Newton Bridge Road. I see the vision where things are going there. I'm on committees. I am in real estate. It is just about to explode over there, it feels like. And we just saw, we just voted on something about, or on that. And so if I were building and then all of a sudden, like being built up there does depend on y'all. It's not your job to make somebody else's property value. I get that. But you can't say hold on something you're putting. I get that, but if nothing else you might have learned here, the further away you get from that current drawing, the further away everything's just going to start crumbling faster than the building's crumbling on you right now. So I don't know how helpful that is, and you can't really take little bits and pieces, but I feel like y'all got the brain power to figure it out. Y'all have gone this far. I think there's something left to make that work out.
Thank you, gentlemen. we'll proceed to. Actually, why don't we take a 5-minute break right now? Been about almost 2 hours since our last one, and we got 3 things left, so a quick break.
Read my mind.
Missing Alex.
Missing.
Not anymore.
Oh, Alex. Asking he appears. Anyway, you can, yeah, actually, that's
Without, Austin. Okay. All right, should be back in session, picking up where we left off. Item 2 under new business is 284 Bailey Street, Unit 410. And with Steph.
All right, this is 284 Bailey Street, Unit 410. See if it works. No problem.
Good.
Nope. Now we're good. All right, so the request is to have a special use in the RM1, specifically to convert one unit of a multifamily triplex to a commercial short-term rental. The applicant has indicated that they would have no more than 6 individuals. This is Bailey Street. This is the 2021 aerial imagery. Bailey Street cottages are completely built and operating. We'll have the site plan in a slide or two. Just south is the Pine Wood apartment complex, and then you have Bailey Street and Grove just off the screen there. From a future land use perspective, there would be no change, still traditional neighborhood. And the only change from a zoning perspective was you get a cool little triangle on the map, special use. So this is the site plan. The unit that we'll be talking about is right up here on the top right of the site plan. And it would specifically be the lower unit of the triplex. This is what it looks like today. Like I said, it's all built. So staff recommendation. So staff sees this as incompatible with the 2023 comprehensive plan. Primarily reason for that is the removal of housing from the market. Much of this has to do with the ordinance that was passed in 2024, specifically focusing on the reasoning behind why these future land use ordinances were passed by the mayor and commission to begin with. Do I have the, okay, we do. Staff does find it compatible with the future land use map and the zoning map, and that potential impact on the neighborhood's character and removing rental units is why staff does not believe it meets the special use criteria. So to dive a little bit deeper into that, so the specific sections that we point out in the report are sections E, H, and K. What those sections are focusing on are the impacts of the housing market, and specifically the short-term rentals feasibly do not bring a long-term unit onto the market, even though it is still an allowable use. The one thing to remember is that the special use doesn't stop the unit from being a long-term unit. However, from a financial perspective, staff doesn't see that reverting. So that is section E. From section H, it's that desire to address a quality of life concern that the mayor and commission were trying to tackle. And then section K is specific to RM districts and what their fundamental definition is and how its primary intent is for being a residential use. Should also be noted that short-term rentals or short-term rental is allowed on this property by right through the home occupation application. So somebody right now can come in through our front door and do an over-the-counter permit that takes 20 minutes, as long as they show that they are a long-term resident of a unit here, and they'll be out the door. Under current code, they'd be the only ones allowed on this property as it is an apartment complex, but short-term rental can happen here right now. Special use criteria primarily is met when looked at in isolation. However, that cumulative impact of commercial short-term rentals puts a stress onto ACC's already strained housing market. So part of what we're looking at with this is not just the individual request here, but what that request has on greater Athens community. And that is in all of that is why staff is recommending denial.
Thank you, Max. Next, we will hear from the applicant.
Yes, good evening, members of the Planning Commission.
My name is Alex Akins. I live at 462 Whitehead Road. Following statement is intended to speak to both 2 and 3, line items 2 and 3 under the new business of the day. My wife and I have lived in Athens 12 years. We've been operating a short-term rental business now 4 years. In that time, we have hosted hundreds of groups across our properties and have maintained a 4.98 overall rating with Airbnb and VRBO. It's our absolute delight that we provide cozy and professional experiences for all of our guests looking to visit the classic city. This opportunity has given my wife the ability to stay at home with our newborn August and some additional income to help us pay off both of our medical bills. We're Athenians. We're not some out-of-town developer. We're trying to be compliant here. We do spend our money here, and we plan on raising our daughter here. With that said, thank you for the opportunity to respond to the staff recommendation regarding my request for the special use permit to operate a commercial short-term rental at Bailey Quarters and Parkside Cottage coming up here shortly. I greatly appreciate the staff's commitment to protecting the long-term housing opportunities within Athens-Clarke County. I understand the recommendations of denial are rooted in a broader concern for the effects of short-term rentals on housing availability and affordability. However, I believe this specific request does not contribute meaningfully to that concern, and in fact reflects a responsible and context-appropriate use of the property based on the most current market conditions. To address the central concern of the staff's analysis, that short-term rentals reduce the supply of much-needed 1 and 2 bedroom units, which is what was in my report, I obtained and reviewed the latest Athens market survey prepared by College House and dated April 28th, 2025. College House is a data analytics platform designed to provide comprehensive insights into student housing market, catering to developers, investors, property managers, and other industry professionals. This data-driven report offers objective overview to the current leasing and occupancy trends of the student and young professional housing market. Leaders to the multifamily housing community in Athens utilize College House to guide their financial decisions whenever considering these types of investments. Here are several key findings that are directly relevant, and I think that you would find this echoing Chase from earlier. 1-bedroom units are currently under leased with only 59.4% pre-lease for fall 2025. 2-bedroom units are also underperforming with pre-leasing rates at 77.2. These are considered low pre-lease numbers for the late April industry standards in the Athens market, a time when occupancy is typically nearing completion in this leasing cycle. I also pulled information from the Affordable Housing Investment Strategy, the AHIS document that planning is using to assess these specific cases. Here are several other findings that are directly relevant. The AHIS focuses on deep affordability, not market rate, 1 and 2 bedroom listings. Target demographic for affordable housing are renters with household incomes of less than $50,000. My monthly rent at Bailey is currently $1,750. My monthly rent at Parkside will be $2,100, assuming that this pans out. We're going off the 30% rule, which is a long-standing financial guideline meant to help individuals keep housing costs at a manageable level. If using this rule, potential tenants would need to generate $70,000 annually and $88,000 for Bailey Parkside and Parkside, respectively. These prices will likely not be received by the target demographic and the numbers that create effect in the AHIS report. Further, after discussing our current leasing situation with Laura Grindy, a local property manager at College Town Properties, I was informed that it has been her experience that roughly 85% of leases in properties like Bailey and Parkside go to students attending nearby universities. This is evidence, speaks against the idea that there is a shortage of graduate and young professional housing, and that the current market that I have invested in is taking away potential listings from households earning less than $50,000 in the 1 and 2 bedroom segment. Our request is to use a 1 2-bedroom unit at a 66 unit complex at Parkside Cottages, again, coming up in a bit, which is roughly 2% of the units at Parkside, and another 2-bedroom unit in a 39 unit complex at Bailey Street Quarters, which is roughly 3% of the complex, as professionally managed short-term rentals. I think it's also worth noting that based on the current short-term rental regulations, there's only 1 permit allowed per parcel in both complexes, giving their zoning as RM mixed density residential. So if I were to be granted these permits, there would be no additional short-term rentals allowed to operate in either location. Moreover, the site remains fully compliant in the zoning ordinance and land use map. I've taken additional steps to ensure that the short-term rental would be responsibly operated, including noise monitoring, clear, quiet hours, and 24/7 contacts for nearby residents, although in the hundreds of people that I've hosted, that's never been an issue. According to the staff report itself, this proposal poses no traffic, parking, environmental, or infrastructural burdens. The neighborhood already exhibits a transient multifamily character that is consistent with the occasional short-term rental stay. We're not deep inside of the residential neighborhood. Given the above, I respectfully ask that the commission consider the request on its individual merits and within the reality of today's housing market. I would like to submit a full college house market report to planning, so I'm unsure if you guys have copies of that, but I have copies for myself if you would like to view and if that's permitted. That being said, thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration, and we continue to service the Athens community.
Thank you, Mr. Akins. Is there any member of the public here wishing to speak in support of this application?
Good evening. My name is Chase Lawrence, 100 Cloverhurst Circle, Athens, Georgia. I'd like to thank Alex. I'd like to add some context. I'm speaking tonight in a couple different capacities. I'm the owner of College Town Properties, and we manage this along with thousands of other rentals around Athens. I'm the owner of this property and 5 others that this is an issue on, all of which are zoned either commercial downtown or residential multifamily. So if we can look at it in the context of this particular submission, I want you to think about it outside of the contentiousness of the single family aspect. We all have empathy for that. And that's a concern to me. In my own personal home, that would be a concern to me. These are not the bad actors that we're seeing. These are local entrepreneurs, they're small businesses, they're couples making extra income. And to provide you with a framework of how this works, as the property owner, I have leased that unit to Alex and his wife. They then host on VRBO. They are actually our best tenants in the entire complex. Their property is cleaner, better kept, finely decorated. It's beautifully decorated. And if we can share, I mean, for more context, you could get into the professional photos and videos that they have done. These are the good actors. And they're the ones that I'm afraid are being marginalized by all the focus going towards the single family nature of this. But as the ordinance stands today, only 1 unit on each of these tax parcels can be rented out like this. This is where you want the people staying. We don't want them in 5 Points or Boulevard or Normal Town. These are the easy yeses where people can be staying. And last year, the demand was such that I may not have even been catering to people like Alex and his wife, even though they have a great track record and they've been with us for 2 years. But this is the first time in my career in Athens in 20 years that I have seen a decline in the rental market. At that property, we have 9 units left to lease for August. This time last year, we had been full for months. At the Mill District on Tracy Street, that'll be before you next month, we had 108 full by this time last year. This year, we have 50 left for August. That is scary. That's a systemic problem. They're almost all isolated to 1 and 2 bedroom units. At Parkside, a beautiful new 1-bedroom cottage community that you all approved for a rezone at the intersection of Research and Barnett Shoals, which will be brought to you next. We have 66 of these. 30 are still available for August. They are providing a lifeline to small businesses like mine and for small property owners in our community to fill the gap where the market is correcting. And so all I'm asking is that if approved, you act as a relief valve to give him a sundown clause like you've given everyone else. He doesn't have one right now. If he's not approved, business ceases. I've been cited. I have to hire legal counsel to work with Mr. Jackson now because I have 6 citations and court dates that as a business owner, I have to go and answer for. So all I'm asking is provide him with a sundown clause like you're doing everyone else. And let's just phase this out. We're not saying we operate in perpetuity, but just provide a relief valve so that we can continue through the term of the current leases he's signed. Thank you all.
Is there any other member of the public here wishing to speak in support of this application? Is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition? All right. Turn this on. Okay.
I'm getting so confused on this. I thought the tone of everything was RM pretty much going to be able to get their approval and have their short-term rental. And I agree with Mr. Lawrence that I thought this would be an easy thing. Until I read staff's denial, I thought this is a done deal. Where do you want somebody who's loud and horrible like everybody is? I'm kind of making a joke about that because most aren't. But it's an environment that would handle the if I don't want to keep saying if they're loud, if the renters are loud, but they're all being denied by staff, which makes me think that that's what the order is. Deny them all. And I can't, if this one gets denied, I don't think there's ever going to be another one. Like if you can't approve this one, how can you approve any? I don't see, it's just looks like they're putting, and I mean this respectfully, I really do. But it feels like the glass is being put over the candle to stop the flame. And this is multifamily. It is student oriented. It's a nice place, but I know one thing, if that community doesn't stay in good shape, he's not going to be able to rent for a weekend. And that is one thing that is not been proven any differently. The short-term rentals have to stay clean. They have to have an environment. So if it's, whether it's this or the next one coming up, or one that was last month, they pulled out of this because I don't know why, but they just withdrew some duplexes. If you're going to short-term rent one duplex out of 8, you better have all 8 clean, because when somebody goes there, they're going to wreck you on Airbnb. And that's the end of that. So, and I know from my view that, the leasing business, I don't recommend any of my clients buy a rental unit right now. It's a terrible idea unless you've got a lot of money stashed to go round and round without a renter in there. Same thing is happening. It's the early stage, but it's happening in the housing industry. Houses are staying on the markets longer, not because more houses are coming up for sale necessarily, but they're not selling as fast. So we are seeing a change in real estate, and it's actually maybe coming faster than I thought it would. So sorry, it's late. I get a little energized at that, but that's my thought on that.
Yeah, to just respond about the staff recommendation for denial. I understand why they would do that because we are in a housing crisis, right? So like to recommend that this building that was built to house a permanent family be as a commercial venture is a departure from that. So I understand the denial. We don't have to go along with it though. And I feel like our discussion, at least for in around my head, is to me, the issue of short-term rentals anywhere across the county is more about the density of the rentals. So like when I went to this property, I was like, oh, how many other short-term rentals do we have on this property? Learning tonight about the issue with the rental properties in general and you know, how many per, that's really interesting. And so it was one of those, like, I feel like now we're in this weird, like, case basis, getting back to the request earlier about like some guidelines or some things that, you know, because we've never, this is new territory for us, right? So I feel like now we're just kind of like, is this an okay place? For me, I'm actually okay with this. The fact that it's all other rentals, and it is more college oriented, I think offers that bit of a relief valve for it. So which is why I'm going to be skeptical of each one that we see on
on its own merits. But I feel like in this particular case, I feel like it's less of an issue than say in other places, so.
Bruce.
Thank you both. So from staff standpoint, in this discussion, what we would like you to express as clearly as you can is if you think the answers to the special use criteria are yes, articulate as clearly as you can why. And that is going to help staff because we're being very honest and earnest in our evaluation. We're struggling to see, given the language that came with the ordinance from the commission, how to interpret the special use criteria in a way that would be favorable. And these are case-by-case basis evaluations, absolutely. We're not trying to write a rule across all short-term rentals. What we are doing though is every time we've looked at these, we're trying to apply the criteria and we're really having a hard time with this reading of the ordinance. I keep pointing to what's been adopted by the Mayor and Commission and those purpose statements. That's why we put them in the staff report. This is what we're using as the lens for reading the special use criteria. So if we have a shortage of housing that is driven by the presence of short-term rentals, and we also have a definition for one short-term rental per parcel to try to put a cap on that, but those things go together to say, we're saying there's a lid in this ordinance text. There's a lid on how many of these in our market we're comfortable with. And that's what was adopted by the commission a year ago. So if somebody comes forward with a special use request, we're looking at that criteria, which is in the report. If you find yourself saying, well, this one's okay, please tell us against those criteria what you're seeing, because that'll help us with applying those criteria and using consistent logic as we do so. Doesn't set precedent, but we do want to be consistent in our thinking. And that's our ask, is we really are listening very intently to you, and we're going to be listening very intently to the commissioners as this gets evaluated, because it's helping us understand what the community expects out of the evaluation of these standards.
I appreciate those comments. And I would just wanted to say something kind of germane to both what Alex and Kristen said, which is, special use permits are ordinarily conceptualized as something that is a case-by-case evaluation of the fit. Our ordinance section 9-20-5 says, the fundamental question we have to answer is, will this proposal have an adverse impact on the surrounding area? And when evaluating that effect, the following factors shall be considered. And it lists 9 things, which are in the staff report under part F on page 4 and 5. There's 9 criteria. And it's ordinarily a case-by-case evaluation, but here I think, and Bruce has kind of alluded to this, the answer is going to be yes 100% of the time or no 100% of the time, because the special use criteria, the only argument that this application doesn't meet them is, well, each short-term rental has an effect on the housing market in Athens. And that's always going to be true 100% of the time. So if that's enough to deny it, we need to deny them always. And that makes it seem silly that we have a special use process for it. And if that's not enough, then there's no basis in the ordinance to deny one of these ever. So I think that Bruce put his finger right on the heart of it. Like, I think that the mayor and commission need to address the ordinance, and we need to help them by making suggestions of which is it. Are they all good to go, or are none of them good to go? Or are there going to be criteria specific to short-term rentals that we can apply and the American Commission can apply, where sometimes actually the answer is yes and sometimes it's no. But if it's just the effect on the housing market, if that's the only argument against it, then we'll never have any basis to ever approve any one of these. And so, to Bruce's point, the 9 factors, I'll just run through them real quick I see how they apply here. Similarity in scale, bulk, and coverage. That's easy. No problem there. This is new construction. They're all triplexes that look the same. And the short-term rental use doesn't change the bulk or scale or coverage. Secondly, character and volume of traffic and vehicular parking generated by the proposed use. It's pretty comparable to a student rental. So there's no real change there. Architectural compatibility with the surrounding, check, that checks off. Possible impact on the environment, drainage and soil erosion. I don't think the short-term renters are probably causing a lot of erosion. Generation of noise, light and glare. That might be something that it's more kind of code enforcement like we were talking about before. We don't know. But you know, I heard Mr. Lawrence say that these guys, short-term renters, are quieter tenants and better residents than some of the long-term rentals. So that seems satisfied. The next one, the development of adjacent properties. This doesn't have any effect on that. Impact on future transportation corridors doesn't really apply. Impact on the character of the neighborhood by the establishment or expansion of the proposed use in conjunction with similar uses. I suppose if it was allowed at 50 units at the Mill District or at 10 units at this property, that could maybe weigh against it, right? I mean, at a certain point, a certain percentage of the units might tip the balance on that one against an application. And then the last one is other factors found to be relevant by the hearing authority. And based on that, you know, I take it that's where staff, you know, sees a basis for looking back to the purpose statement in the ordinance, which says, you know, the commission has found that short-term rentals has impacted the housing stock, making housing less available and less affordable. And so that's going to apply globally to every single short-term rental special use application that we ever see. And so it seems to me that, you know, my inclination to these two applications tonight would be to say, it's no problem, we should probably grant them. Any effect on the rental market from these two units is de minimis, absolutely near zero. It's not raising anybody's rent by $1. It may, in aggregate, if you have 6,000 of them, it may start to raise people's rents, or even 1,000 of them, right? And so, but that's a bigger question. So I think it seems to me that the way I would resolve this is grant the two applications we have before us tonight, to tell the mayor and commission that we, as we see it, until there are short-term rental specific criteria for special use permits that we can apply, the current ordinance as drafted requires that we grant them each and every time. And so they better get to work on coming up with an ordinance that gives us some specific criteria. So anyway, that's my overall view. I really appreciate the staff report. I think staff put their finger on, like, you know, the trouble that the current ordinance puts us in terms of how you could possibly justify denying any one of these. Sure.
Yeah, and I'm just add to that, I think, I just don't see how any of these reports from staff would ever be different, right? It's always gonna be the same thing. And so you could even argue, I mean, it's worth like thinking about, does there need to be a slightly different set of criteria applied to this type of special use permit application? For example, I could see like the things that we would care about might be the current proportion or percentage of units in that complex that are already have one of these special use permits, or does the bed count in the proposed rental unit match the parking availability? Like there's some things that are really specific to what we might care about and making a decision about this that the special use permit process as is doesn't capture. So I think that would be my suggestion. And just in general, I think with these RM, like it kind of, for lack of a better word, pisses me off that we have to spend time on this, that staff has to spend time on this, and now this is gonna go to our county commission. Like, this isn't planning, and I want our planners to have time to plan. Like, this is regulation, and this is, like, I just would like this to be a little bit more, we are in a situation, especially I think if the ordinance that was the text amendment that was discussed today goes through and all these parcels are created, we could get hundreds of these coming in from apartment complexes And so I think until we have some sort of guidelines about what's the purpose of having a special use permit process for STRs and RM zones? And what guidelines would be put in place that would help us, either us or even staff, like make a very quick administrative decision or something that, I know I acknowledge that like an administrative decision then takes it out of special use permit, which probably would require a text amendment, but it just seems like there should be really clear guidance that applies to this very specific situation. Because otherwise the staff reports are all going to be identical. And we're going to have the same conversation about all of them.
Agreed. Yeah, Jen.
I would just add that market conditions change too. We're seeing that now. And we need within that some flexibility to be able to accommodate that. If it seems that licensing that had to be relicensed every year could take something like that into consideration. So we find ourselves in a glut where we've got a lot of certain types of properties available on the market. But Matt, to your point earlier, that glut is intended to bring prices down. The market should adjust and bring it down. If we're just filling it up with short-term rentals, we're always going to be keeping our rents high. We're always going to be artificially affecting our market in that capacity. But I think having some way to be able to have greater guidance going forward, I don't know how we can keep passing these without having better idea of what we're passing, because otherwise we really are setting a precedent. If we get 3 or 4 in and say we're waiting for guidance to be able to do something different, we're going to end up with death with 1,000 cuts.
I just note with special uses, just to your point, it's worth saying again, this adds a use that could be here. It doesn't take away any uses. So if the special use were to be approved and they decided, you know what, we got a long-term renter here that's willing to pay the rent and we don't need the short-term rental function, they don't have to have it as a short-term rental. So the special use approval adds an option that would not be available to the other units in this development. So I just want to make it kind of clear. But what we're recognizing in our evaluation and our discussion with property managers and watching what we've learned over the past year, the money flowing for a short-term rental tends to be higher than for the long-term rental. And so the incentive is there for it to function as a short-term rental and not as a long-term occupancy opportunity. So that's where staff is saying, okay, we're looking back at that housing market value statement. And the realities of the economics of these is it tends, even though it's just an option for the use of the space, that option tends to be far more economically viable. And so that tends to go in that pocket. Just wanted to make that clear.
Alex. So a couple of things too, the income from top number of the P&L is higher, but there's a lot more cost that does come to this, and people are starting to admit now that do this. Well, I'm really not making $40,000 by the time I am taking home 15 before tax, which now we know what this is not a gold mine. And like I said a year and a half ago, people are starting to realize it's not a gold mine. It's sweat equity to do this. It is hard. And so that's it's a challenge. And I do want to toss in, I don't know that we want to give apartment complexes carte blanche on just having a, free reign to do this. I think there may be a formula, maybe that's a discussion. I still say it and I preach it every conversation. It will settle. It will settle. The markets are changing. It's looking different. I'm going to speculate and just say the owner of a complex is only doing this because they're available right now. The business plan of owning apartments is high efficiency. And the way to do that is get a long-term renter and then make them not tear the place up when they leave in a year. So this doesn't make sense to be doing this, and it's doing it because it's needed. And then I'll end with this. let them be the guinea pig right now. Let's see on the onesie that we're doing here and on the next one. Let's let them test it out for us. Let them see how that is or let us see through them how it is. So we no longer have to speculate on everything because we've done a lot of that, I feel, as a government on this issue. And let's just see what kind of feedback we get on it and see. But I like what you brought up and how you said it. And Bruce, I like that you said, let's get specific because you're listening. And that's why I said what I say respectfully. Y'all are in every day. But it is feeling like you were saying, it's going to be the same thing every time. So thank you for saying you're listening because it makes us feel like we're gaining ground here.
I wonder, is there a way, like Sarah made a good point that this isn't planning, right? And if we had a set of objective criteria, of course, this would require a text amendment, but could it not be a staff permit, like a home occupancy permit with a appeal to the hearings board or something? Because if we are going to get 500 of these in the next 12 months, I might quit this job soon, you know? So if there was a way y'all could approve them in 10 minutes because it satisfies the objective criteria, and not have to prepare a staff report and do all that work that y'all are having to do on this, much less us having to do that. That might be the optimal way to proceed. So as we're looking at, I mean, Sarah mentioned a couple of criteria about like, does it meet the parking and does it, you know, and it's, you know, maybe my suggestion would be like, we approve these and we request that staff develop a set of objective criteria for us, you know, maybe in the form of a text amendment or something like that we could add as soon as possible, because I do expect that we're going to start to see more of these. And, you know, before the flood starts, maybe we could try to get a text amendment proposed to the mayor and commission that has some objective criteria where it's yes or no on, you know, and there could be a numerical cap, right? I mean, they could say like, well, there's 50,000 housing units citywide. And so we don't want more than 1% of those getting shifted to STR. So 500 is the cap. First 500 through the door, you get approved on these very straightforward objective criteria. And then maybe we put a pause on it, you know, and see how the market's responding and so on. And that might be a good way to go. Kristen.
I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Okay, we have a motion for a second.
Second.
To approve the application from Kristen, second by Alex.
Can I ask one other question?
Sure.
Is it possible, Bruce, for us to put after this round, a moratorium on any others that come to us before we've got a tighter criteria of what to base them on? Can we put a pin on these?
The planning commission?
Yeah, I mean, is there any way, so there's no way to table any future ones that come for us before?
We could make a recommendation to the county commission.
Okay.
They do that.
So the good news is earlier this evening, you've already directed staff to do 80%. The extra 10%, 20% that you just said was, let's not make it just special use criteria. Let's find a way to make these administrative. So that's heard, or we're going to fold that into the scope of what you asked us to do at the start of the meeting tonight. And on a timeline where we can get something before you, we'll move quickly to do that.
Thank you. So we have a pending motion. So any discussion of the motion is appropriate.
Question about special use permits as they relate to this application. So who is this being issued to? The property owner or the renter?
The operator.
Operator of the short.
The applicant in this case is the operator of the short-term rental, which
so
holds a lease with the property owner.
The special use permit is really associated with that person's lease.
The special use permit is going to be associated with this unit, but the long-term, the leaseholder, the person who has the lease with the property owner, legally has the ability to come and ask, and the property owner has signed off on the application authorizing them as their agent to make that request. But the special use will be for that unit. It's not in the development and it gets to float around.
So another person least
It's transferable
3 years from now.
for that unit, not transferable to another unit, but to that unit, another owner could come in, another tenant could come in, and as long as they are the operator of the short-term rental.
And I guess that's the other. And I'm still, I mean, this is still, I think, relevant to this application, but something I think to be thinking about is. I haven't really thought about that all the way through until now, but just whether that's the thing that makes the most sense for the, like, it. When I was sort of thinking about what the possible criteria could be that are specific to these requests, one thing could be a general sense of comfort with sort of, because I know that one of the problems with short-term rentals is that when there are nuisances, if the owner is out of town or something, that there's nobody to call, that the police have somebody to call if there's a problem. And so you could see that one of the criteria that would be considered would be sort of, if it's still something that's coming in front of the commission or even something done with staff, is it very clear who's who and like?
Yes, that ordinance already exists.
Okay, and so that is something that could change with a different lease holder.
That, we already have rules that you have to have that 24-hour contact. It's already in the code.
Okay, I guess that was, yeah, I think that sounds good. So I just think that is worth kind of thinking about, whether it's granting a special use permit and definitely to that unit. In a sense, you're granting the special use permit indirectly to the owner of the property.
So, but the operator has the special use permit, and if they, at the end of their lease, walk away and don't transfer that special use permit to the owner of the building, then that special use permit expires, right?
So the operator is acting as the agent for the owner. So this, if approved, it'll be on that unit. Lease moves on, another person assumes the lease. That unit still has the special use approval to function as a short-term rental.
So if we have in the, like, we have names for the general concept, but Mr. Akins is the applicant, Mr. Lawrence is the owner of the unit. Mr. Lawrence declined to renew Mr. Akins' lease. Next year, he could begin to operate a short-term rental on his own in that unit.
That's right.
That's
right. This decision has been brought by the operator. It rides with that unit.
Okay.
That the players can change, but the special use approval is on that structure, on that space.
Okay. Yeah, that seems like, I'm not trying to give you any ideas there, guys, but that seems like something that's, you know, to the extent that these decisions are driven by somebody having proven that they're a good operator, strikes me that the county might have an interest in granting the special use permit to the operator in a way that it, you know, it in the same way that it automatically lapses if it is abandoned for 12 months, perhaps it automatically lapses if the operator ceases to be the operator for that unit. I suppose that's something we could put on as a condition. Just like we can put on durational conditions for special use permit.
It's sort of difficult because, you know, you think about how we do permitting for uses. You're permitting the use, you're not permitting the operator of the use, right? So if the operator changes, but you thought it was okay for a short-term rental to be there, or if you thought it was okay for a beauty salon to be there, or a grocery store to be there, another grocery store operator coming in is perfectly fine. Now, if something changes and the quality or the circumstantial things about the operation deteriorate, well, then we have code enforcement to work with on the deterioration issues. So somebody's rating doesn't factor into whether this would be approved or not.
Seems like this might be another good case where like a license might help, because you could license the operator and not just wouldn't just ride with that specific unit.
You could also, if I were thinking, again, it's kind of back to like special criteria. One of the things that people are concerned about is one operator operating a gazillion of these. And so one of the criteria could be, how many other units does this operator operate? And at some point, a decision has been made about what's acceptable to us and what's not. So I guess my point is that this might really just be a very unique circumstance that we, let's say as a community or with text amendments or whatever, we decide that that criteria includes that if the person already owns or operates two others in town, that's it. Right? They can just, that, that is a very common thing in other municipalities, is that one is to try to discourage sort of corporate short-term rental operation. And so if there were a number that existed like that, and if it were specific to the operator, that might provide an opportunity to limit something that it seems like the community has talked about wanting to be able to limit. This is not really, this is way inside of our bounds because no one else is talking about, like, we are the people who are supposed to be talking about this. So yeah, this is all over the place, really, but this is weird, right? Zoning law didn't contemplate this, so I have to figure something out.
And this is why, like, we're trying to solve this with a tool that we don't have.
Yeah.
One comment that occurs to me, that the special use permit ordinance allows us to impose conditions, including but not limiting to the following. And one of those is duration of use. And since I've been on the planning commission, we have sometimes granted special use permits with like a 5-year duration. And so maybe this is something for staff to consider. I don't know if this is something that anybody wants to like amend a motion for this one, but for staff's criteria, to the extent that our openness to short-term rentals in today's market is driven by the rapidly increasing vacancy rate in Athens apartments, that might be different in 3 or 5 years. And so it might be that we would want to, as a matter of course, when granting these sorts of applications, put a 5-year time limit or 3-year time limit on them, and they can be renewed, subject to it seeming like a good idea at that point, right? It doesn't have to be forever. I think we or the mayor and commission might hesitate to grant special use permits on a lot of properties that are forever, right? But if a short-term rental special use permit is granted that evaporates in 5 years, then it doesn't feel like a forever decision, and it might be easier to.
Can I read a section? So in 920-7, if the specially permitted use is discontinued for a period exceeding 12 months, or the specially permitted use is replaced by a use otherwise permitted in the zoning district, it shall be deemed abandoned, and the special use permit shall be deemed revoked. So that may do the lifting that you're suggesting with the time period. If you put a time period on it, you may actually be more permissive than what this section is currently saying.
You're saying if a unit that is has a special use permit to operate as a short-term rental is rented one time as a long-term rental, then that constitutes abandonment because you're reverting to a different use otherwise permitted in the zoning district.
If it goes fallow for a period over 12 months, the special use approval is revoked.
And they don't have to really rent it for one night out of that 12 months to not have a lapse.
Correct. But to the example I was suggesting before, this is expanding a use opportunity. If they stop with that use opportunity and go back to long-term residence, they sign a 1-year lease. At the end of that 1-year lease, if the tenant hasn't become an operator of a short-term rental as a home occupation, right? Or as deemed, then 12 months and a day goes by, the special use approval is no longer in effect. And that's all of these nuances in the code. This is why we're so reliant on the software, the Rentalscape software, because it does track performance. And we are able to use that to keep up with abandoned uses and active uses and frequency of uses and all kinds of data things.
I mean, the abandonment terminating a special use permit, that is something that's likely to cause a lot of these to lapse, right? When the housing market gets tight again, a lot of people are tired of change in sheets and whatnot, they're gonna decide it makes more sense as a long-term rental. And so I hear that. I still think we might want to, as a matter of course, impose durational limitations on these sorts of things.
Certainly we're thinking about, because like.
Yeah, we're
if
thinking.
We didn't, if there weren't a limitation there, you could see people doing some kind of weird acrobatic to like not lose their very preciously obtained
One night.
special use permit, yeah.
At least for 364 days and just run it for one night in between. And
Yeah.
Especially
That
use
is-
forever.
That bad of a thing.
No, I don't. I'm just saying.
Well,
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay, so let's say Mr. Lawrence sells these buildings to a bad actor, right? Like that, there's part of this that has to do with, there's a little bit of a be cool part of allowing this type of thing to happen. And there are personalities involved. There is a sense of sort of like you are, if, as long as this process has discretion associated with it, and which I think we're maybe suggesting that it become more administrative and some of these criteria become more objective. But right now, it is sort of, we're listening to Alex's story about like, he's an Athenian and they live here and they've been doing this and that, we care about that. I think right now in this process, that's significant, or it's a piece of information. And so I just wonder about, I don't know, like maybe it not just be an indefinite thing that runs with the property forever. Especially use permits do, right? They go from one owner to another.
They ride with the property.
Yeah.
Okay, so we do have a pending motion. I guess the only way to really connect what I'm saying to that is to ask if Kristen, who made the motion, wants to make an amendment to put a 5-year duration, this or not.
No, I don't feel comfortable doing that at 11 o'clock at night.
Fair enough. Yeah, Jen.
I just wanted to make possibly a second motion or an alternate motion that does request or ask that we recommend that we don't get any more of these until we put some tighter. If that's something that we can't add that as something that we'd like to ask mayor and commission to recommend or reconsider. Okay.
We can't do that inside of this.
Not inside of
Yeah,
this motion,
not as part-
but we can.
Yeah, I was gonna say, in terms of like things that we're asking for, yeah, I would like to kind of see something that, because I have no problem with short-term rentals and apartments like this, but it would be kind of nice if we could figure out a way to give the applicant, the ability to, let's say he wants 2 Airbnbs to run, and then it'd be nice if, it just wasn't tied to these 2 specific ones, but maybe, going back to the licensing idea, it could be like, okay, you're licensed for 3 Airbnbs, and that would be a good way to be like, we keep his story relevant and the person who's applying for it, but we also, don't let the numbers get out of control, but there's also some flexibility because maybe, maybe something happens to this apartment and you want to operate it in another place. And, it just seems like that would be, in my opinion, the better way to handle it. And that goes back to the whole licensing thing, because I really don't think that this individual approval of, taking all this time and discussion does seem to be a bit of a waste of our time. If we're gonna have tons of these, so, you could just be like, we have 500 apartment licenses and, we give them out to individuals at different rates, like you get 5, you get 2, or, however we decide to work out, and there's a maximum you can have with this, but yeah, currently, I don't think this current special use, while I have no problem, and I think that apartments are where the short-term rentals should be, I don't really like this process.
Yeah, well, let me just say, I think our wish list about changing process is not really germane to the motion, so I think we need to vote on the motion that is pending. Unless there's further discussion of that specific motion. Okay, Stephen, do you want to call it?
Motion to approve. Morales,
Yes.
Neese,
Yes.
Beresford, McLaughlin,
Yes.
Pass,
Yes.
Sam's,
Yes.
Lord.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, that brings us to next item, number 3, 1580 Barnett Shoals Road, Unit 1010. Can I suggest, before we begin the staff report, are we allowed to alter our procedure by, if someone were to make a motion to act on this prior to hearing the staff report? Is that a thing?
I would offer that we are creating a record with the report.
Fair enough.
So we can move through the report.
Fair enough. Yeah. Yep. Let us proceed with the staff report.
I would also say you can make a motion immediately after public comment.
I'll be like Hampton's story, just go as fast as I can. Also, I want to point out, I don't think, Alex, that you're a guinea pig. So,
Thank you. I'm actually appreciate that.
I'm not sure yet.
I'm working on it. 1580 Barnett Shoals Road, unit 1010, all right. So special use requests, RM1, convert a detached apartment in this case to a commercial short-term rental. Occupancy would be 6 individuals as the request. This is the location itself. So we have Barnett Shoals on the right here. We have Research Drive. Y'all saw a rezone of this, I believe, just over a year ago. The construction is still ongoing for this location. We have the YWCO. It's 11 o'clock. I'm sorry, everyone. So that gives you some bearings. Future land use wouldn't change. It'd still be mixed density residential. Once again, the only change for the future or for the zoning would be getting the nifty little triangle. So this is the site plan, and this is the unit right here in the center right. That would be the short-term rental. It's a little bit different than what you just saw, as it is the entire building itself. This is, like I said, detached, 2-bedroom. This is it today, if you want to go drive past it. So staff recommendation, not compatible with the 2023 comprehensive plan for removal of long-term occupancy housing from the market. We do find it compatible with the future land use map and the zoning map. However, it does not meet that special use criteria due, in this case, slightly different. Its proximity to multimodal transit. There's a bus station right, or a bus stop right across the road of this. You have the Georgetown and the brand new Kroger, which we haven't figured out a name for it yet. Amenities and many other daily, weekly, and monthly necessities that are ideal for renters of homeowners. That's in very easy access. So for staff recommendation, contradicts the STR ordinance for sections E, H, and K. So mainly impact on housing stock, its desire, the mayor and commission desire to have a quality of life concern addressed, and the definition of RM being for primarily residential use. Short-term rental is allowed by right here with a home occupation application. And that special use criteria primarily met when looked at in isolation, and the cumulative impact is in part where the concern comes from. And done.
Thank you, Max. At this time, we will hear from the applicant.
Yeah, don't want to keep you guys here. I don't have really too much to add other than what's already been stated. My wife and I, we do a really good job of hosting individuals. We make sure that we've had one complaint out of the hundreds of individuals that we've hosted. We were very quick to remedy that. We are local. If we're not local, we have someone in place to answer calls, say we're out of the state. But we are very attentive short-term rental hosts, and we do our best to provide a high-end experience for individuals who are visiting Athens, Georgia. I think a metric that you can see is that 4.98 score. I don't want to pass it on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Akins. Is there any member of the public wishing to comment?
Chase Lawrence, 100 Cloverhurst Circle. I think that was an incredibly constructive discussion, and I appreciate you all for leaning in at a late hour. To Commissioner Beresford's comments, I'm uniquely interested in your comments because I think that's the key to this entire administration of the policy. And I would just suggest that maybe in looking at it, rather than offering up, and I also like Commissioner Lord's ideas of the licensing. I see more opportunity for bad actors to take advantage of a system where a bucket of licenses are available without being attached to a specific property. We already have a no more than 25% 4-bedroom or greater requirement in our RM zones. So this is something that our staff is very accustomed to administering on an RM basis in new developments. I would more like to see the licenses attached to a specific property and throttled so that it can't get out of control. You heard from Alex, he represents 2% of our population, our resident population at one neighborhood and 5% at another. These are very manageable numbers that concern no one. I think if you set a threshold in an RM district and then you make an acceptance for where a single house is built on an RM lot, like in 5 Points, you'll have your, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Is there any other member of the public wishing to comment on this application? Seeing none, we will take it behind the rail and the chair would entertain a motion. If anyone wants. Second. Motion approved by Kristen, seconded by Carrie. Are we ready to vote? Stephen, please call the roll.
Browse,
Yes.
Lease,
Yes.
Beresford,
Yes.
McLaughlin,
Yes.
Pass,
Yes.
Sam's,
Yes.
Lord.
Yes. Passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. That brings us to 10:30, et cetera. Aiken Highway.
If I can move in. This is PD 2025-04-0702 for multiple properties on Macon Highway and Puritan Lane. This is a preliminary request for a plan development and rezone from RM1 to RM2 PD. The proposed plan is for 70 units with a total of 227 bedrooms. The applicant has also requested to acquire the Puritan Lane right-of-way from ACC. Without this additional right-of-way, the plan would be reduced to 66 units with 213 bedrooms. Property is located on the northwest corner at Macon Highway. So Macon Highway here, Puritan Lane here. It exists as 9 separate parcels. Currently, each has an individual single-family home on it. This would be combined into, excuse me, a 9.49 acre tract that includes the 0.61 acre right-of-way. And it does allow for about 167 feet of road frontage along Lincoln Highway. You don't see it on this view, but you'll see it on the site plan. The topology drops pretty dramatically from the northeast to the southwest corner. Future land use is mixed density residential, so no change is required to the map. However, the project is not compatible with the character description, which calls for buildings to be oriented towards the street and connections for pedestrian and public transit. Zoning is RM1. As are most of the surrounding properties. There is a small parcel of CN and the government parcel to the northwest is owned by ACC. Currently, Puritan Lane is the only access point for this property. And so any plan would require some sort of access point from the proposed property. I think, oh, and I should add, public utilities do not support the abandonment of the right-of-way since Puritan Lane is also the only way to access their sewer lines that are on Duck Creek. So the applicant has submitted plans. The first plan includes the right-of-way acquisition. There are 12 two-story townhome style structures with 3 and 4 bedroom units. This proposal would extend from the adjacent multifamily development with a connection across the abandoned right-of-way. It does not, however, include the same design considerations as the development to the south, where the buildings are oriented toward the street, and it does have the pedestrian connections. sorry, lost my place. So, excuse me, as proposed, the buildings are now facing the interior parking and access roads. With the 90-degree parking, it doesn't meet standards for private drives, which require parallel or angled parking. Because of this, these access lanes can't be used as block breaks. And that is one of the waivers that the applicant has sought. The plan also has inadequate fire access and doesn't provide a secure utility access to the adjacent ACT property. The alternate plan, without the right-of-way, it removes one of the entryways off of Macon Highway, reduces the number of units, but it has the same number of buildings, same design considerations, same comments from staff. Some elevation examples. The grading that would be required to achieve this is pretty dramatic to have an even elevation like this. They've also proposed some stepped units, which would work a little bit more with the existing topology. The waivers that have been requested, there's 4 of them. A waiver to reduce the conserved canopy from 25 to 17%. A waiver to allow maximum block sizes greater than 3 acres. The waivers that would remove the requirement for 50% of the residential buildings to face the street, as well as those buildings that are within 75 feet of the public street or private street would have to have entry porches oriented towards the street. Staff doesn't support any of these waivers, and it really comes down to 2 concerns, the topology and the building orientation. Staff finds an alternative alignment that works with the existing topology, could require less grading, allow for the buildings to face the roads, and allow for a more conserved canopy. So it is, the proposal is partially compatible with the comprehensive plan. It does increase the housing supply, but it only offers a single housing type. Also compatible with the zoning and future land use maps, but it does not work with the future land use character description that calls for buildings to be oriented towards the street. And this concludes the staff report.
Thank you. We'll hear from the applicant.
Thank you. My name is Frank Pittman with Pittman and Greer Engineering. We're at 1050 Barber Creek Drive. Here representing the property owner who is here as well and will speak to you guys, Mr. Blake Underwood. As was mentioned, this property is along Macon Highway, Puritan Lane. It is really it's kind of the second phase of the existing Puritan Mill project that's just to the south. Same look. That project's been very successful. We are proposing this as a PD instead of a straight rezone because we're asking for these 4 waivers. And I kind of want to touch on those waivers a little bit. It was mentioned in the staff report that a revised plan could better work with the topography. But we have drawn this to work with the topography. If you were to turn these buildings, you're working against topography, not with topography. So we're stepping this project down the hill as much as we possibly can, but the contours turn. So as you get to the northwest, they turn and start going up the hill. So if we're going to cut this thing down to follow the road grade, we've got to cut into that embankment along that northern side. So you see, we do have a big, I would say, conserved area, but we've got a grade in it to be able to tie grades in. So it's not like we're trying to maximize all the area. We've got a grade. So we're fine planting as many trees as we need to meet any kind of overall canopy, but it's very hard to meet the conserved canopy number. Part of the request is to abandon Puritan Lane, which is, I don't think a request that you guys necessarily hear, but that is part of the request. We've been working with Public Works on that request, for a couple of reasons. That road comes in at a crazy skewed angle. It's kind of a dangerous intersection today. It really only accesses these properties. It does access public utilities, sewer line. We would be granting them a sewer easement to get to that line as we move forward, but we'll work with staff on that. As far as a waiver for maximum block size, we're not meeting that because what we don't want to do, and we've been here a dozen times over the last few years with rezones, and we've got angled parking in what are really parking lots that just doesn't function like it should function. These are not, we can make it look like private streets, but they're really parking lots in an apartment complex. And angled parking is more problematic than checking a box of meeting a code requirement. We could change them to angled parking and the blocks work, but it isn't a good functional situation. As far as the waiver for 50% of the buildings front of the street. So if Puritan Lane goes away, we've only got 300 feet of street frontage along Macon Highway. There'd be no way to get 50% of our buildings front that roadway. We can work to try to turn a couple buildings that they would have tremendous steps as you go down the units, because in that 300 feet, there's about 50 feet of elevation change. So they've got to step down quite a bit, but we'll work towards maybe trying to meet that. I don't think the waiver can go away because we can never get half our buildings fronting the street. If we were to be able to get some buildings fronting the street on Macon Highway, the fourth waiver would go away because we're only doing that because we don't have any buildings fronting the street right now. I think we can work towards that. If the Puritan Lane didn't go away, we would, the plan doesn't change much. We decrease the number of units a little bit. Our access point then would be, we would not be able to interconnect these two properties together. One thing we're doing here is when Puritan Mill was done, they've only got one access point into that project, which really doesn't meet code, but it was kind of missed during the permitting stage. Us tying these together kind of gives them a second access point too. If Puritan Lane didn't go away, the elevation doesn't work to where we could tie these back in together. That road's got to go away to make those elevations work. We're here to, I guess I'll introduce you to the owner as well, let him kind of talk about his vision. But then we'd love to hear feedback from you guys.
Hello, my name's Blake Underwood. I live at 160 Stanton Way here in Athens. So long-term rentals for a change tonight. We did develop the property next door, which is the old Puritan Mill site. Since completion of that project, we've had overwhelming support and feedback from the community, neighboring property owners, occupants, commissioners. We're essentially looking to do a phase two. If you drive by the property, look at what you see, we're looking to do virtually that here on this site. We also, I spoke with Commissioner Culpepper about this early on, just to get his thoughts. And in that meeting, the question come up was, what are you doing with the houses? They're there, but we're working with somebody to move them. And he said, well, man, the city would really like, what if we could move those or take those houses? Yeah, go ahead, you can have them. So we'll see what happens with that, and that's a possibility. I've been working with staff on that as well. As Mr. Pittman mentioned, the topography is steep and there is rock on site. We do know that. So that definitely does bring challenges. And we do not have a lot of road frontage here. So it's definitely very interesting of trying to meet that 50% of buildings meeting a public street. I will say it's been very interesting trying to develop 2 rezone PDs, like 2 different plans, as you've seen here. That's been a first and fun and very interesting. So I'm looking forward to getting the whole Puritan Lane abandonment figured out so that we can, settle on one direction and talk about one thing and really develop one really good thing instead of trying to punch it 2 punching bags, I guess. So, angle parking, I feel like it comes up constantly in projects. And one of the reasons we're trying to go away from angle parking, other than it's just not really efficient, to get the same amount of parking and make it angled, you have to have a lot more parking area. It's not as efficient. So by getting rid of the angle parking, we're able to meet the conserved canopy a lot better by condensing the development. Whereas if we go to the angle parking requirement, we're going to be more grading, more expansion, less green space in this development. So that was one of the other benefits of going the rezone PD route instead of just the straight rezone route, which would have been easier, of course. We did talk about, accessing the sewer, accessing the ACC property to the north. We definitely agree that easements are going to need to be done there. So if there's ever a need, even though there's a forever deed restriction on the government property to the north, it can never be developed in perpetuity. So we don't really have to worry about that. It'd be just for, maintenance purposes of that property, whether it's taking down a fallen tree or whatever, that kind of thing. But, we look forward to hearing your comments. Sure, there's plenty to talk about here with 2 different plans. So, I do think there's probably a couple ways we can, after looking at staff report and everything, we've got a couple of ideas already in mind, and look forward to hearing, what you have to say to, make it even better. I'll leave it with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Is there any member of the public here wishing to speak in support of this proposal?
Hello, almost good morning. My name is Nancy Flowers. I live at 1500 Norton Road in Athens. And I'm speaking today as a longstanding resident of Athens-Clarke County and also a representative of Macon Highway Village with a deep and personal investment in this neighborhood's future. Y'all aren't going to believe this, but about 33 years ago, I bought my very first, what would become 13 units along Macon Highway. The area was, at that time, 33 years ago, struggling because the mill had closed and the surrounding neighborhood, really felt forgotten. I remember that, but I saw potential and I believed in what this place could become. And then since then, I've witnessed it. I've witnessed the potential begin to bloom. Across the bridge, y'all remember Oconee County, which had a once dilapidated gas station, was transformed into a thriving commercial center. Talked about it, full of energy and community, home to the local favorites, Mama's Boy, Amici. And it's a perfect example of how thoughtful development can completely reinvigorate a space. Here in Clarke County, the same development team, the applicants who are requesting the support tonight, they took on that massive challenge of restoring the long abandoned Puritan Mill property. And today it stands as a beautiful apartment community offering affordable housing and hope to many Athens-Clarke County residents. I watched that transformation firsthand and can attest to the team's vision, their integrity, their determination, and their determination. You have to have that, don't you? The proposal, I didn't mean to talk to him like that. The proposal before you to refine the zoning and allow 60 or 70 thoughtfully designed units instead of just however many there are now, 9, isn't just about increasing density. It's about continuing a proven model of revitalization. It's about expanding access to safe, affordable housing. And I'm going to say with more residents, there's more business. And the most important thing I'm going to say here is this project embodies, for me, a dream I've carried for decades, obviously, to see the Puritan Mill spirit expanded, to turn overlooked spaces into places where people and communities can strive. And I urge you to support this proposal, and let's continue building something meaningful for our residents and the economy of Athens-Clarke County. Thank you.
Flowers, is there any other member of the public here wishing to speak in support of this application or in opposition to it?
Jason Corrigan, 1010 Macon Highway. First of all, this is not a very thoughtful development. Right there, the entranceway, my house is 1010 Macon Highway. What is the code for the DOT right away? These sell it down. Right, there's so many loopholes in this. What I would like to do is request concerns for stormwater management, which is a geotech for groundwater, impact studies, wetland and phase environmental studies. I apologize, I'm tired as well. Conservation of an intact tree canopy deserves a top grade wildlife mitigation impact study. 17% is unacceptable. It's ridiculous. Need to see a landscape plan, an arborist report, a topography report on a budget is no reason to change the zoning because it's going to be too costly. Using a money-saving topography report should not even be taken seriously, as this is a financial decision entered into voluntarily by the applicant. Density has nothing to do with topography, except to develop to the developer trying to amortize costs with more units. My wife and I live here 15 minutes with my daughter. When we drove up, I said, I could die here. And as I look at Athens, everything is being torn down. Are we really being thoughtful in the development? I mean, the report for traffic impact was based on 3 years. 3 years ago. There's been so much more development since then. I mean, there are so many requests here that need to be, we need to talk about and get this figured out. I'm not saying that it can't be developed, but this is not a thoughtful process in looking at developing this land. It's a historic site. The Double Barrel Cannon was on my property. There's trenches back there. Sherman was coming. Nobody's seen. We're talking about history. And the mill was a rope mill. I don't think they even know what it was. Hey, we're going to keep with the history and we'll keep the water tower, right? We need to start being more thoughtful with these things. Let's not completely diminish what makes Athens a great place to live. Applicant and commission need to consider building a better established environment that in long run will provide more financial gain for both, even with lower density, and help to maintain an important natural and historic corridor to our beloved city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferdinand. Is there any other member of the public here wishing to speak in opposition? Right, just to start us off, can I ask for staff's opinion, or can you enlighten us about the Puritan Road issue?
With the utilities, from a utility perspective?
Yes, okay. I believe that's the staff department that had the concern about it.
Stretch my legs a little bit. Yeah, so Matt Adamson, Public Utilities again. Essentially, we have a sewer line that runs along McNutt Creek, kind of along the bank there. And as the applicant mentioned, the topography in this area is very dramatic. And so Puritan Lane right now serves as kind of that topographic relief that we're able to use to bring down like trucks and tractors and vehicles to access and maintain that line along McNutt Creek. So the concern is that the grading on this site would leave us without access to that section of the sewer.
Well, while we got you, Matt.
Mhm.
If abandoned and graded to allow the interconnection that's demonstrated there, but still had some sort of passable alternative surface that public utilities could use for maintenance, is that something that could be talked through? A gravel drive, something along those lines that's wide enough for your equipment, but not necessarily Puritan Lane wide.
Yeah, our biggest concern really is with the topographic changes out there. So yeah, if there was a way for us to have a gradual decline that was suitable for vehicular traffic, then yes, absolutely, we'd be happy to work with that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so this is here for comment only, right? So we're not voting tonight, just discussing designs. Starts off.
I'm really glad that Mr. Corrigan came and gave kind of counterpoint and just some things that I think would be really great to think about. Really agree with the comment about there needing to be more conserved canopy. It would, this, I don't know the extent to which environmental studies have been done. I'm sure that all has to be part of it. But there's something about this site that to me feels like kind of the last big, it's like the last big puzzle piece and of this area, of the way that the development has gone in this area. And it seems like if we could conserve more of that canopy, I don't know if there is a way to think about the history of the site in some way, honor the cannon or the rope factory or whatever. I don't actually know very much about that, but anyway, I would just maybe encourage the applicant to kind of think about if there's anything in there that could be addressed. I think I noticed in both the versions of the site plan that the tree management plan is non-binding. But do we usually bind the tree management plans and PDs, or do we just get the rate? Okay, I wasn't sure. And then, yeah, the only quibble I have maybe with the staff, I generally agree with the staff's opinion about the waiver requests, with the exception of the 50%, the waiver number 3, which is the waiver from the requirement of 50% residential buildings to face the street. That one I can see why that could be challenging. I might have to go, now that we're talking about this more, I think I need to go look at the site again between now and when we see you all next, but, because there's some things that were brought up tonight that I didn't think about when I was looking at it initially, so those are just some initial few thoughts I had, kind of unorganized.
Yeah, so in terms of the site itself, my main concern, when looking at things was like, and I think this is just because the topography is very strange here, but, like, how the buildings are designed, there's like a door where you would pull in with your car and then a door on the backside. But I'm just not really understanding how that space behind these apartments would be used. Because there's like retaining walls in the development and just, I don't know, it just kind of seems overall, the development just seems very vanilla, very bland. And I just don't get a sense of like how people are using the space other than like, this is where I pull in and live and then I leave and stay. And there's no character about it. And I guess that brings me to sort of my larger point of like, I'm just sort of mourning the loss of the history in this area. I mean, I recognize the Puritan Mill was really just a shell of itself and developing that would have been very, very difficult, but there's no vestiges of a mill left. And then this takes away a lot of the mill village. So yeah, it's just kind of, I don't know, I just wanted to acknowledge the disappearance of that. And I just feel like maybe whatever replaces it could be a little bit more meaningful.
So a little history, as an old Athens guy in the room, I remember when Puritan Mill actually functioned and it made rope. And I think its last product was ski rope, if I remember. That could be folklore, but and I was a kid that loved to ski, so that was cool. But and in most cases, this developer, I like what he does. I didn't like just being there on that historic piece of property with very little reflection of what was there. So I'm going to go back to the general time discussion. And so I think there was a so I'm trying to say major and massive at 11:35, but pretty big opportunity missed on that because this is what the developer builds. And the developer lives in Athens and builds, I don't have a problem with that one I did. And now we're gonna tear down mill houses, which is the last of Puritan Mill, to build something that's not gonna reflect much at all of the mill. So it's gonna be gone. And you can't move mill houses somewhere else. They just become old houses. So move them or not, it's not going to be Puritan Mill houses. It's not going to reflect what was there. And that is about the last thing left there to indicate that there was an actual mill there. I like the developer. I like what he does. I don't like it there, and I don't like tearing down old houses. And I'm going to have to research what issue we have with it, because it is not a local historic district. So we can do it. But I'm looking at this map and I'm looking at the history in those houses and what people did and how they lived and how they would walk to work and how they did all of that. You can hardly tell it now, but you can. So there's that. And I think on, some of the other things, I definitely, with future land use, not facing the road, then face the road. I don't get that part. You face the road and you figure it out from there, because it's just going to be even worse if we're looking at the sides of these. So at least start there and go backwards. There was a time where when people designed houses, they designed from the outside in. The windows, the doors, the void spaces, all of that was done for the appearance for your neighbors. Now houses are built inside out and you have blank walls, you have carports or garages thrown at you. And it's not polite. And it's that way for a reason. And at some point, we have to do things that just put our foot down and say, okay, build, but build right. So, and again, I say that respectfully. And I mean, I like the products that this company builds, but I don't know why we need to go into a historic area and do it worse. So that's my thought on that.
Yeah, I think I generally agree with it, you know, you ought to start with facing the road and then go from there in terms of what your, you know, site plan ends up with, and it may be that the result is that you lose 5% of your units or something, but you know, we have that ordinance for a reason, and I don't see exceptional circumstance that warrant departing from that here. So yeah, I think I agree with Alex on that one, and yeah, waivers 3 and 4. I didn't see any reason why those ought to be granted. There's certainly nothing in the application that explains why that's essential. You know, looking at the contour map on Q Public, it doesn't seem so much more sloped than you know, the development just down the street that the developer built a few years ago. So yeah, I wasn't sympathetic to those 2 waivers. The block size one, I guess I haven't made up my mind on that one yet, but I also didn't, the tree canopy one, like that, I didn't see a compelling reason other than density, trying to get some more units in, why it has to be 17% instead of 25 is, you know, I saw where the arborist said like, well, you know, we don't count the privet and the kudzu and stuff, so maybe that the amount of density count or of canopy that counts is insufficient. But I need to see a little bit more about that to see a reason to support that. Any other comments for the applicant while they are here?
Do we need to, just to clarify the guidance that we got from Matt about the sewer access, is the point just, is it important to keep the road, is it just that there just needs to be access for that reason only? It needs to be accessible by truck? Okay, so that will be enough for the applicant to kind of modify their plan, knowing that they've got to figure out
In
which.
coordination, yeah,
Okay.
and I think that's what's expected.
Okay.
And when they go for a vote to the mayor and commission, that the decision would have already been made by the mayor and commission to grant that, if they're going to grant it, since it affects the number of units.
That's part of this process. So abandonment of Puritan Lane ideally would sync up at least on the same agenda. You know, if not proceeding, but given that we're already at the preliminary PD, and it didn't make sense for it to come through yet when you still have a concept that's being discussed. But we're going to work with TPW transportation staff to know how to navigate that. But we need to know, what are we holding on to? Are we holding on to an easement? All right, you know, but width, you know, are we going to, so all of those kind of details need to still come together before we take an agenda item forward. Things from this body go to the mayor and commission much faster than our agenda item process. And so we need that agenda item process to, like I say, at least be on the same agenda to make this function for a vote for that. We're trying to piece all that together.
Okay. Any other comments for the applicant, or? All right, thank you, gentlemen. And that brings us to final item on our agenda, the text amendment over recreation.
Yep. And thank you for being here.
Good night, y'all.
Let's go with this.
I thought we didn't have that policy.
So given that, this is unique, and I hate that it's a late hour, but please indulge me going through this presentation. We are building a record. Anytime we would talk about people living permanently in a vehicle, I think we need to be very careful about how we word that. And I want to take this seriously, and I will move through it quickly and try to get your questions rather than just you listening to me speak. I've given you a memo. I've given you the text amendment that's been developed by staff. Staff was directed to pull this together by the mayor and commission as part of their consideration of the 218 North Avenue development. As you remember, that property had a handful of residents on it, some of which were living in recreational vehicles. And so commission, as part of their action on that, wanted to see if there was a way to do a text amendment to help those people relocate as that project was moving forward. We had a couple conversations with other partner departments on how best to do this, most notably our chief building official. And then we made a presentation to the mayor and commission to get their clear guidance on what we were about to draft, and then I drafted it, and here we are. So I think slide number 1 should start with number 1. Maybe I'll find it. There we go. Nope, it doesn't do that. All right. All right, well, let's just go right to the text memo, shall we? So the background memo tells you a bit of that history on where we are today with manufactured homes and RVs and how we define them. And in order for us to, the most straight line path for us to create an opportunity for someone to live in an RV permanently is what staff feels is what's presented here before you tonight. So in shorthand, these text amendments make it possible for an RV to be located at a mobile home park, an existing mobile home park, or a new mobile home park that's approved using our manufactured home development ordinance. And that's in 918. We'll get to that in a minute, but we needed to make some definitions to kind of get all of our words straight on what we're talking about. So our current definition right now does not define an RV as anything other than what you can drive. So it's not something you can tow. So we had to fix that. An RV is mentioned in many places as being something that's only for temporary or recreational use, which makes sense. So we had to unravel that. So these 4 definitions that are on the screen are needed to be able to give us the language to then amend chapter 918. So RVs now have a definition that talk about them being designed as living quarters, self-propelled, permanently towable, and we had to by what? So light duty or heavy duty truck. That definition for recreational vehicle is built off of a FEMA definition. So we were trying to use existing language that the government uses. Needed a definition for campground as opposed to an RV park. We really don't have RV parks. Commercial outdoor recreation is where we've allowed for campgrounds right now as recreational camps. So we went more specific, and that's where you see and campgrounds added. And then for manufactured home development, we needed to add language in the definition that said it could be for manufactured homes or recreational vehicles used for long-term residential occupancy. So those things are there. So I'm sorry, I said 918, 916. 916.2 are the general provisions for manufactured housing developments. We needed to add the opportunity for recreational vehicles. That's the language there in subsection D. In 916.3, we're talking about the procedure for approving these. Current code calls for a final plan. The language that's up there mentions manufactured housing on approved sites, and it talks about some things. We needed to add the RVs in there to make it work. We didn't need to overlook the fact that RVs are supposed to be reflected. In 916.7, this entire section is new, so I didn't underline it because it made it hard to read. But the parts in yellow are what I want to draw your attention to. So we have 6 standards for how to do an RV in a mobile home park. And section A, one of our main concerns is RVs are not constructed to have permanent service connections. That's the antithesis of what they're about. They're supposed to be nimble and quick and not have those hard connections. Our building official is not going to inspect an RV because it's a vehicle. What they will inspect, and they have code for to do that inspection, are the service connections to the unit. So that establishes that in the code. Section B, we also have the problem that these are not meant to stay in one spot. They're designed to move. But if you're going to live in it, we need to stabilize it so that it becomes a livable unit and it doesn't move. So as long as you're living in it, the wheels have to be chalked. You need to have your stabilizing support systems in place at all times while it's occupied. But then we've also went one step further to put it on equal playing field with mobile homes, manufactured housing. Those units have to have tie downs and hurricane strapping and anchors. So good enough for them, it needs to be good enough for the RVs. However, RVs typically are not designed to easily strap down. There are things out there, and the building official conceded to allowing us to reference him in this ordinance because his position would be the one to say when it's necessary to use tie downs or anchors and of what type. And then we did reference in there also considering factors, including the manufacturer's specs, the year, make, and model of the RV, applicable wind load calculations, or topographic features of the site in question. All of those would factor into what kind of strapping you would need to use or tie down system. The rest, section C, D, and E are consistent with what we say already for manufactured homes for those standards. So we just carried that over. And then for F, we wanted to reinforce the service connections. They need to be made and maintained with permanent connections in compliance with applicable code. What does that look like? It means it's going to be a hard connection. It won't be a soft connection. So rather than specifying that and come up with overly specific language here, the code or our chief building official was comfortable with that wording because it would allow them to have a best practice kind of discussion with somebody when somebody's installing one of these on how are you doing your water? How are you doing your sewer? How are you connecting your electrical in a way that won't be compromised because of exposure to weather over, who knows, a year, 2 years, 3 years. We just don't know. The other challenge with these is, it's the first sentence of A, I should have said this. Recreational vehicles shall be in good repair and operable condition with current vehicle registration and licensing. Again, that's language we don't normally have to say about where people live. But it's important to make it plain that that's expected. Operable, good repair, but operable being the key word. With a lot of RVs, you still need to be able to turn them over because the engine is responsible for running your air conditioning or perhaps your cooking systems or other things. Your electricity could come from the generator from running the engine. Again, not things we normally have to worry about with housing. So we're trying to do something it's been done elsewhere, but not quite with this level of wording and intention. And this is a baby step. The owner of a mobile home park would still have to say yes. So this just provides the opportunity for this to occur. It doesn't compel that to occur. That's the end of my report.
Is there any member of the public here wishing to speak on this proposed text amendment? None? Discussion back here, or does this sound great?
We're gonna go into tomorrow this time. We missed it last month, but we're gonna pass 12. So I'm gonna speak. No, I'm really not.
Let's talk about short-term rentals.
One thing that can you rent these short-term? No. So you actually said something I haven't even thought of yet. So on a motorized recreational vehicle that is there, you mentioned that turning on the engine to operate
systems.
Yeah,
inside the unit. Yep.
So, and that's at a mobile home park where the mobile homes don't turn on and off.
Right.
So when you turn on an engine, your neighbor, just possibly from me to you, I'm sitting out on my lawn chair, is gonna run his big old engine to run his kitchen. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, that is something that operationally could be necessary. It doesn't have to happen all the time. And it's those specifics that may compel, among other things, but that's the sort of thing that mobile home, manufactured housing development operators, owners may find objectionable because they already have leases or situations with existing residents where there's no good spot for them to put that and not have that kind of trouble. We don't reach that deep into this. That's part of the consideration. That and honestly, like the liability is different for a mobile home park owner. If what you're doing is having people live in something that is not a inspected structure, right? So there's aspects of this that have to be taken very seriously, but this ordinance just is designed to create the opportunity. That's it.
Curious why we, take Alex's point, I can understand why you'd want the engine to turn on if the air conditioner needs the engine to be on to run. But also we're requiring hard utility connections where they're gonna have electric from the utility. And so it may be that they don't ever need to be able to run the vehicle engine, right? If they have to be in with tie downs and, you know, so why require both vehicle operation and building like utility connections?
To answer that question, I think I have to come back to the point that this is a vehicle. So if the vehicle is no longer operable and it's not a structure that can be inspected, we now have a circumstance where we have a derelict vehicle and we have no enforcement mechanism to go back and say you're now living in something that doesn't even function as a vehicle any longer. So all of this is meant, that wording, that first sentence is really a very simple sentence that has a much larger purpose, is to not end up with hulks of Winnebagos that people are repurposing as a place to live. And I'm not picking on Winnebagos, but I'm just saying there's a level of expectation for the quality of these units, and having them operable and in good repair is a starting point. I probably overstated the fact of the engine needing to be able to turn over, but I know that is a reality for some units, for some of the systems to function. Only because I've been in some of those and I kind of have seen that. But the fact of the matter is, if you've got that hard electrical connection, it's not going to be necessary to routinely have it happen, Alex, to your point. But there may be instances where it is necessary.
But I understand you're right. It has to turn on the day it's inspected by the building inspector, but never thereafter. There's not a repeat annual inspection.
There will not be an annual inspection once it's been located there. The next one to come in on that same site, if that one should leave, gets inspected. The other thing to bear in mind is, in order to keep it in good operable condition, you may have to have it serviced. If you need to have it serviced, you may have to drive it to the place to get it serviced or tow it, whichever the case may be. So it's just a different way of looking at housing. And we were trying to word this in a way to capture those circumstances that we haven't really seen yet.
With that in mind, I know at least three people, possibly three people, who are currently renovating school buses.
Okay.
So how might something like that fit into this definition? Or would it?
So the recreational vehicle definition. Yeah, maybe not.
You got the vehicle built on a single chassis, designed as living quarters for recreation camping.
Correct.
Yeah.
So
It
bus
leaves
that's
it
been
open.
renovated to be living quarters.
Correct.
Yeah, so it's that conversion into living quarters.
That's right.
Would make it qualify.
But it's still a vehicle.
Yeah.
Right.
Right, okay. That's fair. I did appreciate when I first looked at this, I was like, well, of course, it's more than a vehicle that drives. Like you can have a travel trailer. Yeah, so that was a big hole that I'm glad that got filled.
So this is a proposed text amendment from staff that the desired action, if we are so inclined, is to approve it and send it to the Mayor and Commission for adoption.
We'll bring it on for with a recommendation is all we need.
Yep.
So approval, denial, but as long as it's.
That's another question, just in general, to y'all. So what brought this? I mean, I hear all this, that, and the other. What brought this? Why did the Mayor and Commission? I understand that property, but
yeah,
how many people? Is this just for them? I mean, I know it's not just for them, but is this, are they asking this so that these actual people can be taken care of? Are they like having to move every 2 weeks to some other place, or what's going on?
So, and I'll try to summarize this. The process of relocating those people from 218 North Avenue revealed the fact that there aren't any really formidable places in Athens-Clarke County for someone to put an RV on a permanent basis. We don't have any campgrounds. Let's just start there. Like, it's strange to say, but
I know, I wanted to start a campground years ago here.
and we've had proposals.
It was one of my ideas.
And they were denied by the mayor.
Oh, well, then I guess not.
So here we are, where these folks didn't have an option and they were having to leave the jurisdiction for any chance to park these. Then that added the question that came out of discussion with the county commission. Well, if they did go there, how long could they stay? If we found a spot and created it, well, the answer was, by these definitions that we currently have, no more than 30 days, much like our tailgating, right? So all of this was sort of meant to provide a relief valve for that one project, but it opened up the door to some other issues that we just really don't have options in the community. And recognizing this as a baby step, the original discussion went so far as to say, we had a single county commissioner pose, these should be okay in all single family zones. And so staff said, well, let's talk about it first before we go that direction.
Like if you had an empty lot, you could just put an RV on it kind of thing?
Or it was along those lines, or in your driveway or in your backyard, or, you know, that's.
Is it as an accessory dwelling type thing in your backyard?
Yeah.
As that kind of thing. And so we've got some pretty well-established feedback that is not acceptable. And that's not a community standard that right now would be received well. And so trying to find something that would be providing the opportunity, but not necessarily going in that direction just yet. This seemed like it struck a balance. It opened the door for this to be something that could happen in a measured way in spots that are kind of set up for this as closely as anything could be, without having a proper campground. And we fully intend to, because we've been told to revisit this as part of our discussion of missing middle housing options when we get past the future land use adoption. That was part of what they asked us to do. So we promised this would be a short-term approach. There's a midterm approach that would look at the breadth of housing options that we don't have well represented in the code and finding ways to do it. And then there's a long-term way of looking at this to see, is there a way to incentivize or create opportunities for recreational campgrounds to occur here? And what does that look like, and who are we partnering with, and how do you make that happen? So that's as much as I can tell you about.
Did y'all talk to mobile home or whatever the term is now, parks?
3 owner operators. I had phone conversations with them about this idea, and they were open to it.
Would they be able to, would one of those be able to say, I don't want this on my, like, do they have the right?
Absolutely.
To their own association or whatever ownership?
Through their ownership, right?
Yeah. They can deny it if they wanted to.
This wouldn't reach,
messing with that.
it's not a fair housing issue.
Make a motion for approval.
Second.
Motion to approve by Kristen, second by Sarah. Any discussion on the motion? Stephen?
Motion to approve Morales,
Yes.
Lease,
Yes.
Beresford,
Yes.
McLaughlin,
Yes.
Pass, Sam's,
Yes.
Lord.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. That brings us to the other business section of our agenda. Item 1 is the planning commissioner affairs report. My report is that I turned into a 3 minutes ago. Oh, it might have been an hour ago for me. I'm not sure yet. Future Land Use Steering Committee Chairs report. Alan.
I'll make it very quick because we're past 12 and we don't have to make that mark anymore.
You made it.
We've done the, going around and getting public input. It's gone fairly well. Some were kind of empty, some were very, full of people. Just the other day, several of y'all were there at the library. That's a good central location, easy to go to, easy to enter. Good feedback, but I really don't, I've heard some good feedback, but I can't wait to really hear the staff report later when y'all gather all that together. Urban 3 is going to be here next week. Wednesday at the Mayor and Commission, is it their agenda? Yeah, right in here. Or is it a workshop?
4 to 6, it's a work session.
Okay, yeah, so 4 to 6, I'll be at that one. Then the next day, Thursday, and this is if we can promote this, it's gonna be at Clarke Central. What time is that gonna be?
6 to 8.
All right, 6 to 8. That's like easy, big public wants to go to, but we'd like to get that really full of folks. And it's the owner, founder, I mean, the gentleman that's coming is.
He created Urban 3.
Yeah, he's the man, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's gonna be kind of cool. And he's doing that one, and there's one more, right?
On the morning of Thursday, the chamber has partnered with us to sponsor an event out at the Barber, can't remember the number on it, 15. What's that?
10:55.
1055 Barber, there you go. So they've been kind enough to work with us on that, and that's more geared towards business community and institutional folks and some other community stakeholders. But the big tent meeting is at the auditorium at Clarke Central that evening.
Should be good. And I just want to say this, and it is the last thing I'll say all night. The public input at Hillsman for the east side, Carol Myers and some of the community came out, and Kent Middleton, who does a lot over there, and asked that Bruce, and I even spoke a minute or two, Bruce went through a lot of details explaining the future land use. And I think that went over pretty well. And so I'm just saying in the future, 20 years from now for the next future land use, we'll hopefully remember, but other things like that, I think sometimes it is good because it is complicated enough. And I'm thankful that the ones of y'all that were able to go, it's going to take some digesting to understand all of this, because I've been doing it for a year. And I still have to refer back and forth to some things, but I thought that seemed to go over well. So I'm just throwing that out there for the record that in other things we do once in a while, that picking up the microphone and explaining. Bruce does, of course, a good job doing that. I got him good and mixed up. Then Bruce got him pulled back in.
You had your demo with the coffee filters. I
did.
that.
I had this great,
I know, it's good.
great thing going on. Yeah. So, but anyway, so that's all from me.
I'll make it quick.
Yep.
I want to piggyback on Alex's comment. We've had a good April. I think when we finally put the numbers together and add in the library, and we ended up adding 2 other events at the request of other groups, which is, I've never had that happen, ever. So we were invited out to the Pine Woods Mobile Home Park by the librarian out there to speak. We're going to continue talking with that community. We didn't have a huge turnout, but we were informed that first visit builds trust. And so a return visit brings participation. So we're going to take her up on that. We also were invited by a couple other groups that just heard, hey, we really want to hear what you're talking about. So that's exactly where we wanted to be. That's exactly where we want to be. We have to have this be something that people are asking to see, asking to learn about, to take ownership of it. And we really need you guys to hear that, because we're going to work with you in the summer while the commission takes a break. So we'll come back to them in the fall to bring this forward for adoption. But our summertime is going to be spent with you, moving forward that report that's going to come out of the steering committee with staff kind of pulling it together, and make sure it's something you're comfortable with and can get it into a form that you're willing to make a recommendation on up to the commission for adoption. Other than that, I have nothing other to report tonight, other than thank you for your time, effort, and the mental fatigue that I know you're all feeling right now. It's noted and appreciated that you do what you do.
Right back at you.
Ditto.
The chair would entertain a motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Adjourned.
Let's.
So just.